reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching. I keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we've already had 2 play days and still got 6 more to go, with our 3rd play day coming up today and on Thursday, don't forget as well. I'm Ethan, joining me is Lady B and Judo, and B, as usual, I'm going to be starting off with you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I don't know if I'm doing as well as Judo is, celebrating his 1 million subscriber count and getting to see that incredible video that he had going, but I am definitely excited for the action that we have coming today. How about you, Judo?
Well, yes, I'm doing incredibly well. Thank you so much. But indeed, we have some fantastic matches ahead and a couple that are, kicking us off as we mean to go on. The first matchup today, obviously a little bit of a change around in schedule. The first one was a tough one to pick in our predictions, Lethal.
It really was, but I think we technically got the W there. Technically, you could say. But apart from that, we're going to talk about the leaderboard, and just to let everyone know at home, that even though we're starting off with the second match of the day, we know that Time to Throw versus Entropy Game was meant to be the first match. We already know that Entropy, due to what happened with them, they've actually won the matchup. We're not going to include it in the leaderboard as of yet, but we do have to talk about these standings because it's definitely not something we even predicted at all. It's kind of like an esports fan fiction here compared to what we saw for the last couple of days. Like the Badsing on top, MCS at the bottom. B, what is going on?
Yeah, this is pretty incredible to see. MCES, who is the reigning champion from last season, is down there at the bottom. But as we saw last week, Time to Throw was in the bottom. They worked their way up top. We could see that same sort of story coming into play for MCES today. But we'll have to wait and see. But ATN, Time to Throw, kind of in that same similar position where they were with T2T on the top. Just a little bit above them, not by much. I mean, we had that in the play-ins, a point separating them. And here, we're just talking about percent separating them at that. But Entropy Gaming, Carnage Gaming tied up. Judo, what do you make of all of this? What do you expect to see today?
I think it is fascinating that our top 3 teams only have the 1 loss. Time to Throw obviously now have the second with what Lethal was saying. So that's Badzinger and ATN. and that is our first matchup. That is why it's been so difficult to pick. I know we were speculating prior to the stream, but the fact that we get to kick off with that match, potentially alternate attacks moving back up to where they were after day one, will be really cool. But I'm personally looking forward to seeing MCES today as well, trying to claw their way back up from that bottom of the leaderboard, Lethal.
Certainly do, mate. Certainly do indeed. And we do have the weekly attack overview here. And I must say, it's very, very tight-knit and very close. And I think we kind of expected this as well because of the wide variety of different compositions we've seen across the board. But even though all of this has occurred and we've seen quite a lot over the last couple of play days, the Queen Charge Dragon Rider still edging out with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, the Queen Charge Dragon Rider edging out with the amount of use, but we do see below that the Queen Charge Hybrid has the best success rate for the use that it's had. 67% speaks loads to the changes we've seen in the meta, and Sui Lalo up there with 73% hit rate is pretty impressive. Judo, I know you were surprised to see that actually leading above Queen Charge Lalo.
I was, and it kind of surprises me and it doesn't. I'm surprised to see the hit rate as high as it is. I mean, that is 3 out of 4 hits being the 3 stars essentially. But at this level, the Sui Lalo really is the hardest one to perform. It's just that your Queen Charge, I feel you can be a little bit more flexible. But if you miss your opening Sui, then the Lalo is really tricky. So I just found that a little bit interesting, but either way, the Lava Loon clearly showing to be one of the best ways to go.
I want to point out as well, the Super Bowler attack as well. We've seen that quite a few times. Actually, we had 9 attacks as well. Just wasn't as successful it was compared to the other one we saw in 6th place. But these are going to be the scheduled matches. We're going to be kicking things off with ATN versus Bad Zinger. Time to Throw. We'll be back in time now here against GH Rest. And then we have ATN once again against a strong Robotic Gaming.
Yeah, Robotic Gaming has definitely been proving strong in recent weeks. We're also going to get to see Carnage Gaming facing off against Bad Zinger, an epic matchup there. These are really hard to decide who would get the win. GH Rest versus MCES, and Robotic Gaming will play again against Carnage Gaming, so a couple of mix-up match here. And we have one final match for the day. Oh, one final match that unfortunately did not happen. But Judo, when you see these kinds of wars that we have going on, what are your thoughts on predictions?
I think the predictions are really tough, especially because moving into this current champions MCES, many people would default to pick them in the matchup, and yet we see they've been broken a couple of times. But I don't want to just focus on MCES, obviously. Oh, we've actually got our predictions. There we go. And, you know, speak of the devil, all of us picking MCES in their matchup against GH Rest. But why don't you talk us through your predictions, I guess, Lethal?
I think my predictions have been very boring and you could say a little bit predictable a lot of the times, especially with a couple of time to throws, ATNs and the MCES. It's but I like what you two have done really more than myself, just due to the fact that you've taken a few risks. Like even Bees actually decided to go with Robotic Gaming rather than ATN, which is not something I even anticipated there. And we even still got as well, it's quite a tough call with that last matchup because you've got myself and the audience at home decided to go for Robotic Gaming, but both of you have actually gone for Carnage Gaming as the final matchup of today.
Yeah, you know, so Robotic Gaming is a team that we've seen a lot of momentum from, and they have taken down ATN even as of within the last week or so during the Queso Cup. So that's kind of why I went with Robotic Gaming. What I find interesting, Judo, here is that we all picked Bad Zinger for the Carnage match, but the audience there selected Carnage Gaming. Are we missing out on something, do you think?
Well, it's a tough one because I kind of seen your prediction initially with ATN and I was like really torn between Bad Zinger and ATN. So I went with Bad Zinger and then I got to the Bad Zinger and Carnage match. I was thinking I could see Carnage taking that. But if I'm saying I think Bad Zinger will beat ATN, then I've got to pick them again, right? But I do think that is going to be a super close match, actually. Carnage, especially, you know, Captain Hugo Stiglitz, I think they've put on some fantastic performances, and I'm looking forward to seeing them again today.
See, these two have made some spicy predictions along the way, and I've just gone boring as anything, but that's fine. I'm going to stick to my boring picks. But if you guys got anything interesting to say to us, more interesting than my predictions anyway, make sure you let us know, hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter, and we maybe read out some of your tweets. We'd love to know your opinions, your thoughts, and just exactly how things are going to pan out for the course of the play days, either today, Thursday, whenever, but we'd love to know and your thoughts as well. So make sure to interact with us, hashtag ESL Mobile, and you can let us know. We may read out some of those tweets on stream. But we are going to get on to the first match, technically the second match of the day here. But Judo, we're about to say goodbye to you, my friend, but you will be back momentarily for the next matchup straight afterwards. And B, I'm going to have you to myself this time round, as we're going to be looking at a great matchup to kick things off between the likes of ATN and Bad Singer. And this is actually quite a juicy matchup to kick things off today.
It is, and I'm kind of, I'm in the same boat with this with Judo. This is a tough one to determine who would get the win between ATN and Badzinger, both incredible teams. We have seen ATN come in, just, I don't want to say inconsistent, but we've seen them with some ups and downs within the past few weeks. They're not on their full form, as we often see them once they get into the World Championship mode. And that could be a strategy of theirs for sure. But look at this. If we look at the hit rates, they're hitting at a 47% hit rate, a little bit lower than we would expect to see. But the average damage is 94%. So it is up there. They're not missing by much. And average defense, I would say probably a little bit lower than we would expect as well. So maybe not showing their full hand, since we are getting closer and closer to Worlds. But at a 53% average defensive rate, that's not actually too bad at all. They're kind of midway through from most of the other teams in the mix.
Yeah, it's not something we would really combine together, would we? Like the fact that 18 in one hand, consistency in another, and the fact that they've been a little bit inconsistent, that's not really in their vocabulary at all. It's something you would know them for having, they'd assume that people would not lose at this point, and it's so early on. But it's the same as last season as well. They had a bad start, and then they literally won back-to-back games until the very end of the season. But Banzinger, who have been really on form so far, and what I love is the fact that they've got the same average damage as ATM, but a much higher hit rate. I've been very impressed with them so far, as last season a little bit different, but this time around they seem to be much stronger compared to what they were like previously, and it's just things we'd love to see as well. Good variety of strategies, good attacks all around, good base builds as well, really putting a lot of people off along the way. We'll have to see if they can put ATN off at this moment in time, because they're still looking very good, currently first on the leaderboard, and they want to, of course, not only solidify their spot in the finals, but make sure to keep that consistency up and to keep themselves away from the bottom four as long as possible. But been very impressed with just how they've been playing so far.
Yeah, that 65% average damage for defense is pretty impressive for them. They have been proving to be strong, and I think that's where ATN needs to be very careful today in this matchup. But they've faced off against Badzinger multiple times. I think ATN could potentially edge this out if they have a clean, solid run and bring the right defenses today. They have two matches, so it's a bit tricky for them when they have so much to have to worry about in one day. And that goes for the same for many of the other teams, which I don't know, Lethal. I think that's maybe why we see a little bit of a back and forth with what we have in the standings right now, especially with those two matches in a day. But let's take a look, because we have asked, kicking it off and starting in with the Yeti Blimp, dropping that rage down. Now we get the full CC lure here. We want to pick up that big value in clearing out this entire compartment. We do take down the defending AQ, which is perfect. One of the reasons why we invest that spell, to get the full value, and because we're contending with a hero. But this opens up a beautiful path for the Queen to set her way through on course towards the Town Hall.
Yeah, just making her way now from the south side. Want to be a little bit patient for the time being, just tanking all that damage when she does push into that scanner shot compartment. Looks like we'll be going with the Dragon Riders as well. And there's one thing we talked about the King Chan Dragon Riders as well. We said it earlier in terms of the weekly attack data, but even though it is still the most used attack, it's not quite a large margin like it was last season, especially since the update anyway, in terms of recently. So, we're seeing the kit quite a lot, but just not as often as we are used to, as other compositions now getting a little bit more love across the board. The Queen has taken down the scanner shot, now still heading into that south compartment after using that rage spell as well. But going to take a little bit of time here, but it looks like Ast here has just been a lot more methodical and calculated with how he wants to approach this base, and we're going to see how he does against Badzinger. But already dropping him another rage spell just to keep the Queen alive, and of course not using her ability so early on.
Now, what I like that he's doing here is he's really narrowed out the path for the Drag Riders, of course, getting that Queen going straight to the Town Hall. But, you know, with the slight nerf that we've seen with the Drag Riders, it really does rely heavily on having the heroes for support, particularly for the back end of the base, but narrowing out the path as much as you can will help out with this considerably. It means that they can focus their damage collectively together, and in doing so, look at this. We see the king from the north side of the base just to keep them pulling through the center of the base, and again, keeping that path as narrow as possibly can be. And with the Royal Champ for support, again, we want to try and hold off on that ability as long as possible so we can get through those sticky situations. But here, he's in a good spot. Scatter shots down. There's no singles to worry about. No eagle remaining on the board. So this is an easy run for Az to come in with the cleanup. And I'm noticing some extra loons and the baby dragon for cleanup value here as well.
Looking so good. He's even got 3 out of 5 of those Dragon Riders still alive and well. That's how clean this attack was. But is this what we anticipated from ATN? Normally, on a normal day, we should do here, as I've already got that first triple against Badzing, which is a fantastic start indeed for this war. And yeah, a great approach. He was very slow, very methodical, but it definitely made it work towards the end.
Yeah, and you know, that really is the point of it. You know, you have to be methodical about it, and even maybe not necessarily slow, but taking the time. It's that patience that's required to get your queen setting up the pathing and ensuring that she is making her way to the town hall. I mean, how many times have we actually seen recently the queens going down and then adjustments on the fly? Even as of last week, we saw quite a few of those with the Queen Charge Drag Riders.
Yeah, we've seen it more often than not, which was a little bit of a surprise. You know, a couple of heroes, definitely especially the Queen as well, just letting us down quite early on along the way. Which you're right, though, it's definitely not something we see in a lot of these players' characters when they make the approach to that town hall. But we're going to see now what Juan will do here for Badzing, to see if he can do anything different or just make sure he can at least try and get another triple here for Badzing. But just seems to be taking his time, just making sure he can not fumble this up at all. This is a very important matchup for Badzing as they're currently first in the standings, and just want to continue with that first place, of course, just to make sure they've got a good seeding going into the ESL Mobile Challenge finals later on next month.
I am wondering if this is a disconnect, unfortunately, because there is nothing. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, getting my heart going.
Just in time.
I mean, Juan wasting quite a bit of time in dropping this queen. Now, we're talking about going in with a hybrid, which is exactly why I really thought if he wasn't dropping right on the mark, what was going on, because nothing was deployed here. Looked like he wasted maybe about 10, maybe even 20 seconds on the start of this. And with a hybrid that can run out of time and really relies, again, on the queen being there for support of the back end, particularly for cleanup, that could be a huge risk in this raid and maybe an unfortunate start off, but let's see how Juan can carry it through. Queen already underway, taking down the town hall, dealing with the CC, and while that's going on, we are utilizing the king to help continue to take down portions of the space and just narrow out the path of what we want to see for the hybrid coming in, actually taking the lead here on it, which means he's not going to be working on the outside edge. Bringing in the siege barracks, which is a smart move. That Limp would not have taken out the cleanup on the outskirts that he wanted to see for the miners to stay nice and tracked in line on the base bounds.
Yeah, he did waste 15 seconds, and the worst bit is the fact that a lot of these attacks, especially this one in particular, we've seen a lot of them go down within the last 5 seconds. So he's had to speed things up just a little bit here just to make sure to not only go for that time fail, but also make sure it's a clean attack. And we're going to see now as they're going to be still approaching. Still got one more healing spell left. He's actually already just used it as they're going to approach across, just making sure to take down everything in that north compartment. Haven't got a huge amount as of yet inside that healing spell. But as I've said that, though, he's chosen it correctly. Great placement, knowing where the path of the units are going to funnel through. And already, though, the Warden just trying to help out to take out that Inferno Tower, which he has done in the center. He's still got the Wizard coming up from the north side as well. But the problem is, though, most of everything's pretty much been taken out already. 45 seconds left. And now the Warden and the Owls now just pushing in towards the south side to try and take out the next Inferno Tower. But still, there isn't really much time left and not really many units to deal with either at this point. A little bit of a shame, really. I think it was more panic just trying to settle in and try and get some game as quick as possible as well, which probably didn't help for his mental state.
Yeah, so we saw Drag Rider come out of the siege barracks, which is just never happens. We never see this. And I'm wondering if that delayed start was Juan realizing something was wrong with his troop composition particularly with the CC that he had coming in. So it could have been kind of just a readjustment and you know, oh no, what do we do? I have the wrong CC, but I've got to go in, you know, because they have timed attack. So
Yeah.
something clearly went off here. That Drag Rider is not something we would have expected to see come out of the Siege Barracks, especially not for a hybrid attack. So definitely not the start Badzinger was hoping to see. A little bit of small confusion and hesitation really leads to that. But he handled it well, despite the fact that we knew that there was something a little bit off going on. He did manage to recover it and, you know, keep it moving forward. So kudos to him. But this could put Badzinger in a very difficult situation, knowing that ATN already has that nice fresh start.
I did make the assumption as well it could have been a disconnect just due to the fact that, you know, these players prepare for the bases anyway way beforehand, and even then you saw there that, like, after the first 45 seconds, I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, but it definitely seems like trouble. But yeah, a little bit of a shame to have to kick things off, but let's see if Badzinger can try and defend well here against Yo-Yo's attack. But so no, it's not the best of starts they would like to continue on, but it does not matter. It's already been done. That was the first attack. So, of course, ATN are going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable in terms of pressure coming in. So it's the Queen coming down already now, pushing into the north portion of this base. Was coming in as well. Again, it's already taken down the AD, already taken down the scanner shot already. Maybe the defender, sorry, the defensive RC, which he has done. Still using the raise to full effect here. And now needs to plant another one down. She may have been just outside and not really too sure from what we saw there. But anyway, she would have to put another one down anyway, especially with everything coming up the Clan Castle. So Yo-Yo, a little bit of a slow start here, pretty standard.
This wall break is beautiful. It gives a queen access to the multi in the core, taking down the battle builder hut, and that's all that really needs to go down. We see the air sweeper that does stay up here. It's actually going to be just from behind where the healers are going. The healers are pathing, but we have the hybrid moving through, and the queen can actually use that opportunity to barrel her way through the wall, not worry about any resistance. Those healers getting pushed back, so they will keep her alive and well. Biggest thing that the queen has to worry about is the Warden Tower, and we would love to see her situating to help take on this Town Hall, obviously, because really don't have anything else with the way he's coming in on this. This is a bit interesting to see how Yo-Yo is going about this, though. Have we actually dropped the king? It doesn't. Yeah, he is going. He is down at the bottom of the base, hasn't burned through the ability. So interesting at how he's got his queen moving along to try and make her way through into that Town Hall compartment. Leaving that to the very end of the base is a bit risky. Honestly, I'm scratching my head here again, thinking about where he was going with this. Now, the Royal Champ has not been deployed. Typically, we would see her going with a hybrid. So she is indeed going to come in and help out with the Town Hall here, allowing the hybrid to take care of the remainder of those defenses. But she's going to have to do more work than that.
Of course, saving a free spell for the Town Hall so the RC can come up and have a little bit of a helping hand, but the RC hasn't popped her ability yet, so still got plenty of time to take down this Town Hall. Look at that though, the scanner shot almost taken down, but it doesn't actually get cleaned up in the end, and it's then the RC, and of course the minions just clean out the structures on the outside that can do anything, and not something we even anticipated here, but we're still going to continue on making this push, but the RC is almost cleaned up, just going to be a matter of time, and now we're just trying to at least try and take out the storage before being finished up here. So far, 91%, which is not what we expected. And normally we see a lot more creativity from Yo-Yo as well, especially with his spell usage.
Yeah, you know, again, the pathing was a little bit different, the way he was going about it, that queen not making her way through towards a Town Hall. I'm surprised there wasn't an extra wall break to try and give her access to get in there. Having to use that Royal Champ to take it down just really didn't serve a huge purpose there other than actually securing that it went down, because there was no additional way to power that queen along. So a bit unfortunate there for Yo-Yo on that one, but he did manage to handle it very well. Again, 91%, not a bad spot for them to be in, considering there is that 72% 2-star from Badzinger. So even if they pick up the triple, ATN holds the percentage lead by a considerable amount. So it still puts them in a nice spot, but we can easily see the shift around. We know Badzinger does bring some solid defenses to the game, as their stats have clearly indicated.
Oh, definitely. Like, now that they can get a triple and actually tie the star count, this would be huge for them. As now Waste is going to be the next player to attack, and we're going to see what he can do here in terms of what shenanigans he will be up to. And the chat has actually already finished with their predictions, and they feel like ATN are going to defeat Badsinger, 61% to the 39%, which is quite interesting, but I think that's a safe percentage, really. I think a lot of people would assume this would be like 60-40, considering, you know, even though ATN haven't had the best of starts, and we know that they're very quick on the mark in terms of rectifying anything, or just in trying to improve anything in terms of their composition or some of their base builds in the future.
Ooh.
But we're going to see now already Waster's coming in with the Queen now with the Rage Spell dropping down just to push into that Town Hall compartment just a little bit here, and also have to delay things a little bit further too. And yeah, already Waster just coming in hot here with the Queen just to make sure to do as much work as possible before entering the Town Hall.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about that Queen taking too long of a walk up north, but does come back around to the opening. We still have access to that Town Hall. And ideally, we do want to take that down. He's got the Stone Slammer, which in my mind makes me think he's got to get this. He's got to keep this Queen alive, and he is running a little bit risky there, not putting down those rages, but opens up the pathway to the Town Hall, which means the King can actually take this on. We can set the Queen on course for the multi and even jump her into the core of the base, or I mean, we could surround it. We could surround this and get her that passage out and open. Interesting with this one, as the King works through for the scatter shot, which is going to ensure that the Queen has her push right there inside the center of the base.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. He could have dropped another race onto that Queen earlier on, but decided to risk it anyway. He knew the DPS was not going to be enough to survive on, but seems to be okay. But at least with the Queen as well, finally drops another raid spell down just to finish up that Tesla farm, which he's been greeted by on the 8 o'clock position. But you can see as well the Town Hall being attached, even dropping the invisibility spell for Sneaky Goblins to make sure it's cleaned up beautifully. Nicely done there. And the RC's coming out, follow suit straight after us, as long as those Dragon Riders and the Warden behind it. But the Stone Slammer, great position just to tank all that damage across from the north side, hitting into the center momentarily. And it's looking very good for Wasted so far. Even though it's a very slow start, it seems to be doing well.
Yeah, I missed those Sneaky Goblins on the scroll bar there, but a really nice way to actually get some added value by splitting that up. Again, the King ensuring that the Queen gets exactly where she needs to go. And we talked about this in the first attack, coming in from Ast. Narrowing out the path as much as you can for these Drag Riders really does help. And we do get to see the Queen continuing on trying to support, but the defending BK gets one last final shot on her. So the Royal Champ really needs to help this carry in. But it's not just her. We've got that Stone Slammer coming into play for those last remaining defenses. This is going to pack a pretty nice punch for the back end, but lethal. We've only got 11 seconds left to go, and there is no way that Wasted is going to be able to run out on the clock. Even if he has the power to do this, he would still need to clear out that entire north compartment that the Queen bypassed when she was in the core. At 89%. Again, we're seeing reasonable percent come through with a lot of these raids. But they're going to need to start picking up those 3 stars. ATN has definitely brought their best defenses today for this matchup.
They're going to have to get 3 triples in a row at this point. What was the first one? 72%, I believe, and now an 89%. It's not something we've seen from them compared to the first 2 playdays of last week. And yeah, a little bit worrying for them now. Of course, we know the first one threw him off quite a bit. I thought Wasted was going to be okay. And even then, though, I don't think, even though he didn't have enough time in that last attack, you saw from them that it was very close to being finished up, but it probably wouldn't have done anyway. Didn't have enough of that composition to make that work. So a little bit of a shame here for Badsinger. This is definitely not how they wanted to kick things off in today's play day. But never mind, that's already in the past. If they can get 3 triples in a row over the next few attacks, then they can bring themselves in that match and just keep as close and competitive as possible. But not too sure what they can do now. We'll see, though. We'll see. As already now just got Barley now from ATN. He's going to be coming out with the Queen here. Already using that Ice Golem as well to help the Queen out a little bit here. She's going to push on forward towards the Cannon and the Expo. But the main thing being the Town Hall. And just a nice calm attack here. Already popping the ability now just to go towards the Town Hall straight away. And this is looking quite good already for Barley.
It is, and always nice to see him coming back in with some Zapquake action. I always love his Zapquake Lalos, but getting to see a little Zapquake Hydra, I am certainly not going to complain on this one. Beautiful use of the Stone Slammer, just continuing the push through, narrowing out what we need for the Dragons to find their way into the core of the base, but also providing that tank for the scatter shot initially. And it packs a little bit extra power with that Dragon working through a little bit time consuming, getting it taken down. We are going to lose out to that Dragon, but it does manage to give pretty much everything that it needs so far moving forward, with the King taking the lead for that Royal Champion. this is looking fairly good, but he's got to keep these dragons and drag riders alive here. He is yet to use this Warden ability, but this is a good spot because we're coming in on the multi, the Queen, and that Warden Tower, so we really want to get through, keep them alive, especially with the scatter shot firing away.
And Vale as well, finding that one tornado trap with one loon as well on the 8 o'clock side, definitely gave his composition a nice quick path into this north side, and still going on forward, looking very good so far. And it just seems to be extremely tough for MENA to defend any more of this attack. Just of course finishing up that AD and that scatter shot would do absolute wonders here, and the RC is going to be coming in to do just that, using the invisibility spell as well, just to help these units stay alive, but also at the same time just making sure to keep them alive enough to not basically not clean up this attack, but just to make sure to have enough DPS to finish off all these structures, which he will do, of course he will. 40 seconds left, as now everything's going to be done left, right, and center. Aita going to be very pleased about that, adding another triple to the name, and it means a lot more pressure here for Bad Singer because they are still a couple of stars behind.
Yeah, ATN is definitely running solid today, and I don't know, that's making me second guess my prediction for their second matchup.
Yeah, you didn't predict
now.
him earlier. Yeah, I was going to say.
But they are certainly bringing the fire where they need to. And I think, you know, when you're looking at the, you know, the leaderboard that we had with Badzinger on top, this would be the matchup that they want to bring the fire. We'll have to see if they're able to continue that. They still need to keep it going. It's not over yet for Badzinger because we still have a few more attacks left to go from them. And Rakirez, one of my favorite Lalo attackers to watch, has been absolutely solid as of late. Let's see if he can continue forward because that is what Badzinger needs right now. Blizzard coming in to start shaping up the funnel here. We want to see that single go down. We want to see, well, I would say we would want to see that single go down. It's not going to go down. It's right on there on the outskirts to pick off, but taking down that defending AQ. And if we can get that CC lure taken down, that is also huge value within it. So we do get the majority of the CC coming out, final pull coming in, and we can easily pick it off and also make our way to take down the single targeting Inferno here as well.
He took out so much of that defense from the 8 o'clock position. And also, I love how they're still using these haste spells to get some of these loons across to snipe some of his defenses. And, you know, it's pretty much a rocket loon anyway, in that retrospect, if you see it like that anyway. But the Queen now just starting off in that 9 o'clock position, taking down that Lava Hound. But it's fine, she won't have too much to deal with momentarily. But it's still that haste spell at the very beginning is just a nice little addition. Of course, using that poison spell as well, just to speed things up for the Queen here. And she's now just going to head straight across it. So already a lovely start here from the team of Badzinger.
And he's got one extra invisibility spell that he can actually invest coming through for this hero push. Could be nice to use if he needs for the Queen, if she takes on a little bit too much damage. But if she doesn't need it, he can get even more value out of the Royal Champion possibly from it. We're seeing that, that invisibility spell come into play quite a bit these days, and if you don't actually need it, you can even use it for the loons on the back end. Queen's in a good spot to take down this town hall, so it will not need to be used there. And the Royal Champ actually coming through with the Lalo push is going to provide a lot of support here as well. Look at that timing on the Warden ability. We see a lot of these coming in early, and the reason we do that is when we have the outlying heroes like this, we want to ensure that we get the headhunters clipped off on it, but it also helps power the loons through. So perfect timing on that. And he has a beautiful path in. Just have to worry a little bit about that multi in the core of the base, but the Royal Champ's got it covered. Looking good.
Yeah, certainly has done indeed. Sadly, those few loons in the center didn't take out everything in terms of the defense because of that tornado trap. But like I said, the RC already coming in hot, so it should be perfectly fine here. 30 seconds there, plenty of loons. Still got a couple of heroes left standing as well, and it's going to be a nice, clean cut triple. This is going to be potentially a chance for Badzinger now to come back, and at least it gives them a bit of leeway here. I think that's the most important thing for Badzinger, as you know, we've had a very, very shaky start. I kind of feel like they need to win on stars at this point, but can they though, considering the start they've had with the 72 and 89% 2 stars? But it will hit their first triple here in their third attack. I'm very happy for them because it's gone a bit pear-shaped since the start of this war.
Yeah, but Rakira's coming in true form, and this is one of the reasons why he is one of my favorite Lalo attackers. We saw the Sui Lalo standings were actually pretty high. They were in like 70% range, I think, overall. They had a huge success rate. I am surprised we're not seeing ATN do more of those, honestly, more Lalo, considering the success rate is so high. But again, it's very base specific what they're going on. As you can see from the stats here, Badzinker with a bit of a struggle. Again, it's not over yet. The percentages are a little bit lower, but that 89 not too far off from what we saw coming in from, I believe, was it Yo-Yo or Vala? And
yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, but 172% I think is going to be the biggest issue. If they can hold a solid defense, we could potentially see Badzinger turn this one back around.
Yeah, it's just very tough to call, isn't it? But the fact that 72% 2-star, that's going to hinder them massively. That's all, we have to say about that. There's not really too much to discuss or dissect. I think they do feel like now that it have to come to stars unless someone from ATN does a really bad push in some way, or maybe, like you said, they do have an attack or composition which is very specific, but it doesn't go well for them in the end. But it's not in ATN's character, is it, to do something like that? Okay, last week we did see it a couple of times, but I think that might have been a little bit of a blip since then. But we'll see how things kick off this time around with the P.E.K.K.A Smash. We've already got the Warden coming out just to... it's going to be a slow start, but of course with the range, it's going to help him massively to take out a lot of his defenses here, just working in that Eagle artillery compartment.
Yeah, I think they would probably need about 69% 2-star on defense to ensure that, which is a pretty tall order on that one. But let's see what Boom has in store as he comes in with the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash. This is one of the most highly used ground strategies that we have so far. But not only coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash, he's got the bats to come along with it. So we're looking to ensure that there isn't too much splash damage on the back end where we're bringing in the bats. And it looks like that northern side of the base could be the spot to go in and help work around. But the Warden clearing out some nice passage, taking down the Eagle artillery, and we can start seeing this shape up. We're going to get that direct straight lead towards the town hall, and opts to bring in the blimp to sail through, take that on, ensure that he gets the straight push through towards the back end of the base.
Yeah, good use of his ice columns as well, just getting as much value as possible for these P.E.K.K.A to not take too much damage along the way. Already breezing straight into the center. Great funnel as well, and this is where things are going to get a little bit hectic here, especially that blimp. Keep an eye on that as it heads towards the town hall. Good use of the haste belt as well to help these loons push into the south side to take out a lot of these defenses, which is giving some of these units a little bit of trouble along the way. But good use of the freeze spells as well, as the blimp is just still heading on towards the town hall. Will be able to make it perfectly fine, as it actually barely took any damage along the way. So again, great paving there from Boom.
Yeah, I'm just watching as that town hall goes down. Just keeping an eye, make sure that the sneaky goblins get it done. Now, we can see we've lost a lot here on the back end, but we still have the Queen alive working with the P.E.K.K.A so they can take on the scatter shot, that one bigger item distraction that needs to be there or taken down, that obstacle, so the bats can work through, because we still have the wizard tower to worry about, and we need all of these freezes invested, only 2 freezes to ensure they can get that taken on. But I think the biggest problem here is going to be getting through some of the remainder of the defenses. We still have a multi that never went down in the core, so that is going to absolutely obliterate the bats, and the Queen's no longer here for support. So this really has unfortunately gone a bit belly up for Boom. The percent will be high. Is it going to be as high as they need it to be? We said a 69% 2-star was the defense that Badzinger needed, and they just managed to edge it up a little bit higher to hold the lead. 71% gives them that 1% lead, I think, is what it's going to be at this point if Badzinger come in with a triple.
Yeah, because from the top of my head, they had 91, didn't they? So, of course, 70% or more would be either tied or above, which is perfectly fine. But you even saw from the back straight away as well, the fact that you got the Tesla farm and the Wizard Tower there, they weren't really going to get much further, which is a bit of a pain for them. It's a shame that was the last bits and pieces which was alive, but we're talking about how, it's looking highly unlikely in terms of the chances coming back in this matchup. But, my God, were we wrong, weren't we? After Boom's sad, failed attack there, I don't think any of us expected to be that low in terms of percentage coming in, because he had a very good start, just went a bit peaked on along the way, which we can discuss a little bit later on. But Avatar's going to be coming out for Badzinger. He's going to be you know, definitely not deflated as he was earlier on, considering the start that Bansinger had. But this is going to be an incredible way to bring this back. If he gets the triple, especially, and if you're going to give Bansinger even more leeway, pushing on forward, is coming up with a race spell now for the Queen as he enters that scanner shot compartment. The King has also come in to clean up our structures along the outside to hold that funnel. So really looking very good. I love how he's trying to cheekily use a couple of those lanes to push into the north compartment as much as possible, making that race spell work. Obviously, didn't really get anything out of it, doesn't find any traps, but in the day, you know, it's just giving himself some insurance and some comfort later on. So we'll have to see what happens here, but already Queen off to a good start.
Yeah, the Queen with a lot of damage coming in on her, but he handles her well. King ensuring that he clears out a nice path, but we bypass the Town Hall. We do have the jump, so let's see if we're going to force her along since we are bringing in the Royal Champ to help clear out the Eagle compartment. Yes, we are, and this is a really nice position of the jump because it gives the Queen access to the multi-targeting Inferno, to the Air Sweeper, but also getting into that Town Hall compartment. She can really pick up a lot here, so rather than just ensuring that she gets into the Town Hall, works her through the core of the base to pick up more and shape up a much easier path for this Lalo. Now, Royal Champ struggled, look at this, but she does manage to get down the Eagle. I think Avatar was a little bit worried, so sent in a couple of balloons, but it's a good position because we've got some Teslas that crop up over there. This is looking pretty good, but the Queen still needs to survive this, and she's already burned through the ability and manages to die out before getting the Town Hall down. Avatar has the blip, so he switches over from the Stone Slammer to this to ensure that the Town Hall does indeed go down and they don't miss out on the opportunity of losing too much ground.
Yeah, and he's just used his haste spell as well, but if you already look, most units have already been taken down, but it looks like the Scatter Shot actually took down those last couple of loons, which means this Scatter Shot will stay alive. As the haste spell position was fine, but the problem was the loons just did not have enough HP as the Town Hall. Okay, phew, that does get taken down, but it's all going to be about percentage here, considering, because let's be honest, it's not going to be the best, considering they were given a lot of leeway from Boom's last attack, and it's going to be a really, really tough time here for Avatar. It's going to try and continue to get the best percentage possible, try and take down everything there in that next compartment. Has a little bit of time to do so, but what we've seen so far, it's going to be a mid-70s, at a push late 70s, but even then, no, it's tough to call.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because that Queen really could have used her ability in the core of the base. You know, you want to try and hold on to that ability as long as possible, not having to force it early. She took on a lot of damage from the start of this raid. It was a lot of heavy just impact being thrown at her. Had she had the ability a little bit further through here, this could have helped out quite a bit. And you can see turning this into an 82%, having to invest the, you know, the CC troops, the blimp, that would have been the Stone Slammer to cut that path, really just changed up the shape of what we're seeing here. That could have easily have been a 3-star from Avatar, but now ATN sit a bit more comfortably at this point after that defense.
Yeah, they really are, sadly. But now the 18 just need a decent 2-star, and MENA should be able to solidify their victory. If they get a triple win, of course, yeah, they've pretty much done. They've whitewashed it, and it's going to be another W to their name, and maybe even get to the top spot of the leaderboard. We'll have to see, considering Bansinger now coming up 3-1. But now it's both teams' final attacks. Bansinger currently 1 star behind, and sadly for them, the only way they can come back from this is Mask puts on a poor performance of a bad 2-star, maybe a 1-star depending on circumstances, or it's going to be literally curtains for them here. But we'll see how things go. Already coming with the Blim now to take out everything in terms of that compartment for the defense. It's already looking pretty bad here for Bansinger already.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, safe 2-star, and this is GG. So nice Blizzard in here. From the start, just clearing out the entire compartment. We've got the King to still worry about, which he's been a pretty good air defense. We'll see if that comes into play later in this one, but definitely clearing out exactly what he needed out of that compartment and able to set the Queen on a nice path leading to the Town Hall. And we just need to force her along a little bit further through into this base as well. We've got the 2 super wall breakers to ensure that happens, but I'm curious because he's not set this up yet. We do have the archer down below that's trying to help keep this moving along. And here comes the wall break, actually in a really good corner compartment to take down that Town Hall and reach the multi as well.
Great funnel already, just making sure the Queen does take down the Town Hall. Got to deal with a lot of DPS there, so perfectly understandable for that raid spell. And she's actually still in range of it here, and they've just come out of it now, but still they're just doing a lot of damage across the board. Goes into the next compartment, which means she will avoid that poison from the Town Hall, which is obviously looking very good. Still making sure to take down the Expo, but even then, the RC and the King just doing absolute work on the south side. And look how they're just coming in sync, just bait and switching, just literally helping each other push on forward. The RC is still doing a huge amount of work and hasn't even popped her ability yet, but may have to now, but instead uses the invisibility spell literally at the very last moment here, B.
This is such a clean, solid approach at this base. And again, the one consistent thing that we're seeing here with a lot of these successful attacks is huge support from the heroes, but these narrowed out path of the drag riders, and you can see how well this comes into play here because they're using their power along together. It helps them work through those defenses a lot faster and more consecutively, strong. The King, I am impressed that is still going through this base, cutting through those walls, and the Queen here to really help out, but he's got every single drag rider that he started with. And, we've talked about the standing of where drag riders are at this point after the update. ATN has definitely found the right combination to use them with amazing success. So they have just sealed the deal for them for their win against Badzinger today, and that is going to actually tie them up on the leaderboard.
And it will do. They have solidified their win there after that 3-star. We said we needed a poor 2-star or 1-star from Master to give Badzinger any kind of chance in this matchup, but no, Masters basically just shot it down just like that. But I will say, great calculated use of the RC, and even then, they took out like what 55% of the base already. So the rest of the pack didn't really have to do much in here. They only lost one Dragon Rider. Got so much value across the board, and especially with his heroes at the very beginning. Just good coordination with his heroes as well. But Dima is going to be the final attacker here for Badzinger. Like we've already mentioned, they've already lost this matchup, but it's all about those stars, because if it does come to a point where it is a tiebreaker during the final play to try and qualify for the top 4, then at least he's going to know he's done everything he can in order to make this work. So the Queen now just coming into that south compartment to take that Net Eagle artillery, and we'll find a couple of Teslas and the Inferno Tower in the meantime. But yeah, nice little quick start here from Dima.
It is, and the Queen working away. He's got to be right on top of these rages because, again, we see a lot of damage in this compartment, especially as she's going to make her way towards the defending BK, and additional ground bows coming at her. Drops in the Headhunter just to alleviate some of the pressure against the defending King, and that gives the Queen exactly what she needs to continue on. We want to see these Queens survive. We want to see them helping move along for the Drag Riders to ensure the success of them, and so far, Dima has really carried through with this one.
He really has done. Here comes the Loons and the Dragon Riders in the Warden coming out from that 4 o'clock position. Queen still alive and making full use. It looks like she's barely moved, but you know what? She's taken out so much of the defenses here that Demon's going to be pretty happy so far. But let's see how much value the Dragon Riders get later on. As another rage spell has been dropped on the Queen, but it looks like she has had to pop her ability. Just been way, way too much for her to handle. But the King has come out from the 9 o'clock side just to make a start on that cleanup duty here to take out all the strategies on the outside. But look at this, still heading towards the Town Hall here, especially with that invisibility spell. Does take down that Town Hall, still got a little bit left, and still got a few Dragon Riders to work with here, but still looking pretty good. Just depends on the outcome towards the end. And so I just saw another Dragon Rider get taken down in that north compartment.
Ooh, and the final one going down through the poison bomb. So that hurts a little bit because we still need to make our way up north to finish off this base. King still has his ability to get through the scattershot compartment and help support the Queen. But the biggest problem is going to be time in getting up and over. Now, we do have the Unicorn. Unicorn was brought in to help the Royal Champion out. Oh, is it even going to survive to help the Queen? She still has the healers alive. Unicorn is actually going to help out the King. But again, lethal. Time is the biggest issue here for Dima in getting this one done. 22 seconds on the clock, and there is no way that Queen is going to get up to the north side of the base and take everything down. But a really nice try at turning around this war from Badzinger. We saw some great solid defenses, and I think the start of the war was just a bit unfortunate for them. And, I hope it wasn't something that set the tone for this, because they need to get back in this. They've got another matchup today, but ATN certainly actually sailing above them now, I believe, in the leaderboards after this first match.
They certainly have done here, B. 13 stars to 11 here, and as you can see, 6.2% difference between the two in terms of average attack. It's just, for Bansinger, it wasn't the best of start, 72% 2-star to kick things off, but there was a few elements and flair here and there on the server when they were trying to bring that back. But, and again, it's more about these base builds, because some of these defenses here, B, the defense have been absolutely brutal, and the wide variety of composition we've seen so far, you even said it yourself and stuff about ATN have been a lot more focused in terms of the composition for certain base builds, and even then though it's been a little bit of a struggle because we haven't seen one perfect war over the last few playdays compared to last season where we saw at least 3 or 4 over each playday. But that's already technically the first match already done and dusted. It's Judo. It's going to be jumping back in the hot seat here for our next matchup. So don't go anywhere as we'll be back in just a few moments. Hello Kingpin and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We know you attempted to qualify in both planes back in spring, but didn't really have much luck. This time around though, you qualified through the winner's side of the second planes this season. How relieved are you to make it this far?
Yeah, so we are really happy to have made it, and it was not easy because we tried, as you said, we tried twice in the spring one, but we didn't make it. So this time we did win our 2 matches. So we are really happy with our performance, and we hope to do as good as we have done until now, also in the challenger phase.
Now, it's been quite a few months since the planes back in spring up to now. Was there anything in terms of your team's gameplay? Did you make any drastic improvements, or was there something which was getting in the way of being able to qualify last season?
Yeah, so we did make a few changes in our roster because we dropped 2 players and we got another 2. Which one is Milanello? He played for Nichan Dance. And the other one is Sammy, who played for Aphelion Esport. And yeah, we did these 2 changes and we played really well with them.
That's amazing. So with those 2 players, what did they bring to the table for your team in terms of the attacks, the base builds and their plan of action?
Yeah, I think these 2 players helped us a lot because they mainly use spam strategies. They always do plans very quickly, and so they give us the time to plan better and to execute better also.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We have kicked off to an amazing start today so far. Lots of action, lots of defenses, and we've got more to come. I'm Lady B, and I'm joined back by Judo. Judo, what are you most excited about seeing today with Time to Throw versus Rest?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Time to Throw in action. A little bit disappointed on that first matchup, but I think this is a huge battle because GH Rest really need to win this one, in my opinion. They've been a little bit unfortunate on some of their previous wars, but you see the lineup exactly the same for Time to Throw: Fluxy, Demo, ND, LP, and Elec. And they are doing pretty well. They were at the top of the leaderboard, but unfortunately, with not being able to play the first matchup today, it has impacted their hit rate. As you can see, that drops down dramatically in terms of, well, basically having 5 failed attacks essentially added to that mix.
Yeah, we see these stats just a little bit lower than we would expect to see them compared, but we do know that they have had reasonable defense, they have had great hit rates, and their average damage has been up there with the rest through the attacks that they have done. And, it's a little bit of a slip up that they're getting pushed down slightly. We're going to see if they can recover today, but they're going up against GH Rest. GH Rest had a lot of steam during their play in the World Championship qualifiers. We've seen a little bit of ups and downs from them, but I'm curious to see if they're going to keep regaining some confidence. But look at this, Judo. We're seeing actually the hit rates and the defenses matching up a little bit closer for now.
Yeah, for now they certainly are, and I think GH Rest have just had a little bit of misfortune. The very first matchup they played with Carnage, they didn't get the highest of average damage, but following that, they were well into the 90s, 94 and 95% across their other 2 wars, just falling short of the 3 stars in many attacks. However, I keep recalling the interview we had with Entropy after they did beat them, and they said every single one of their bases were baited. Their defense was incredible, and they were praising GH Rest. So with a little bit more time to prepare moving into this second week, I wonder if GH Rest have got a lot more bases like that up their sleeve.
I think that's certainly something they're going to need. The other thing that I've noticed a little bit, and I'm curious your thoughts on this, GH Rest was doing really well before the update. The Drag Riders seem to be their choice, their go-to attack strategy. So it seems like there's been a little bit of difficulty kind of just getting used to the new meta for them. I think once they find that groove, in my opinion, they will actually settle in place nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I agree, because they did look pretty dominant in the play-ins. However, moving into here, they've struggled a little bit more. So fingers crossed they will get into a groove. I'm sure this week will give us a much better picture as to how they are faring. But this attack so far looking good, Lady B, with the Yeti Blimp, no rage invested, clearing out that entire little compartment.
Yeah, getting the CC Lord, taking down one of the 3 Infernos, which is going to help navigate what the Queen needs to carry through on her path a little bit deeper inside this base. Now, because we're bringing in the Lalo, typically we want to try and find ways to get deeper into the core, eliminate that damage zone, but we also have to be mindful of the pathing to the Town Hall. Not to say that we don't see Lalos going into the Town Hall, but ideally, if you can pick it up, get the full value that you need, that's always where you want to go. And I think the King can be a nice shout for that as well, possibly.
Yeah, it definitely could be. We've got the first section of the attack working pretty well. Interesting to send in the balloons towards that air defense to try and pick that off, because it is going to hit the healers. So I wonder if he wanted the Queen to walk into that little compartment. but recognized and had to send in the balloons in order to fix that, because if it starts picking off those healers, particularly you see the jump spell in the army composition, he's trying to get right into the core there with the queen.
He is. Though, you know, we do have to worry about the town hall with the king bringing in the ward judo. This is what I like to see. This is the quad hero dive coming in. This is what I've at least called it, because I don't know what else to call it when we bring in the warden on ground to support the king and the royal champion. Now look at the jump position. We weave her into the center of the base, but we also get the access to the town hall compartment. So he has to be very patient and rely that the queen gets us taken down, but he is not being so patient. He gets a Lalo going, knowing that the queen, or just assuming that she's going to be able to get it done, because he still has the ability to hold on to.
That is the saving grace, but that multi-target Inferno burning through the healers. Thankfully, she does get to the Town Hall, can use that ability, can be assured it goes down. But I think he sent the Lalo because time was ticking, and he knows he has to get through this queen. Oh, she misses the multi, though, which is going to be the end of this attack. His final chance of this was if the multi had gone down. It's really not that far away.
He really wasn't. And, you know, had the royal champ come in maybe a little bit towards the inlying edge of that, there could have been a little bit more support provided for the queen, for the Lalo. A really fun way to start this. This is one of my favorite attack strategies to actually see, because you have to really rely on your heroes to get the job done, and it's just providing availability of cleanup for the loon portion of this raid. But at the end of the day, not quite enough to get the job done. A 90% isn't a terrible spot to be in, but I'm sure GH Rest is pretty happy to start off with a defense.
I think they will be, given the hit rates that we've seen earlier and the average destruction. GH Rest, most of the time above that. They have struggled, like we mentioned, to actually, you know, put the nail in the coffin and actually finish the attack off, get the 3 stars right towards the end. And that's where they need to take a defense like this, but actually capitalize on it as well. And let's find out if they can do that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But you know, what would you say, in your opinion, would help renavigate that pathing and just get that extra 10% on the board needed?
Oh, I think it was tough to say, because it seemed like everything went to plan. I'd have to see the Archer Queen again at the start and whether he could have held on to some of those balloons, maybe, because, well, I guess the Archer Queen probably still wouldn't have got the multi-target Inferno anyway, but maybe he did lose a healer or so. I'm not too sure. I'd have to rewatch the entire thing back. Not dwelling on it too much, though, we have Joker using the invisibility spell in order to take less funneling troops. You could see that precisely appeared to be going to plan, and sometimes that's a really good method. So you're not investing as many troops, you just use that one spell, send the queen where you want her to go.
Ooh, and queen going exactly where he wants her to go, right up towards that town hall. Has to still take down the cannon, so really cleaning this up nicely. Will take down the air defense storage as well. So a lot of patience in this so far, and I like what we're seeing here with a lot of these queen charges into the town hall. We're seeing paths that kind of wrap around the town hall, weave their way in, just very contrived to come through, but all really just ensuring that you go step by step along the way, and it makes it a little bit more easier to predict the pathing that she goes, rather than going straight into an open compartment.
Couple of nice freeze spells there. The first one to get the defending Archer Queen, and then the second to slow down these super minions and keep them inside the poison in the center of the base. You see the slow deployment of the Headhunter as well, just trying to help the Archer Queen through, speed this attack up, because we've hit the 1 minute 30. This is the deadline, I would say, for the hybrid. We do typically see it in the 130 to 145 remaining. So knows he's got to get that moving, but you see the healers attracting fire from the multi-target in the center as well, Lady B.
Yeah, those healers are absolutely roasted, which means the queen is going to struggle to carry on her job of cleanup here, but she still has her ability intact, so that's going to help out quite a bit trying to get through the multi. And I would say at this point, that is the biggest thing we'd like to see her take down. Getting through to do some distraction for the scatter would be great, but not necessary. If you can keep her alive, pick off that multi, that is huge for these miners, especially on the back end once they are thinned out.
it really works well having the siege barracks with the hog riders from it then delayed in towards the multi-target inferno. I'm sure you've seen just how valuable that was, and that is a huge benefit to using siege barracks on the outside, not just for funneling, but for that little move as well, because it is going to mean that GH Rest get an early advantage in this one. They do capitalize on the defense with a brilliant 3-star, taking an early lead.
This is a great follow-up for GH Rest off of that defense, and a great way just to instill some fear into time to throw going into this match. That's one of those psychological games that we like to call, you know, coming in strong from the start really puts the pressure on and could cause a little bit of demotivation. But if a team is going to turn it around, I think time to throw would be the one to do it, considering they've been up there on the ranks. They held strong in the first play-ins, taking the #1 spot, and we saw them claw their way up from number 8 last week, all the way up to number 2 this week.
Yeah, and I think, like what you said, with the psychological side of things, you could see how time to throw would come into this match with a huge amount of confidence. #1 seed right at the top, GH Rest struggling a little bit, but just getting to know early on that this war is not going to be easy for them. Now, we do have the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, but with 5 bat spells for the back end of the base, something that we don't always see, Lady B.
We actually did get to see this a little bit earlier today from ATM, but you're right, it's not something that's very common, and you really need to get some great value out of this, but you also need to limit as much of the splash damage as possible. I'm looking to see what he has for the freeze composition. He's got 3 freezes that he can use, and he could even bring in an Ice Golem or the Royal Champion for some distraction as well, depending on what's there and how he can coordinate it. But I am surprised to actually see him starting off from the Town Hall. This is also something that we don't actually get to see with our Super P.E.K.K.A. Smashes. We typically leave this towards the end of the raid with the navigation of the path.
Yeah, and particularly with that Battle Blimp selected, I thought he was going to cut across. So let's find... Oh, yeah, absolutely. There is going to be the method. I thought for a moment there he was going all the way through for the Town Hall, but is going to send that Blimp in so that he can just get the Warden ability, hopefully catching the P.E.K.K.A.s there as well, which he does alongside the Rage spell. And as long as the King can bust out this right-hand side, Royal Champion also coming in, that will help the P.E.K.K.A. move through the center of the base nicely.
Yep, and the Town Hall just watching that bar, but does it go down? It does not actually go down. He's not able to secure those battle builders, just a race against the Sneaky Goblins, so the bats have to come in to take this on, Judo. This is really going to throw Demolisher off. Demo's going to have a bit of a struggle here to try and recover this one.
Oh, are the 3 free spells going to be enough? Now, remember, the spells do work against the builders. It looks like they're destroyed anyway, but is he going to have enough? Because the bats don't do much damage to the Town Hall, but it's just enough. Oh, my word. Really just enough value. He held onto the baby dragon to potentially use that as well, but had to invest all of the bat spells. There was nothing else he could do there, but totally worth it to get that Town Hall.
Yeah, and you know, while we're focused on that, we can see how everything absolutely fizzled out. Didn't even make it through into the core of the base. That multi still stands. So the pathing not quite where he needed that to go. And this is going to be a pretty low percentage coming in for time to throw. GH Rest definitely showing huge improvement defensively there, though. I think some of this a little bit more on the player side, a little bit of that combination here.
Yeah, definitely. But in terms of starting this matchup, GH Rest could not have asked to be in a better position right now. They were to 3-star. Just think of the advantage they have. You could argue a 3-star lead given the percentage difference. So it could mean that time to throw have to go perfect from this point on if they wanted to get the victory.
Yeah, they definitely need to have brought some solid defenses today, but it seems that so far GH Rest has been on their A game, though we've only seen 1 attack from them. But when we combine those defenses, they came in raring to go and trying to knock out one of the big boys, and it seems that they're getting pretty close to mission accomplished there. If they wanted to throw in that psychological factor, they definitely have done so now at this point.
I mean, I would argue, you know, they took down Entropy Gaming. You and I know how good GHRest are, but I think, like you said, from a player perspective, if you can just put up that psychological element already from the off, then it's going to be helpful, particularly as they move forward to play the other teams as well. Just having more victories on the board and somebody else that you've been able to take down means that you're not going to be underestimated moving forward. But we are going to get to see a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack, first one of this war.
Ooh. So we're seeing actually many more of these than I expected to see. Our stats show that they were the most used attack strategy, though it didn't have the best % hit rate out of the mix, Sui Lalo, and even the Queen Charge Hybrid being a little bit higher on accuracy. We've seen some fizzle out here and there with this particular strategy, but we also have seen the success of it that ATN has shown, and really that is narrowing out as much of the path for the Drag Riders as possible. And, you know, I keep mentioning it. It's the support of the heroes that's really integral. So you need to keep this Queen alive. You can't have any mess ups with her. You can't lose her out too early. We want to hold on to this ability. So he needs to keep her going strong and try and keep as much focus as possible. But what I do like is the use of the King on the north side of the base, eliminating the Eagle, so we won't have that continuous damage firing away.
Yeah, I quite like the deployment of the Coco Loons there as well, doing a nice job to the west and north area of your screen, and also making sure to be multitasking. Spells used on the Queen, Royal Champion deployed up to the north. You can see this all shaping together quite nicely, and with a jump spell for the Archer Queen, presumably for the Town Hall. There's not a huge amount for the Dragon Riders. As long as he can get that RC down, looks pretty good.
It is looking pretty good, but you know, we talked about the thinned out pathing, not as wide, and we don't really see this. We do have a lot of wide push here, but defensively, it is narrowed out. We have to see how far these Drag Riders can go with the Warden ability slightly delayed here as it pushes through the core. He's in a good spot, but the Queen needs to carry on, take down that Town Hall so she can rely on the Dragon Riders helping out just a little bit more on those defenses. As far as time goes, he's actually in a pretty solid spot here with 55 seconds left remaining for the cleanup and a great spread on his minions here. It looks, I might have to eat my words on this one, it looks like they have been able to start coming back around into the strategy they've relied mostly on and finding the ways to adjust.
Certainly looks that way, and the Queen standing in that little pocket really was beautiful. She was in the channel in between both compartments, kept her out of the poison while she was taking out the buildings. Very nicely planned there. And you see all of the red air bombs actually up by the dark elixir storage, trying to bait a charge into that area. Not happening on this one. What an advantage now to GHRest.
This is huge for them. This is a GHRest that we want to see coming into this. This is a GHRest that I remember heading into the World Championship qualifiers. So kudos to them trying to, you know, take the time from last week going into this week, building up the defense even stronger and working offensively to take down time to throw like this today. The second in the leaderboards when we started off this week is going to be a huge accomplishment for them working forward in the weeks to come.
Well, let's see if their defenses continue to hold, because it is time to throw. That will be attacking next. And I think, you know, for GHRest, they just have to keep their cool and I guess not expect that victory here and just fully focus on continuing to put the stars on the board, because I guess it could be easy to start getting into or getting yourself lured into the trap of becoming a sloppy, if you will, and losing that focus. I think they have to assure they keep themselves moving here.
Yeah, they definitely will need to, but you know, they've got the momentum built up, and I think they'll be in a pretty good position to actually do that.
Yeah, I would agree, and I'll be interested to see if they continue with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders now, because like you said, back in the plains, we did see that they were using that quite a lot, and we had a lot of mixture in strategies, but maybe with their decrease, their nerf in terms of that distance, perhaps we've seen GHRest just considering exactly how they want to use them, and it's exactly what we're going to see from Fluxy of Time to Throw. I remember his I think it was his Super Pekka Smash that he did last week, where he just ripped apart the base convincingly. Always a player which is enjoyable to watch. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me too. Fluxy, an absolute beast attacker. And sometimes he just surprises us and throws random stuff into the mix. Not looking like it today with a Queen Charge Drag Rider, but let's see if he can carry through and try and turn things around for time to throw. Blimp actually sailing across simultaneously with his path to the Queen to eliminate the single targeting Inferno right there. It's a good shout and gets the CC lure at the same time. Some double duty action here. Yeti is struggling a little bit, but we do want to see that single go down because we don't want the Queen to get roasted on this charge, but it does not judo.
Just as you finished saying that, the Yeti might finish jumping across and missed it. Thankfully, he got the eagle because it's looking like that wasn't going to fall either. Sends the Royal Champion in, and potentially he can get the Seeking Shield there. Maybe even turn the Scatter and the Expo invisible, but even the shield wouldn't take down the single now. So he's just trying to get a Dragon Rider in quick enough so he can path the RC to it, and that should work, where he can thereby use the invisibility for the Royal Champion. So not quite the pathing he would have wanted, but at least he has been able to fix having that little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and he handled this great. The multitasking needed to keep that going through, especially with the timing of this, so that the drag riders work alongside the Royal Champion, gets as much value. The Queen is also supported, taking a little less damage from the defenses. Works out beautifully. We do see that 2 drag riders have survived the King, forcing along, and those final freezes used for the scatter shot. The Queen really can handle her own now at this point. It didn't matter if the drag rider survived or not, the Queen would have it handled. So kudos to Fluxy for a great turnaround on that.
Dragon Riders were nerfed? What? How did he do that? Wow. It always impresses me when something doesn't go quite to plan. Maybe he wasn't fully expecting to take down that area and he planned the Royal Champion to send in as it was. But either way, just knowing the single doesn't go down, have that, even if you have the plan in your head, knowing that it doesn't quite happen and you have to then execute on that and switch things on the fly, it just makes it ever more difficult. So you've got to take your hat off to him. What a 3-star keeps them in the game.
Yeah, and I would have thought, what about if he had invested a Rage? Would that have been a bit of a waste on that end, knowing that we typically use them for the Queen charges, but that Queen had so much power left over? Do you think that would have made a difference?
I think it's really tough to say because the Royal Champion, I believe he would have sent in with the Dragon Riders anyway. So I think it was more an adjustment of where he sent the Royal Champion in and the ability to multitask his focus, because that's a big thing that we don't always mention. Even though it went well, he had to make sure he was concentrating on that Royal Champion and the spells as well. But even with that 3-star, GH Rest looking very strong, and if they 3-star here, then it just gets them ever so closer to that victory and the finish line in this war. Starting with the Grand Warden walk towards the scatter shot. Where's he going to jump in from here? Is he going to be rotating around to the north by the looks of it and the log launcher in there? Always gets me a little bit nervous towards the town hall from the opposite side, but I know that these players have it in hand.
Especially as they inch closer to that bottom side of the base. And we know that the log launcher needs to come in to get the most amount of value from the opposite side of the town hall, as far as you can go, just maximizing the use of those logs to open up the walls. And I like the drop of the Queen. That actually helps set this along. She provides additional support and power for the Warden to quickly work through and speed this up. And with these Super Pekka Smashes, time is always of the essence. We've got the healers coming in, but we need to see the transfer over. So those Pekkas need to start taking the lead here and get ready to cut through the core of the base.
Oh, come on, Log Launcher, open that base up and get the Pekka moving across. Like you said, they need to get ahead of the other troops. The Super Wizards, very vulnerable at this stage, and the King actually punches into the core to help out. Looks like the healers are still on the Pekka at the moment. With the Royal Champion on the left-hand side, it's working okay here, but it's definitely a little bit nerve-wracking getting towards that town hall, freezing it up, trying to keep the force moving through to it, and let's hope they can get onto that to take it out pretty quick.
Oh, and with those leveled up Yetis coming into the mix, certainly providing extra power, but it's the Tesla farm now that we have to worry about. And because the Royal Champion has burned through the ability, nothing actually went over to that multi-side, to the Tesla side, which is a bit unfortunate. The Royal Champ is not going to be able to be there now to support it.
Very unfortunate not to get that multi, because not only was it attacking them initially, but even as they moved into the town hall compartment, it was continuing to beam away. And sometimes, or at least I fall into the trap sometimes, of thinking the single target infernos are the worst against the P.E.K.K.A, but the multi can deal just as much damage when you think there's 6 beams, and over time it can really start to wipe them out. So a little bit of hope. They have time to throw, but they do have to continue putting the pressure back on themselves, because they're still at a disadvantage on percentage as well.
They certainly are, but this has got to be encouraging for them. And, you know, seeing that first slip up coming in from Rest sets them in a good spot to try and build that confidence to turn things back around. It's just that small indication that, you know what, remember, it ain't over yet. Don't give up. And you know, that's, I think, the hardest thing once you get towards the tail end of the war and it feels like, you know, the cards are stacked against you, to try and keep that energy, that hype going.
Particularly within the team, isn't it? Because typically we know all of these players are on voice. They're making sure to spot each other during the attacks as well. So just having that feel-good factor between the team and that morale, like you said, has got to be important, particularly if you get into a tight matchup towards the end. Let's say the next attack doesn't go as well, time to throw, end up getting their 3-star here. It could really put some nerves back in GH Rest, thinking about the momentum swing. But starting off on this one, ND using the Lava Loon, which we did get to see him use last week. Lightning spells behind the Town Hall, which just helps alleviate a lot of damage as the Battle Blimp moves in. Actually takes out the Headhunter as it goes down with its crash damage, so that was pretty nice.
Absolutely, and he even has another lightning spell invested over that I assume he probably would have, there we go, right there for the CC troops, but he doesn't get the Headhunter, so the Queen, is going to suffer, manages to get it quickly without having to burn through the ability. Got me a little bit worried on that one.
Yeah, particularly those Headhunters, they can really get your heroes down pretty quick, can't they? And with no healers for the Queen, he needs to assure she gets the value. Part of that value is obviously the Clan Castle troops, so that is dealt with. But it looks like he's trying to dive in towards the multi-target Inferno and the defending Royal Champion here.
Yep, and the Queen already, we can see the sectioned off funnel of this, perfect. She can pick up a little bit more along the outskirts, King, ensuring that she paths through. But this is going to have to be really beating through walls if she doesn't follow suit with the King. It looks like she has her eyes set towards that defending RC, but we would love to see the multi-targeting Inferno go down. As many of these multis that we can get down as possible, the better. And that plan to get into the core of the base is going to be critical here to eliminate the entire damage zone.
I thought we might have seen the Royal Champion down in that area as well, but actually the Queen just about gets the multi, and the King will be able to get the Eagle, so the RC really isn't needed down the bottom of the base. The Lalo swiftly moving in from the top and freezing the scatter shot to make sure he can just hold on to that Warden ability a little bit longer. I think he missed one of the Headhunters in there, but hopefully he's still got enough to take down the Queen as he does.
Timing on that Royal Champ, almost superb. A couple of loons come right into the core of the base, and we call this a damage zone because you can see all of the traps that you can expect to see there, which is why we typically want to try to find a way to eliminate it, eliminate the pathing of the Lalo there. That Royal Champ did most of her work that she needed to, so much so that the loons can carry through the remainder of support here. But not just that, Judo, look at this. 4 additional loons, a rocket loon, and the Royal Champ ability. ND is not messing around in this attack today.
Wow, that was fantastic. Making sure that time to throw are giving themselves the best opportunity. Just telling their teammates it's all good. It's a team game. We are going to get those 3 stars and get you back into it. I love the fact that he had a rocket loon for cleanup as well, just to be able to quickly get to one of those storages if needed. Very nice in the end there, because he really didn't even need all of his army composition. Beautiful Lalo, and again, seeing the heal spell integrated nicely.
Yeah, a rocket loon in the back pocket, always a good thing to have there. So we're going to have to see if GH Rest can keep their momentum going. They do still capitalize on a lead, but if they 2-star here, they're actually going to give that opening in the final attack to Time to Throw, potentially. So Time to Throw is really hoping to see a defense, Demo in particular, wanting to find some way to get his team back in this. So let's see what Keko can do as he brings in the Queen Charge Drag Rider. We've seen some success with it so far, especially coming from Rest. They seem to have found the navigation since the update on how to use them successfully, but they need to keep that momentum going forward for themselves. As the Queen charges on to the Town Hall, but goes for the CC first, which is actually perfect because it's eliminating the amount of damage coming in for her.
He's managed to keep the Queen alive well here. Did not use a rage spell early on. Oh my gosh, look at the value from that rocket balloon. It was the final thing he had left. He'd sent in all of the Coco Loons. He had found a Seeking Air Mine initially. Just decided to send that rocket. Oh my goodness, that's just incredible.
Wow, talk about trying to absolutely bait through. If he didn't have that, we could have seen rip those healers. The Queen wouldn't carry on, and that is definitely something you need for these drag riders. You need the Queen supporting along and not just clearing out with the investment of healers into this one small compartment. You need her taking down the scatter shot up here. You need her forcing through and taking care of cleanup. Drag riders looking in a solid position with the support of the Royal Champion, and we've got the flank from the Stone Slammer. This is great value because it keeps the pathing just navigated, focused, clear cut, and provides additional tanking.
Great that the Arch Queen was able to reach the scatter shot. She is starting to go down, but still has the ability. I'm trying to counter Dragon Riders because they have seemingly thinned out a little bit. So we need to make sure we've got enough push for the back end of the base. Royal Champion clinging on, and with the Expo locked, oh, I say that, it's swapped to the Royal Champion. So the Expo can start to do work here, and without the Queen ability, we need to hope that goes down.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left to go, there is no issue on time on this one. And Queen, full health. King, nearly full health on this one. Judo, I don't think Keko was much worried once that Queen rounded the corner, once that King came through. And this is, again, why you need to have your heroes for support. You can't always rely on the Drag Riders to be there at the end, as we've seen with some of the attacks in previous to the update. But you know, these heroes really do need to be there for the end to ensure that you get everything down possible that you can have.
Yeah, I will completely admit, I was looking at the left side of the screen and then seen the King and also the full health Dragon Rider shifting across. So beautiful job in the end. I just keep thinking back to that Rocket Loon. I think the fact that he decided to invest it is great because it seemed like he found a Seeking Air Mine early on, so he sent in another Coco Loon, and then when the second one didn't find any other traps, maybe he thought, are they further into the base? But the fact that he decided to invest a Rocket Loon when he could have maybe sniped something off on the outside of the base, an Archer Tower, let's say, as the Dragon Riders were moving through, really shows that he was expecting something else there, and it paid off big style.
I think most of the players right now, considering the bait that we saw last week, know that they have to be on their toes. It seems that, you know, even more so these Queen charges, we're seeing a lot more caution in the approach, a lot more carefulness in where they're positioning their Queens, timing their healers coming in, and certainly they're definitely a 200 IQ move, just smart thinking to ensure the success of the raid. And, you know, the Queen still would have taken down the Town Hall, but we'd be talking about probably more time issues at the end of the raid, because had those healers got knocked out, Judo, we likely wouldn't have seen the Queen taking down the scatter shot, which was definitely integral.
Oh yeah, it was really important to keep her alive, and you can see the stats there now. A much better position. We were starting to paint the picture of Time to Throw coming back, but now the percentage advantage, the star advantage, Time to Throw, let's be honest, LP has to 3-star here to keep them in it. What a player to have in your back pocket ready for this last attack. But the war in the hands of GH Rest.
Yes, it is indeed. So let's see how LP can finish it off at very least. If he pulls in this 3-star, it still puts a little bit of pressure onto Rest to, to get a high percentage 2-star or show up with a 3. So it isn't over, and LP is a phenomenal hitter. We've got a world champion on our hands here from 2019, part of the Nova team from back then, and coming in with a strategy that I always love to see, and that is the Queen Charge Hog, something that we're starting to get to see a little bit more of these days.
Yeah, Hogs back into the meta. We've seen Mass Hogs, the hybrid, but I think people still valuing the strength of that Queen Charge, as we have just seen in the previous attack, if you can get it to work. And we know how good LP is with this, and this is typical of what we even seen him do way back in 2019, is charging a compartment, walking the Queen back out of the base and then into another compartment. And he's also got the log launcher in his back pocket as well.
I'm curious to see what he actually is going to do with this log launcher, considering the pathing of the Queen directly to the Town Hall. Maybe switching it up or just coming in and really shaping up a path narrowed out. I mean, we only have 17 Hogs to come through this, so we want to see a lot of value out of the King, taking down the Eagle compartment. But it is looking solid so far. And here we go, bringing in the Royal Champ for support. King going strong, Ice Golems continuing to tank, and that log launcher is going to open up the core of the base, which means the Hogs won't have a lot of work to do here.
Always love seeing the log launcher just flinging clan castle troops off of the map, and it's looking very nice with this quad hero charge, like you were saying, wiping out the base, and as good a value as they are getting. My initial question was, why is he using the Hog Riders on the back end versus Dragon Riders or a Lalo? But I wonder if time is a factor here for him, actually, because we're into 40 seconds left. I just find it an interesting move that he's using Hog Riders versus anything else when there's traps such as the spring traps, which can really do damage to the Hogs and wouldn't impact the Lalo or a Dragon Rider. Nevertheless, this is wrecked.
Absolutely wrecked. So much so, we have the Queen ability left to get us through the time factor, but we do not even need to use the freeze and the 2 invisibility spells. LP is absolutely coming in where a time to throw need. It's not going to be the guarantee for them, but it is that small opening to see if they can hold another defense low enough to try and take over GH Rest at the end of the day here.
Well, that will pull the average up to pretty much the 90s, I believe. So it's certainly not without reach if they were to get a big defense, because even though the defense they got earlier wasn't as low in percentage as their own attack, it certainly did pull the average of GH Rest down a little bit. So they still have that percentage advantage. Obviously, the 3-star gives them the win on stars, but even the high percentage 2 here will give them the victory. And I'm trying to work it out, but it looks like it'll be around about 80%.
Yeah, so 80%, and that's actually a pretty easy ask for the most part. Coming in with a hybrid, you would be a little bit more cautious, but we're still seeing some great percent coming through. And as long as he's going for that Town Hall, not taking any major risks, he should be in a good spot. I like the use of the blimp to help carry this forward. We have already the setup of the Queen Path and the CC Lord in a nice dark corner Queen taking on barely any damage, bar that mortar, but she's got enough meat and path to get to the Town Hall. And as we can see, it's already opening up 2 more super wall breakers, not only to give her access, but I'm curious to see if some is going to be used for the King here as well.
Well, having the Clan Castle troops down is a major advantage, because that is something that could result in a lower percentage if something goes wrong early on with those Clan Castle troops. So Kingpin must be pretty much, liking his thoughts right now. That single target Inferno, the only thing that could still look a little bit dangerous, but with the Queen on it and it about to go down, we know the ability is safe. We know the Queen is good in this corner with the Town Hall, so he starts the hybrid, percentage going up, and it looks ever more promising here.
It really does. King working on the outskirts, Royal Champ taking on some huge cover for those Hogs and Miners as they path in. I like the reliance, knowing that the queen's going to be able to carry through, not wasting too much time here, but we've got this final heal to invest, and he's got to play his cards right. He's coming out of the multi into the scatter shot right through the defending AQ. So because he still has that warden ability, that helps get them through that path and allows him to reserve the heal coming right into the splash damage from the scatter shot. So perfect timing on it. And this is keeping King Pen in a solid position to finish off a successful win of a day for GH Rest.
Not just wanting the percentage win, wants the 3 stars as well, like you said, but the psychological message out to the rest of the teams that GH Rest are here to win this thing. Royal Champion taking down that final little compartment, and even if he runs out of steam, he's got more than enough to assure that this is the victory. I will say I was a little bit nervous for him when he sent in the hybrid, and you can see all of the giant bombs next to the Eagle Artillery, because that could have certainly had something else in mind, but I'm sure he's not too concerned about these final few buildings. GH Rest getting the victory, and that will help to push them up the leaderboard quite significantly, I would think, since we're still quite early on.
Yes, and especially since we've seen the unfortunate forfeit from time to throw, this is going to sail them further down and give a huge bump up for the teams that were further on down below in the ranks. It'll be interesting to see where they stand at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually, because time to throw now, despite them starting at the bottom, winning both of their matches in the last play-in, moving up to the top, now they've almost done the exact flip-flop again, losing technically both matches today. So interested to see that leaderboard at the end of the day, but obviously we have many more matches ahead, and the next one kicks off right after this break.
So, Mask, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Glad to have you guys with us once again. It would have been very weird or very strange if we didn't see alternate attacks coming back, but always glad to have you with us. How confident is your lineup as we're about to approach into the new season?
Okay, yeah, we are very happy to be here, and yeah, we're quite confident in this one. Like we have already been preparing hard for this one, and we will keep going like this. And we are confident that we can make it to the next rounds.
Well, this is it with the competitive Clash of Clans scene. It's the grind never stops, does it? No matter what event is around the corner. Now, your team absolutely smashed it out of the park. I think you guys managed to bag 199 stars out of the 210 which was available in last season's ESL Mobile Challenge. That's one of very few stats which has literally just been barcoded into my brain, because that's a remarkable feat to achieve, especially at this caliber and this region alone. In terms of your high level of consistency across the board, will you be able to show the same level of dominance in comparison to last season?
Yeah, I hope we can do it. Like we will be trying a lot and testing the updates, because it has just come out, and it's maybe a little harder because of the exposed upgrades. But yeah, we are doing a lot of practicing, as I said, and we will make sure we can keep up the standard as the last season.
You probably noticed that half the teams didn't actually reclaim their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Is there any of those 4 teams you'll be keeping an eye on, and cause they could cause you a little bit of trouble along the way?
I think like all of the teams that qualified to here are very solid and they prove to be. So I don't know if there's exactly one team that I would be afraid of. I think like we are afraid of every of this. We have to take seriously and every war of this because when you lose usually is because you are maybe underestimate the enemy, and we don't want to do that. So I think every of our opponent will be strong and hard to defeat.
Yeah, just treat everyone the same because, yeah, like you said, cards on the table, you don't know what to expect, do you? Especially with a lot of these teams now coming into the ESL Mobile Challenge compared to before, because a lot of them didn't reclaim their spot. But again, Mask, thank you very much for having us and being here for this interview. Always a pleasure, never a chore, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. More exciting matches ahead, so it's time to welcome back Lethal. Hello, my friend.
Hello, mate. Yeah, another war has gone by. Still got 4 more left to go. It's just been incredible to say the least. And yeah, still very, very close. Upsets still continuing, but normality's also slowly being restored as well. But I'll say that, but we'll see how these next few matches go. But we do have ATN versus Robotic Gaming coming up next. Another banger to come out of the woodwork here. And looking forward to seeing how ATN do it this time round. They look a lot better compared to how they were compared to last week. But certainly for Robotic Gaming is still a bit hit and miss, but we'll see how they do it against ATN, as it's definitely going to be a close affair.
It certainly is, and you predicted Alternate to win that first match. I had predicted Bad Zinger, so I guess, you know, they showed they are really on form there today. Obviously, current world champions. We don't really need to speak too much of them. Everyone knows of Alternate attacks, but you see the hit rate just 50% from them. We have seen a little bit higher on some of the teams, but the average destruction 94 and 60% defense, particularly as the weeks go on. I think being able to maintain that high level of defense is something that's going to be impressive.
It's crazy to see an average attack of 94% as a damage, and we're seeing hit rate seeing much lower. It's not something we see every day, but of course a lot of them being high 2 stars. But this is Reported Gaming, a team definitely very hit and miss. I'm very excited to see how they come out this time against ATN. And when we say hit or miss, literally, if they're on the ball of things on the day, they can literally almost beat anyone. But when it comes to the miss, yeah, it goes from bad to worse to sometimes absolutely terrible. But we've noticed that they've been a lot more consistent this season in comparison, as you can see, on the average damage, 95% with a 60% hit rate. It still needs a little bit of work in terms of average defense, but at least they've got talented attackers here to help them with that in case their base builds aren't in tip-top shape. But compared to last season, it does seem a little bit better.
But this is what I was saying. I mean, you look at the hit rate, it is higher than that of Alternate. Alternate attacks at the top of the leaderboard now, but not with the most impressive hit rate. You've seen there, Reported with the higher hit rate, just the defense letting them down in their 3 matches. They have conceded 13 stars in each of them. And you know, you mentioned how they have the talent. I think back to the very first matchup they had against Bad Zinger. 14 stars, 98.8%. They really put on a performance. And I guess after the very first match, they were top of the leaderboard, given that they had the most impressive stats out of all of the teams.
And we also discuss a lot about terms of stars and the perfect words. We don't see it as often anymore, but it just means that a lot of the, well, all the players are still trying to establish what works best for this meta for certain base builds here in since that happened. But even then, no, we're going to kick things off with the P.E.K.K.A smash, and as you can see already, just making a start in that 8 o'clock area, just working things slowly here with the Warden, which is kind of what we normally see at this moment, just working on that scanner shot compartment. But let's see what Yo-Yo could do here. We know that he did roughly 90-91% 2-star in his previous war earlier on against Bad Zinger, but hopefully we'll see a little bit more of him this time around. We know that he can be very creative with all of his attacks.
Yeah, and I always like that when the Grand Warden walks are happening and there's not a lot going on with the base. You see the players doing that other stuff. So you notice Yo-Yo trying to snipe off any buildings possible there to help with time. He's already broke into the wall. As much as you can reduce complexity mid-attack, it's going to be helpful because you just have then less things to think about, and that's where you can overcomplicate things sometimes. So trying to do as much as he can. You see the earthquake spells. I'm assuming he zoomed right in to get that picture perfect because he's opened up access all of the way to the town hall. Really nicely recognized that he didn't have to invest the siege machine as we would typically see within this type of attack.
I hope his FOV for his units aren't too small. We'll actually be able to get a little bit of a slip up there, but it looks like they're all attacking in the center. Still very chaotic at the moment. Good placement of the spells as well as they're pushing on in, but at least that's most of the defense destroyed now in the center, but still the P.E.K.K.A man to stay alive and continue to do work. Got a huge amount of value actually, might we add. And the Hog Riders of course now coming out with the RC, just heading towards that scanner shot compartment. Already doing huge amount of work. Perfect usage of that free spell as well, just keeping the town hall at bay in terms of that DPS as well as that Inferno Tower as well. Probably the best placement in terms of actual usage there was that free spell. And still, look how much he's got left. Still got a few of those P.E.K.K.A, a few of those Hog Riders left standing here, just trying to take out the rest of this defense here. But as we said, though, the Warden has been taken down. The Queen is still there, still alive, and still doing absolute work. And still got a fair amount of time left on the clock here. He should be okay, just depends on the time.
Yes, just holding on to that Queen ability. He did lose all of the healers in the center of the base, and when you're finishing up on the town hall, it can be difficult when you don't have the healers as well, particularly when everything's standing in that poison. But like you said, he should have enough here. The minion on the cannon is going to really help out because that allows him to bring the other troops in. And with that queen ability, he can press it to get through the final few buildings. The 3-star 4 alternate queen. Come on, just go around the other side.
Slide in there,
3
slide in
stars
there.
it is. 4 alternate attacks, making sure they continue the form after that first match they had today.
Well, thank God Yo-Yo didn't replicate what he did with that 2-star performance earlier on, but I do feel like he's been trying to make Hog Riders work a lot more in previous compositions, hasn't he, over the last few playdays. It's the first time I've seen him do something different. He still hasn't really gone air as of yet, but he made that Super Pekka Smash work perfectly. As this way, it did get very chaotic into the center as he was pushing on around. But it seemed like he had flawless execution, didn't he? Just very methodical approach there. Things got, you know, even when it's a little bit hectic at times, he really has a lot of calm patience and discipline as he progressed through that attack.
He's someone that always impresses me because he's one of the best Lalo attackers in the world, but he's managed to get himself into the position where now he can use such a wide variety of attacks that it's not like the opponent knows what he's going to do, and that's so critical in the current competitive scene. But Reported Gaming looking for the response here with the Ice Golem leading the charge in towards the Town Hall. And we've seen the hit rate of the Sui Lalo, which is obviously being used here, being the most successful so far in the challenge. So this could result in that 3-star. We did get to see him use this last week, actually.
And you've said it as well with Yo-Yo, you know, known for his Lalo attacks. And the fact that we haven't seen anything air-related is just something we don't normally see, which is a little bit of a surprise here. Like you said, might be trying something new. I've heard that a lot of the ATM players are more focused on what attack works right for certain bases. Maybe it's a lot more difficult to stick with the same composition time and time again for some of these bases. We'll have to see. But already, though, just trying to plan out in terms of exactly what they're trying to do here. The RC being heavily distracted on the defense, has to pop the ability early, which is going to be a little bit of a shame here, as it's going to be already good defense from the side of ATM. But this won't be a good start for Reported Gaming, but we'll see how this Lalo attack works for him, depending on where he's going to position himself. Already, that Lava Hand goes straight for the AD, and obviously you can see the Stone Slam come in directly behind it to try and continue taking all that damage. We're going to see how well he can continue this push.
I love the fact that he used a Lava Hound initially, because we don't always see a Lava Hound ahead of the Stone Slammer. It's often used as a hound itself almost to protect the balloons, but he knew he needed to get this big group of balloons from the Stone Slammer into the center. I think he would have hoped to get the Slammer itself in there, has to deal with all of those red air bombs as you see, and what is going to happen? All of the loons fall, manages to protect the Dragon Riders, and with the Warden ability, hopefully he's still okay moving to the back end of the base here, because the Dragon Rider should get that multi.
Should do, as the Dragon Rider now is looking a lot better, especially after invisibility spell, just to make sure to take that Inferno Tower down just for extra insurance. But let's have a look. He's got plenty of loons left. He's going to be okay. He's going to be perfectly fine. There's no defense around at all in the slightest, and that's going to be a fantastic attack there from Reported Gaming. Great way for them to kick things off as well. As we did mention, that depending on how Reported Gaming are going to play, it's definitely going to be a close affair indeed. Great execution, 3-star, 100%. Nice way to kick things off for them as well.
Like I said, Klinger used the Sui Lalo last week as well. To great success like that. They actually have a couple of players in Reported Gaming that were using that attack last week, so maybe it will not be the last of it. However, as we mentioned, when they are good, and maybe it is one of those days where we will just see them really ramping up the stars to make sure alternate attacks have to keep on their A game.
I really hope so. I mentioned it before, in terms of the standings and what we've seen the last couple of days, it has been pretty much an esports fan fiction. It's been ridiculous, some of the outcomes and upsets we saw over the last couple of days. But I've only seen one. We may see more, like you said. It all depends on how Reported Gaming play there against ATN, as Barley's now coming out for the second attack of ATN. And he's actually come out with the Pekka Smash as well. So again, Ground getting more and more love across the board. We did say in the weekly data in terms of the compositions, but it's been a bit of a mixed breed in terms of everything we've seen so far, with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider still edging the way, or paving the way, we could say, in terms of leading up to some of these attacks. But start to see a nice mixture here already beginning in this war. But Violet now just taking things slow with Warden now. Will bring out the Rage spell just to continue to push and take on the Eagle Artillery to kick things off. Hasn't triggered the defensive RC as of yet, but we'll do it soon enough. So nice slow approach there with the Queen coming out as well.
Found the Tesla farm across to the west, and thankfully the wall breaker did get to the wall, because if the Tesla had have been able to take it out, I guess he's got one more, but it all depends on what he's planning to do with that. Actually going to be sending the king in towards the base, interestingly, and he does have 2 jump spells to try and get access. But you see that second wall breaker coming in now, which will give him access in towards the single, so he can precisely use the jumps. 1 to the center of the base, and then 1 into the back area as well, with the battle blimp sailing on through for that town hall.
This is looking very good. These spell placements is just ridiculous, and Vale looking to continue to cause all that havoc into the center, with the blip now heading towards the town hall. We'll be keeping an eye on that, and it looks like that is going to be guaranteed. He's managed to clean up beautifully there, and still just putting on so much pressure. The King's still in the middle as well. We'll be pushing in slightly in a few moments, but you can see again down on that south compartment, most of it's already being cleaned up. But how this is going to work, they'll have to see. The Warden's still on the back line. The King pushing into that next compartment as well, especially with that Inferno Tower just taking the Wizard Tower at the moment. But the Queen, though, is still alive. You can see on the north side, just alongside the King, just for extra insurance to make sure to get all this damage done across the board. 40 seconds left. And still, though, that multi-Inferno may delay things a little bit further here for Barley towards that 3-star.
Just needs to use this Queen ability pretty soon and just make sure to spawn those archers, get things moving. But with 30 seconds on the board, particularly with the Royal Champion, oh well, she was going down to the south, decides to move back up to where the Queen was. But fortunately, he's got a couple of minions up the top in order to help out as well, as you see the rest of the army charging through. And one thing I really liked about this attack was attacking the base a little bit non-traditional, I would say. I know it seemed like a regular P.E.K.K.A. smash, but where he entered, then swapped the direction of the troops in order to push them into the middle, with the blimp flying all of the way through in that angle. It's not what I think would have been predicted from the defender. Even if you said this is what the attacker is going to attack with, what do you think they're going to do? I don't think they would have surmised he would do exactly that.
And if you guys got any opinions on these matches, or let us know anything in particular, let us know at hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter, and we may read some of the best tweets coming up here and just try and find out exactly how you think some of these matches have been, or some of the past matches, or maybe matches you are looking forward to as well. And yeah, this has definitely been a right balmy of a war already. Both teams really not letting up at all in the slightest, which is exactly what we love to see, and really putting the pressure on ATN here. So Potter Gaming will be coming up next to see what they really bring to the table. So again, we've seen some great conversations. We know we've seen the P.E.K.K.A. smash once again, but I love how you explained how it's just not as traditional compared to what we normally see.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing you've always got to try and be ahead of the game, if you will, and making sure that you're not attacking into bait as such. But we do have the Inferno Dragons with the Dragon Riders for this one, and I find it interesting here. I was just about to say, I wonder if Alternate have set up some bases for the Lalo, because I was mentioning earlier on, there's a good few players from Reported that like the Lalo, particularly the Sui Lalo, but completely different for this one. Battle Blimp moving all the way through, and this is the nervous part with this attack, but it does make it to the Town Hall, and with the Rage, that will go down, keeping the Inferno Dragons well out of that radius.
Well, you know me, Jude, I love a bit of aggression, and Largo is definitely giving it here, pushing into the center with those Inferno Dragons. But Town Hall has been taken down, so it's going to be relieved a little bit here. The Warden's still following suit to try and push into the center, and needs to try and break down that multi-inferno as soon as possible. But at least he's delayed the DPS there just to help him get a bit of leeway, so the units don't really take too much damage as he pushes on forward. But looking very good so far here. But actually saying that though, actually most of the units are already gone pretty much, but the RC has come out from the 9 o'clock position just to take down some of the defenses there in that other compartment. But I'll tell you how things go is the King's just popped his ability now, pushing into the south for the scatter shot.
Yeah, really needs to make sure he gets the timing of these spells perfect for the heroes moving in towards the back end of the base here. As the skeleton spell is used first to distract that single target Inferno. Nicely done, but with the hero abilities left in tow, it is looking good here, Lethal. This is one thing with this style of attack. It does tend to be super, super quick. One thing he could have done, interestingly, he could have used the freeze spell to protect the Royal Champion. Skeleton spells to clean up a little bit more, but you know, time could always be the essence. You've got to be thinking about these things, but it is a very fast attack either way, so I don't think he's too disappointed on this one. Beautifully done, making sure we keep the excitement rolling for this war.
Certainly are. 45 seconds left remaining, and you can see from that attack, didn't hesitate, full of confidence. He just knew full well, just had to get everything picture perfect and right, and he did. Instead, a couple of free spells left over. So the amount of value he got was just ridiculous. Wasn't expensive at all in the slightest. And Reporter Gaming keeping themselves in it here to continue having that pressure onto ATM. But ATM definitely feeling it a little bit so far. They've already had a good start to the day, but don't want to fall flat.
No, they certainly don't, but I think given their offensive power, I don't think we will see that. It's whether Reported, I feel, can actually improve on their base defense to what we've seen them do, because like I said, they have had pretty impressive stats, higher hit rates than Alternate like we've seen, but it's the bases that let them down. However, we've got Boom here with the Blizzard. This is something he likes to kick off a lot of attacks with. Blizzard into the Hydra, I guess you could call it, because he does have 2 Dragon Riders in the mix. Getting the Town Hall early, that is going to be all he gets in that area. Wouldn't have thought he predicted to get that single target Inferno. The Tesla will mean he can't clear up to the left-hand side as easily, so he's going to have to invest a couple of loons now to correct that.
Yeah, a little bit of expense here and there already. Had to use up 3 loons in the end. But we'll see how this goes later on. Is still a fair amount of distraction now on the south side. One of the drags are coming out in the 8 o'clock position, but it looks like he's going to take his chances now and push straight away with the warden now. All these drags heading towards the ADN scanner shot compartment on the south side. One of the drags to spin up a little bit just to try and clean out some of the bits and pieces there as well. But let's see how this gets on and see if it can make up for a little bit of loss to begin with. This Boom now just continue to pressure on. As remember, guys at home, both these teams have already had back-to-back triples, and neither team has really let down as of yet, as Warden now popping his ability at a perfect time. And look at the radius as well, just all these units able to get so much value out of it as well, and still trying to make this work. But this is looking pretty good so far, Judo.
Yeah, just too bad. He's only just invested the Royal Champion. It's really how he can get around to that single target Inferno at the end. He's going to have to try and save something for it. You can see the skeleton spell might end up being a good option because he's trying to invest early on to protect the heroes and the dragons as they are thinning down fast. And with the defending Royal Champion, this is not looking very good. We've got a grounded Expo, defended Royal Champion. I think this is tricky right now for Boom.
I think a lot of the dragons don't really have much HP left either, as you can see. Still flying on in, and of course with their movement speed, it's not going to do him any favours at all. But the RC does come out now on the front line to try and make something happen here. But we're saying that 40 seconds left remaining. Even if this attack is successful, we would be able to get this triple. And actually, Judy, you did mention about the last Inferno Tower at the end, where it could cause Boom a little bit of misery. And I think it's going to be more of a time fail more than anything else if he does fail this attack. 22 seconds left remaining. The Warden and the King are both still alive. And it's a shame the King can't really distract that DPS enough. But decides to pop the ability early. It should be able to get it in time, which she will be able to. 12 seconds left remaining. But look at this. The Queen's actually stuck on the wall. The King's even distracted. And even will he be able to do it? 5 seconds left remaining. And the Tornado trap as well stops it right at the very end. As it will be a 98% 2-star. It's a small opening, but it's an opening that Reported Gaming desperately needed heading to the halfway mark in this war.
Any opening is an opening, my friend. I think even if he had got the single target Inferno, wouldn't have had enough time to get through the clan castle. You could see it just thinning out, and one thing you have to try and not fall into the trap of is saving onto your spells too much that you've then got nothing to use them for, if that makes sense. So I think Boom recognized quite early there, which was impressive, that the attack was slowing down, so decided to start using them spells to try and protect as he moved through, but just not enough. Like you said, a small opening, Mech with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders, keeping the variety in attacks. Let's see what we've got. This is the most popular that we've seen in the challenge. Just about gets the scatter shot. Would have been nice to get the Grand Warden statue, but without investing a rage, I think he was just after that scatter and a bit of pathing.
Yeah, this composition's been used 19 times over the last couple of play days, and then it went second to the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash. And Queen now already doing a nice amount of work. He's actually done quite a lot of damage already over the last 45 seconds, pushing down the Queen into that Inferno Tower. The free spell comes down. There's a lot of DPS there. Even with the rage spell, it's been very tough for the Queen just to make things work. Of course, the defensive Queen being a little bit of a pain in the backside. Still in a rage spell, now pushing on forward a little bit more. But again, though, here comes all of the defense here. Using the invisibility spell, perfectly understandable, as well as the rage spell now, just to keep the momentum going. And look at that. Some of the defense actually went straight towards the RC. But it's fine. It should be okay for now. The King now pushing into that 3 o'clock compartment with the Eagle artillery. And still, though, the Queen's got a huge amount of work to deal with so far.
Yeah, I don't think he really wanted the Headhunter on the Royal Champion, to be honest. But he does get through it. Does have to use the Royal Champion ability. And he's trying to make sure that she stays alive. We'll probably see an early Warden ability in order to protect that. Oh no, she has indeed gone down. I thought he might have used the Warden ability early to try and protect that Royal Champion, but it looks like he'll get the Town Hall. It's just whether he can get through the center of the base or the central area with the scatter shot and the Expo, because that is what the Royal Champion was meant to take down.
Well, the Queen has taken down the Town Hall and still taking it all to the defense. He's nowhere near the poison as of yet, so we'll give the healers time to try and keep her alive along the lines. 55 seconds left though, still got a little bit of time left. The only problem is they've got us in the center, still got a fair amount of defense there, so even if they succeed with this south compartment and even pushing towards the west, it's going to be very tough indeed. Just depends if these units can be able to stay alive, but at this point it's going to be already causing a lot of trouble. Warden now still pushing forward. The Dragon Rider is very weak in itself. The Expo will get taken down momentarily, but any problem is going to take way too much time there. A little bit of a struggle. The Queen, it's a shame because the Queen did get a huge amount of value on that western front, but just couldn't really do any more than that. The unit just pretty much evaporated over time. And Mech sadly looks like he won't be able to get this triple to capitalize on the star lost by ATN earlier on. But, and you know, Mech, good try from him. Definitely could have seen worse 2 stars in terms of percentage, as it will be a 2-star 87%. But why do you think that attack fell a little bit flat there, Judo?
Well, it all came down to the Headhunter moving across to the Royal Champion. I think he got a little bit unfortunate. He turned the Queen and the healers invisible, and that redirected the Clan Castle troops. He would have much rather the Queen just take out the Headhunters. And the fact that they went across and he'd already deployed the Royal Champion, they went there instead of the King, it really just meant he didn't have the force through the middle of the base. And then that extra DPS can really be the difference maker. You've seen it kind of compounds as you move through the attack, if you will, and just gets greater and greater, whereas if he could have just got that out early, it would have been great. But like you rightly mentioned, the gap was there, but it means alternate attacks still in the lead on percentage, as you've just seen.
Yeah, certainly are. 298 to 287. It's only 11%, which is pretty much nothing at this point, considering how many attacks we've got left. It's just a matter of the consistency from ATM. But they're known for their consistency, which is going to be a little bit worrying for Robotic Gaming. But the pressure isn't really on them. They probably, a lot of people would say that, of course, ATM are the favourites to come into this matchup. But not all of us predicted ATN. Did we though, Judo? That's, that's the thing. I don't know who it was.
Thanks for throwing that in there again.
I thought I had to, mate. I had to be a bit cheeky there. But yeah, Mars coming up next in the next attack here for ATN.
It's all right. I'm sure we'll see some memes flying around anyway, just to make fun of that even further. But let's find out what happens here with Mask and those Queen Charge Dragon Riders. Only 4 Dragon Riders for this one, so looking to get quite a lot from his Queen Charge. No jump spell, but 3 wall breakers for it. And I always like the use of that Valkyrie now as well, just with the Yak on the King not dealing splash damage. Just waiting patiently here, trying to make sure that whenever he does send in that King, it can work in conjunction with the Queen. He's not sending it too early. They can start to absorb fire from the defense towards the middle of the base together, and they therefore, you know, just get more value, essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
No, perfectly understandable, perfectly understandable. 2 minutes left though, the King has come out now to help that funnel. Queen's still pushing on forward, and then we'll have to deal with a fair amount here. As already you can see, just trying to avoid having the ability to be popped, but using the invisibility spell as well. And we know with the Rocket Loon, it definitely would have held its proper ability if it made it there on time. So what I'm going to say is good reactions there from Mars, making sure there's a guarantee that did not happen. But you can see in the right-hand compartment, the RC and King just working together to take out the scatter shot and all the other defenses there as well. But speaking of RC, the defensive RC will be making an appearance here just to try and distract and be an absolute nuisance. But the Multi-Inferno getting a lot of value there, just trying to put as much pressure onto these heroes as possible. But as I say that though, the Stone Slammer has come out to tank all that damage on the north side loon. This is going to be following short behind it alongside those Dragon Riders. And we're going to have to see how the rest of its attack pans out. But Mask looking not too bad so far.
Yeah, that charge was brilliant. And you see the red air bombs behind the town hall did take out the healers, but he'd already got the value of the Queen Charge. The way that he navigated her through the base was so impressive. And like you said, the adaptation as well with the spells, very quick in order to respond. Look at the deployment of those Dragon Riders as well on the outside of the base. Nice and surgical towards those defenses so he can really clump down towards the bottom here. This was so impressive. I have to say, it's probably one of the most impressive Queen Charge Dragon Rider attacks that I have seen in quite some time. The recognition as to where he could get his Queen standing, the wall break was next level, and to top it off, those spells were amazing as well. A beautiful 3-star, that one by Mask, keeping Alternate in the lead.
Yeah, looking very good so far for ATM. Definitely have to point out in terms of reactions for the Queen. Of course, with the Rocket is all the defensive there just to stop her from popping her ability. Because I think he was very distracted with the King and the RC to make sure everything worked out perfectly well in that right compartment. But just shows that Mask is a man of many talents and making that Queen Charge Dragon Rider work perfectly. And Judo's still got a game on their hands. They still can't separate them. We know it's still only by 11%. But with Robotic Gaming, they need to triple pretty much at this point. And even if they do, the game is still going to be in ATN's hands on that final attack. So we are going to be switching things up to Teamtastic here from Robotic Gaming. And we're going to see what he can bring to the table here. We know that it's going to be very, very tough. I think every triple is going to count for the last 2 attacks. Keep the pressure on ATN for that final one as well. But we're going to see what mischief he'll get up to in their 4th attack.
I think the other thing to mention is the 11% becomes greater as the attacks go down almost. It was only a 5.5 average over 2 attacks, whereas now it is 11 on that final attack. So we're going to have to find out what kind of value he can get here with this Blizzard. Actually gets the Battle Blimp right into that area he wants to, in that little channel where he can take out the Scatter, the Clan Castle troops, and getting great chain value. Unfortunate not to get the multi-target Inferno there as well, actually.
Yeah, he certainly has done it. You can't really complain about that, considering the amount of destruction he's created there. Even defensive RC's almost been taken down. So, speaking of RCs, we'll be coming up on the 3 o'clock position. We'll have to deal with another hand now for the time being. The King has come out as well, the Yak on next to him. And as you can see, Balloon there just on that northeast side as well. Just trying to find anything in between, but also does take down that Wizard Tower as well. It took a little bit of time. We got there in the end, but the King has already funneled into the Eagle Artillery compartment. The Queen's already come up on the south side as well. So everything's all coming together here. Everything in sync. The RC is going to be helping out the King a little bit more as well, and does also pop his ability on top of that. So the Queen also looking very good as well. South side pushing to that Multi-Inferno, and we'll deal with that defensive King momentarily as well. So all looking very good so far for Teamtastic.
Very nice how he has the 3 different heroes in different areas, but the Town Hall alongside that Lalo is something where spells need to be perfected from this. Definitely nothing he can't get past. The spells really do need to be great. However, you look at the value he's got with these heroes. It is incredible. Following the blizzard, he had the pathing to send the heroes in, and that is super impressive. Now he can just Lalo this area nice and quickly in towards the Town Hall, use the Grand Warden ability with the haste as well to push them out of the Giga Bomb, and then towards that scatter shot. But interestingly, not going to have anything for it. He's going to hope that he just powers to the scatter shot through the Warden ability.
I love that as well. Saves the last haste spell just to get those loons out of the poison straight away. And look how clean this attack is from TeamTatic. He's got so much left at the moment. Then they've got a scatter shot really technically to deal with, and that's going to be about it. So great way to continue piling on the pressure for ATN. And I must say that was very, very impressive. It's good use of the spells, good use of the heroes at the very beginning, like you rightly mentioned, on each and every compartment. The RC and King working together towards the halfway mark of that as well. Just everything came together for him there. Good coordination with all those units, and great way to start things off, or finish things off, shall we say, for TeamTatic, because both teams only one attack left and 11% between them.
Well, I was shouting out the skill of some of the reported gaming players with their Lalo attacks, and that one was testament to it. Very nicely done, but also showing the versatility and how Lalo can be used in so many different shapes and forms. It really was impressive, the value he got, and that is how important your heroes can be. But as you rightly said, Lethal, the next attack is going to decide it, because if Alternate get that high percentage 2, or obviously the 3, then they will win, but reported right on their heels.
They certainly are. There's the goal here for 18 is, of course, to get that triple, but even then, we can discuss about what kind of 2 stars they need. But I would say, even if Reported Gaming don't get a triple, a 2-star 90% should do it really fast. It just depends on how he's going to go about this. But looks like the picker smash will come up once again. 3 out of 5 times here for ATN. Definitely a favourite of theirs against a lot of his builds from Reported Gaming. But the Warden now just continuing to do work, as well as the Queen now alongside him. And using that Loon as well, just to see if I can find anything else, but also distract the DPS slightly. But the Pegasus and the Ice Golems now coming out on the south side. Quite an aggressive approach here. Absolutely love to see it. And the King, of course, on the outside as well, just cleaning up all those structures, but also popping in to say hello in the compartment as well.
Well, I think just setting this up for everybody, the 89% 2-star would give him the victory, because if it was 88, that means that Reported could get a 99% 2-star and tie it up on stars and percentage. Obviously, the 3 would give them the victory, but that's where the percentage has to be the 89, because it would mean the percentage-wise could not be caught up, even if they got that star. So, let's find out what he can do here.
Yeah,
45% is looking okay, isn't it, so far? But he just needs that central multi.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's going to cause a huge amount of damage otherwise. And even then, it's still causing problems. And this is not how Ast wanted to literally end this war. But still, how is he going to recover? We've spoken about it already. Still needs to try and get a decent percentage, a high percentage 2-stars. The RC is actually pushing on in towards that multi-inferno. And will he be able to do it? Does have the ability, so he should be able to here. Use it at the last second to do some additional damage onto the Expo and the cannon there. But I love what he's doing, using invisibility spell just to make sure he can try and take down that scatter shot, which he has done. And the bats have come out to play as well, just to sprint across the board here on the western side, but only one P.E.K.K.A left on the north side.
It's actually shaping up pretty good, because the P.E.K.K.A's tanking the Wizard Tower. Oh, the Wizard Tower turns! There you go, the bats will fall. It worked out perfectly, actually, in that the RC took the scatter, and he managed to save that final freeze for the multi-target Inferno at the top of the base. But then it just fell south with that Wizard Tower switching. Now look at this. I said the 89 would give them the victory. 88 would still give us the chance that everything could be tied up on stars and percentage if RPG get the 2-star 99. And it might just be that. Could we get this mortar or gold mine to give it the 88? Oh, so we could line up on stars and percentage. If it is 98% from reported, a 99 2-star would win them it on percentage, and obviously the 3-star would win them not just on percentage, but they'd have that extra star as well. So still a big ask from Reported Gaming, but it is an opening. Let's see if they can take it this time.
I think they're just seeing it clearly as though, right, we've got a triple and that's that. I think they're not even considering the 2-star 99%. But there has, been a few occasions where one structure has cost a lot of wars in the past. There's 2 or 3 wars actually in the past, if I remember from the top of my head last season. But hopefully for Reported Gaming, it won't happen this time round, as hopefully their last attack is going to be an incredible one to finish this war off against ATN. General X is going to be the man who's going to try and secure the victory here against Masks' defense. And let's see what he's going to be up to here. It's going to be very, very close knit, I'm sure. Already the blimp now coming in towards that town hall compartment.
Well, you see the super wizards there. Oh, I always get so nervous when it's next to a bomb tower, but it works out perfectly for him. Calculated as ever, even if it gets my heart rate up. Town Hall will indeed fall, and he's going to use the rest of the invisibility to try and get that grounded expo and a couple of other defenses in order to help shape up his pathing here for the Hydra. We did see General X attack last week with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash to great success. So switching it up this time to A.
If you wanted someone to attack last, I think General X is definitely one of the people you just love to see in terms of being able to try and close out this war. But some things turn the tide in the past. Rage Spell comes down to every unit almost potentially in that last Rage Spell in order to try and push into that compartment, even though a little bit distracted by that Tornado Trap. But Kuda's Loons were taken down as well. The Warden's still alongside him here. He does find portions of the Tesla farm in the center as well, but that multi-inferno needs to be taken down as soon as possible, as Mask is already doing way too much damage as it is. Good use of the range spell to keep those dragons alive and keep them from pushing into multi-inferno as well to take them down as soon as possible. And the King's Poplar's ability on the south side still continuing to be extremely aggressive. And now look how much units are left though here, Judo. Still got the Inferno Tower on the left hand side as well as the scatter shot and the AED. But let's see how things pan out here. But I must say, though, this is looking very, very good. The RC's only just come out as well. Surely this is a done deal.
I was going to say that. The RC was held until the last moment. He still has a freeze spell and the hero abilities here. Reported Gaming can celebrate a minute on the board. There's no way we can jinx this now, Lethal. It is going to be the 3 stars. Using that freeze, really wanted to hold on to it, to just drop it on the clan castle of ATN. Reported showing you that their hit rate and their attacking ability is there indeed, even holding alternate attacks on a couple of their attacks. Brilliant victory for them on that one. Maybe an upset, depending on what people expected. So a great performance either way.
I would say it's an upset, just considering we know how Reported Gaming do play. But I know what you mean. They are a well-established team, so it's hard to say they're not either. So that makes a lot of sense. But it's all 0.4%. That's all it was between the two. But that 1 star definitely gave him a lot of leeway. And I think it was Lady B who was the only one who predicted Reported Gaming, considering she's part of ATN, actually went against the boys. And do you know what? She predicted correctly. So, can't do much in terms of predictions. Sadly, we both failed, but hopefully our predictions will be fine later on. But still got plenty more matches left to go here, guys. Sadly, ATN, commiseration to them, did lose out to Reported Gaming at the final hurdle, but we will see more of them on Thursday. But for now, though, a couple matches left. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge as we saw ATN taken down by Robotic Gaming, which I didn't predict, but one lady who did was Lady B, who predicted Robotic Gaming was going to take ATN down. It wasn't very close affair though, wasn't it, B?
It was, and that's kind of exactly how I would have expected it to go. We have seen RPG on fire lately, and I figured that would likely carry through, you know, and just edge them out. I didn't think it would be a blowout match, but for sure, they have definitely had ATN's number for quite some time. There's like I swear, like this tiny little small blind spot for RPG over on the ATN side of things, but a really well fought match, really awesome to see. And, you know, I think it's really nice to see a team like RPG with those opportunities to try and take down the big boys, and ATN getting knocked down like that, you know, only really just reflects us seeing MCES in the bottom of the ranks as well.
Yeah, it is a little bit pear-shaped, the standings, isn't it, from what we've seen the last few play days. But we do have an interview with Ast here to see how he thought his last couple of wars went today, because one win, one loss here, Ast. It could have been better, could have been worse. We know you had a great match against Bad Zinger earlier on, but sadly for you didn't come up trumps against Robotic Gaming. Tell me a little bit about that war and what kind of weaknesses which were exploited from Robotic Gaming, because we did know that you only had really 2 bad attacks, and even then the percentages wasn't really too bad.
Yeah, we were struggling a bit finding plans, but at the end most of the plans were good. We could have perfected. My attack was the only one that was actually just miscalculated with the back end and the jump that I did in the core. But yeah, it was a tough match, and Reporter did really great attacks, and they definitely deserved the win.
Well, don't hate me because I did actually put them in for the prediction. You know, with defense actually going up percentage-wise, we're seeing more and more defense coming through. I'm really curious to know for ATN where you see the biggest difficulties in trying to defend, particularly against a team like Reported Gaming.
We actually didn't really successfully predict what they were gonna do. We saw a lot more blizzards than we were expecting from them. So I think they found a weakness from us that we weren't defending that well. So that probably rewarded them with the 14 stars today.
And tomorrow you've got 2 matchups. I think you're against Entropy Gaming and GH Rest. Is there anything you've got planned in particular against those teams? Because we've noticed that with a lot of your attacks and a lot of the base layouts you come up against, you're very, you know, very cautious of what compositions you bring to the table. But do you feel like you'll be prepared for your matches up against Entropy Gaming and GH Rest tomorrow?
Yeah, probably during the day we'll be doing a bit of base testing and scouting our opponents out a bit, but we also have some Class Masters matches tomorrow, so it will be another busy evening for us.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like you've got a very, very busy day ahead of you tomorrow, and of course you've got a lot of preparation alongside that as well, so it's going to be, yeah, very busy indeed. But thank you very much for the interview here, as sadly we know we lost that last war, but you did defeat Bad Singers as well, so puts you in a decent position in the standings. So look forward to see how your matches go on Thursday.
All right, thank you for having me.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. And yeah, well, you could say even against the teams they're playing against tomorrow, it's going to be very tough for them. And plus, if they've got another competition on top of that, the amount of preparation they need to do, it's a very, very hectic schedule for the guys on ATN. But that's ATN, they're all done. I think we've spoken too much about them already, as we'll move on now to the next matchup, and it's going to be a great one in itself. It'll be Carnage Gaming versus Bad Zinger, where Bad Zinger did lose out against ATN earlier on, but that was a few hours ago. They're back, they're ready, and we'll see how Carnage Gaming will be able to deal with them this time around with Stiglitz and the boys here.
Yeah, and this is a prediction that I think all of us actually came in with Bad Zinger for the win. And, you know, the audience went for Carnage Gaming to get the win today. After seeing how ATN held off, if Carnage Gaming bring the same sort of defensives, the same sort of fire, we can actually see the audience predictions getting this one correct. And Judo pointed it out. Their fearless leader Hugo Stiglitz is a force to be reckoned with. He comes with experience from the 2019 World Championships as a vice world champion, part of the MCS team at the time, and bringing that along with some incredible players. This Carnage Gaming team is really shaped up nicely. Now, their hit rate's a little bit on the lower side, 45%, but as we can see by the average damage, 94%, not a bad position to be in. And defensively, they're kind of in that mid-tier level. They're not too low. They're not as high as some of the other teams, but ATN was still around the same mark and was able to hold up against Badzinger today.
Yeah, I remember talking to Stiglitz, and he really gives a good insight on how as a team approach a lot of his matchup and how he prepares for it. But Badzinger, we saw them earlier on this evening, and they didn't actually come up trumps against ATM. But they got another chance here. They were at the top of the standings, but not anymore. But at least they'll be in a real nice, comfortable position. They do take down Carnage Gaming, but it's going to be no easy feat here. Hit rate 56%, not bad. Average damage 93% as well, and a decent defense as well. So those base builds definitely doing themselves justice here across the board. And then we're going to see now if it gives them a little bit of a helping hand against the likes of Carnage Gaming. It's going to be tough to call here and very, very tough to predict as well, because in terms of predictions, actually, the audience and has actually decided to go with Carnage Gaming. We've all gone with Badzinger, so there's a chance that we're probably all going to be wrong apart from chat.
Yeah, and I was torn on this particular match. There were actually a couple that I was torn on, and this was definitely one of them, because this could go any direction. I do think we are likely to see if Badzinger come back around. I think they have to recover themselves after their first war, but if they can recover themselves, come back around, I think this is going to be a really close matchup. And we know that there was a small hiccup within Juan's plan, so that just set it off to the wrong foot for them. So I think if they can just get that out of their system, this could maybe be the win that they're hoping for. But I don't fault the audience for going with Carnage Gaming, because they really have been just bringing their A game, not only through here in the ESL Mobile, but through various other tournaments.
Yeah, completely agree entirely. I don't think Badzinger will feel a bit, demoralised from the loss they had against ATN either. They're one of the strongest teams here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, so I don't think it's going to phase them at all. We know that in terms of the first attack, there was a little bit of a slip-up, shall we say, a little bit of a misclick, but let's be honest, these things do happen, don't they, from time to go, oh, okay, so we have the Super Bowlers coming out, the first time, I believe, since we started off today, and just let you guys know at home, but in terms of the data we've got, in terms of how many attacks been where, what, who, and when, and how, in terms of the compositions, the Super Bowlers were joint 6th, I believe. They were used 9 times over the last couple of play days, but we haven't seen them once today. Well, I say that, but until we saw this attack from Fabian. So let's see how he cracks on here. Already we're starting off with the Warden on that 3 o'clock position, making work into the Town Hall.
Yeah, great passage here to secure the Town Hall taken down. It is time consuming when we do this, but he's actually sped it up nicely. That Rage, of course, helping out quite a bit, not just giving those healers the force that they need to keep that Warden alive, but really just getting that Warden raged up and powering along so we can start before the 2-minute 15-second mark, which is definitely much needed. Now, Fabian, doing this very similar to how we would see the P.E.K.K.A. smashes, cutting across the base, down through the center, just navigating the pathing around and using that king along the outskirts just to clear out the path. What I do like that we're seeing here is that open corner compartment by the 930 side of the base that is going to steer that king right inside and allow the Super Bowlers and the Queen to path through and get straight to the back end.
One like as well as the P.E.K.K.A. on the south side, distracting a little bit of the DPS away from the center just to give these Super Bowlers a little bit of room to breathe. The RC has come out on the 11 o'clock side, just heading straight into that scanner shot compartment, which is going to be huge for them. And here come the Hog Riders as well, straight towards my Eagle Artillery. I know you're about to say what I think you're going to say. Where on earth have the Super Bowlers gone? They have literally done a complete disappearing act. And it's a shame, really, because they've only got 1 compartment left with the RC already having to pop his ability. Free spell comes down just to try and delay things a little bit here. But Fabio now trying to make this push work as best of his ability, but it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, the Super Bowlers, the healers absolutely obliterated in the core. We are seeing more and more of this happening. A lot of defenses coming through into the center of the base. There was a lot of firepower coming in, and I missed if there were any traps that actually helped to knock down the healers as well, which is something that you do need to keep that momentum going and alive. So this is a huge defense coming in for Badzinger. Much needed for them today because they want to finish off the day at least with one win here. 73% 2-star is going to be that phenomenal defensive start for them.
70% 2-star, and also we'd normally see every day, and even with that Super Bowler attack as well, it's something we haven't seen at all today compared to the last couple of days last weekend. Even it just did not work. It was 73%. It's not a start you would want. Badzinger actually had a very similar start earlier on with a 72%. So they're probably thinking, well, the shoe's on the other foot now. At least we're not the ones in that predicament instead of themselves. And just looking at the prediction as well, very heavily in favour of Badzinger in the Twitch chat across. It's got 90% for Badzinger, but do you know what? I'd probably vote for them as well now, considering what we just saw from the first attack, because as it means that Badzinger got a huge advantage in the opening moments of this war. But we've seen it happen plenty of times in the past, it'd where things can shape up completely differently towards the very end, considering the circumstances of a lot of these attacks.
They really can. We saw that in the last war.
No, that's true. But let's see what we can do now as Badzinger can try and capitalize with that trip.
And Badzinger, we have one coming in for the team with a Sui Lala. We have seen a lot of success rate on this. I believe it's around the 70 to 73% hit rate, success rate that it has come through, and quite a lot of use over the Queen Charge Lalo. One with a beautiful opener, the Royal Champ helping to work alongside with the Queen there, but unable to take down the CC troops. We still have those super minions firing away, and the Queen down for the count. I'm looking around to see what we have to help pick them off. No poison spell here to get them through, so he's got to find some distraction like the Stone Slammer and maybe some minions to carry this one along, so he doesn't lose out a lot of value on the Stone Slammer.
To see how this works. He even has a healing spell, which is interesting with the lineup of spells here for this attack, and we're going to see it now as most of it's gone from the west to south side, and now pushing on forward straight to that south compartment. The first rage spell will come down. Doesn't get a huge amount of value as of yet, but as they're trying to push across, we can see if we can get anything more. So not a huge amount, but finally does make some kind of use from it as those huge bunch of loons now just pushing into the scanner shot compartment. Beautifully done here, and the haste spell on the outside on the 3 o'clock side, just using a couple of those loons just to snipe some of the defenses there towards that Inferno Tower. But as I've said that though, where on earth are most of the loons kind of all been taken down here, B?
Yeah, they didn't have the full support. It would have been nice to see that Stone Slammer getting a little bit more value out of it, pushing along towards a scatter shot here, and that's a bit of the problem. You mentioned the heal. We are seeing a lot more heals in the mix with our Lalos, and typically that's used coming into the core of the base where we have some splash damage multis. It just keeps those loons spread alive and well. But again, with the Stone Slammer taking a bit of early damage from those super minions that came down, the loons didn't have enough proper support. And I mean, look at this. The Queen's still standing here. Headhunters weren't enough to take her down. So it's a bit of a struggle on the Lalo here for one, but an 80% 2-star keeps him in the lead, and he's going to be pretty happy about that. Even if it was going to wind up in a 2-star, sitting a little bit more comfortably in there around the 80% mark is always a good spot to be in.
Yeah, I was saying at least the shoe's on the other foot, and when he gets almost a similar percentage as last time. But you're right there. At least they're up by 7% going into the next attack. That's the main thing. That's at least something, get a little bit of leeway going into the next attack. So both teams fumble from the get-go, which is very uncharacteristic from Badzinger as well, especially because we always talk about how talented their roster is in terms of their attacks. But this is what we're talking about, you know, with the meta not being fully established yet and some crazy base builds along the way. It's definitely a lot of variety that needs to be brought to the table, and it's been very tough for them, isn't it? So we're going to see now what kind of game it can do, see if they can make up for their first attack. Stiglitz, it's going to be the one coming up next here to see if he can give his team a bit of a boost for the struggles they had after that first attack, and see if they can get this next triple B.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see Hugo coming in so early into the game. And like you said, it might be that boost that they're hoping to get out of this. So I think ahead of time, they do schedule who's coming in, especially the way that they have to plan their attacks coming through. Now, Hugo bringing in the hybrid will have the Queen charging along towards that town hall, eliminating the damage and the risk of the hybrid having to force through. Occasionally, we've seen some risky plays with the hybrid cutting straight through the town hall, but that will not necessarily be the case here. I say that because, you know what? I never hold anything past Hugo coming into this one, but we do have that great direction and path leading towards it. But we are seeing a lot more time-consuming Queen charges to get the full value. And that means the hybrid is going to have to get lined up and set and ready to go. Judo had pointed out earlier, you know, by that minute 30 mark, you really need to invest the Hogs miners coming in to ensure that you have enough time to take down the base.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's just that worry, isn't it, really, of how patient you can be to try and get much investment at the very beginning. But the Queen is trying to push on forward. The range spell does come down, but yeah, my word, this Lava House is delaying things really heavily for Stiglitz, but it's not going to stop him from attacking by any means. Already the Pecker is coming out from the north side. The Hog Riders are going to be coming out with the RC as well. Just going to turn on the Eagle artillery compartment first straight away. We'll find what first of many spin traps here now just coming on down. They're still cleaning up, beautifully done there. Nice use of the healing spell as well. But the Queen, as you can see, for herself, are still okay, as she's going to be fine for the moment, as she's not distracting a huge amount of DPS because she's so far away. But Hogwarts is now still trying to do absolute work here. The King popped his ability, now still continuing around the outside. And we've got additional Hog Riders and Wizards also coming from that 1 o'clock position, trying to head in towards that Inferno and AD on the 3 o'clock compartment.
It's a great position of the siege barracks, and when you are planning your raids like this, you have to think about where you are placing it, not only for the funnel flank to keep things moving along, but where you want those hogs to come out, typically along the outskirt edge of the base. Taking down that multi is huge. It gives the miners that remain here the opportunity to take down the scatter, and the Royal Champ is going to just help finish off along with the miners and what hogs or hog remain here for the cleanup. But again, having your heroes for the end of this raid, when you're investing a Queen charge in anything, you want her to remain to the tail end of the raid because typically she's really helping out with that value, taking care of the cleanup, taking care of the rest of the base, especially if your main troops start fizzling out, as we often see with hybrids and even drag riders these days.
It's nice to see that even with a couple of heroes at the end, they still had their abilities. That's how good that attack was, and gained good use of his Hog Riders as well. Stiglitz coming up with the triple, just waiting for the second attack coming up now from their opponents. And it's going to be a doozy here. We know how strong Badzinger can be, but we haven't seen much of that today, and we want to see a little bit more of it. We had a few slip-ups along the way, but hopefully they'll be able to correct that and be able to smash through Carnage game his defense. But they have to be careful though, because Carnage game his defense has been very good across the board. It's just the fact that some of the attackers' executions have just been almost perfection, to say the least, and really had a smooth approach to a lot of them. So very excited to see what they can do now this time round. But again, though, it's a nice way to kick things off. Both of them are very even, and even if they get the triple this time round, it's only 7% separating both teams.
Yeah, it's not a huge gap between these two, but Badzinger definitely need to come in strong and follow this one up. With the caliber of players they have on this, it should be, I would say, relatively easy, but as you pointed out, the defenses have been riding strong for many teams since we've seen the update. Now, Avatar with the added pressure on, bringing in the hero dive. Lalo looking to see if I'm actually looking to see if he might even use the Warden. We have seen this quite a bit these days with the Warden working through, but it does not look like that will be the case. The King working alongside here with the Royal Champion to take on the scatter shot. And another thing lethal that we actually are seeing a lot of is the use of these skelly spells, which gives more distraction, and it means you don't necessarily need to bring in an ice golem into the mix, so you have more troop space value out of it.
Oh, that makes perfect sense to me. As the RC now just still continue to pushing on forward. You can see from the south side as well, the Queen now is going to start doing work for that town hall compartment, but still a lot of distractions there on the 9 o'clock compartment. But finally it's been all cleaned up and ready to go. But the Queen and the Giant now just looking to continue pushing on forward. So going to be a nice slow approach here for Avatar, as he needs this triple in order to keep this as a close affair as possible. Just looking to take down the Town Hall. Beautifully done there. But the thing is, though, the Tornado Trap has actually probably done him with some favours, actually. The Queen still just avoided just the outer edge of the kick of poison there. And the Stone Slammer now does come out just in front of the rest of those loons, taking all that damage. Has been cleaned up, though, but the first haste spells definitely going to give him a bit of leeway, taking down that Eagle Artillery. And the rest of the loons there just making that nice shape and nice flank around on the rest of these compartments there. Minute 15 left here, still a little bit of time left on the clock to make this work.
Yeah, so that multi-section is going to be the trickiest spot to get into, but we have the heal to try and keep those loons safe. But for now, it's the Warden ability. That tome just keeping them alive and well, freezes up that multi as it actually went down swift. And this is looking solid. A nice, easy push to the back end. These bows, this last one here at least, set on ground. And the loons are going to have a very powerful push, not having to worry about a multi. We've got a single on the back end, the Warden Tower. Yes, there's some splash with the Wizard Tower, but with what he has left over, he's got more than enough spread here to cover it. I like that he's not taking any risks. He uses the spells that he has left over to ensure it, and it's a smart move because he doesn't want to lose out too much to the point where he could risk a time fail. So smart move on Avatar's end. And with that, he's going to sail in with a nice, clean 3-star. You know it's successful when you have about 5 million loons left over, where they multiply from where you started.
And an invisibility spell in the back pocket. He was fine, wasn't he? He's perfectly fine indeed. Good execution once again. Nice clean attack there. And now still between the two of them separates 7%, and it's a matter of who is going to be able to fail first, or is this going to continue on until the very end and both get a 14-star? We don't know. We have to just wait and find out, because it has been a real close affair between the two. It's hard to even be able to separate them, and I love the attacks. I love the compositions as well, just in general, but we have to see if that first attack is going to definitely hinder them in the long run in terms of the longevity of things. But Anonymous from Carnage Gaming is going to be coming out here to see what he can bring to the table. 5 Dragon Riders to his name, and already starting off with the Queen from the 9 o'clock side, just looking to dish a little bit of work alongside the King.
Yep, and taking advantage of that, but the King also helping to force the Queen along in her own path. We want to guide her towards that Town Hall, 2 super wall breaks to open up her position coming in. Now, we could get a corner junction break. That's what he goes for. Ooh, okay, hold up. Finally gets that in. And it's good that he dropped that second one. A third one could have just dove her a little bit deeper inside the base when she took on the Town Hall. But I don't know how necessary it was. But having that backup sneaky super wall breaker really did do some good work for him here. And we still have the World Champion who can work on an inline edge towards the center of the base, or we can even use a Stone Slammer, but typically we want that cutting in from about the outskirts of the base. But patience again here as you work through with your Queen charge, needing to make sure you pick up the value intended, and most importantly, get close enough to securing that Town Hall. Has to drop the invisibility spell because he is worried that this Queen is distracted, but maybe a little bit too early here. She's still going to force her way through and in. And I do hope that she doesn't try and beat through the wall as the King lures her up to the center. Oh, good.
Oh, yeah, I was a little bit worried there, but that's both invisibility spells gone. She's just outside the rage spell, I believe, actually. So let's see if she'll be able to take down this Town Hall. Should be okay considering the circumstances. There's really enough DPS there to really stop things. But actually, speaking of Devil, the Dragon Riders as well, with the Warden coming out from the south side alongside the Stone Slammer, taking the Eagle Artillery already. This is going to be a very aggressive push. I must say that the Queen is still alive. Does have to pop her ability though, as the healer's got a little bit distracted. But the Queen, she would have stayed alive a lot longer. It just depends if he goes into that poison or not, because I think a couple of his healers have already gone. The Queen is still alive, luckily. And you can see as well the Loons and the Dragon Riders making full use of that rage spell as well. No more spells left here, B. It's all about whether we can do with what's left over of these Dragon Riders.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big split for the Drag Riders, but they do it so well because he's got 3 working on one side, another 2 to 3 that were working on the opposite side here. And this is going to indeed carry it forward to, I would say, a 3-star, but we need to keep an eye on those minions that work through. They need to take down the storages, and there is a lot of work to be done. Tons of storages spread around this base, and the time is a-ticking. Oh, and Air Skellies are going to hold off the Drag Riders. This is indeed going to be a time fail for Anonymous. A bit unfortunate at that because they're getting mighty close to trying to just flip things over for themselves here against Badzinger.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shame. There 2 seconds left, though, and it was actually a lot tighter than we expected. I thought we'd have a little bit more left over than that, assuming it was going to be like a 96, 97%. But 2-star, 99%. Can't really complain, can't really go wrong, really, can you? Unless they lose by 1 star at the very end. I hope not, after saying that. But Dima, again, had a great base, you know, good defense overall. It's a shame for Anonymous, so he had so much left over, didn't he? Just had to try and progress a little bit quicker. But I thought that was quite an aggressive attack, but he was heavily delayed at one stage, wasn't he? But if you guys want to let us know your opinions on the matches, past, present, or maybe what matches you're looking forward to on Thursday, or just in the future in general, make sure to let us know, hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter, and you can comment and interact with us. We may even mention your tweet or two to the best tweets which we think can come up, and we can tell us what you think and see what we think as well. But, you know, going to the next attack as well, it's still very tough to call. 2-star, 99%. I don't think it's too much to complain about, really. Of course, 91% away from that 3-star could give them a huge amount of leeway going forward. But it all depends on this next attack, doesn't it, to see how much pressure is going to be on their shoulders.
It does. And, you know, these players need to be very focused on how they're working. You know, we saw there was perfection in that, with the exception of the queen charge. It was just too time consuming and really just having to redirect her and invest those 2 invisibility spells. But it was just about a second away from getting the job done. So they need to be sharp on this and try and keep their eye as quickly as they can on getting the job done here. And Badzinger with this opportunity to keep the lead. Now Rakira's coming in with a Zap Quake Hydra, and we actually don't get to see a lot of the Zap Quake Hydras. We see, you know, a lot of Hydras coming through, but investing some good value here. We take down the Scattershot compartment, completely eliminate that, also knocking out an air defense and an air sweeper, which is going to help a little bit more with the Hydra pathing. We're only going to have 1 forcing it along, but if the heroes can work their way into this compartment to take it out, this could work out nicely. I'm looking at the lineup that he's setting, possibly for the king and queen to force their way into the Scattershot compartment here at 6.
Yeah, very aggressive approach here. There still has a couple of raging 3 spells along the way to give this a little bit of a boost. The Blimp coming in as well, though, just heading towards that Scattershot compartment. Yeah, not something we normally see every day. 3 spell does come down to keep those loons alive enough to take out any other of the defenses here, but it's actually getting a lot more value. And there was even an Inferno Dragon in the mix as well, which didn't anticipate there. But still, the Drags, the Warden, and the Riders still pushing into the center here from that 3 o'clock position, still continuing to do a fair amount of work. Good use of the rage spell as well. Warden popping its ability to make sure to keep them alive for as long as it possibly can. I must say, this is looking very good so far, but as we're pushing in towards the Town Hall, going to be the last portion of this attack. You can see the RC coming out as well. We'll be typing through a lot of these mines, a lot of these traps as well, but this is pretty much a done deal almost, isn't it? But look how much is left, barely anything, and still got a fair amount of troops left. The only problem is, though, the Dragons actually taking a lot of damage from the poison, but I think the damage has pretty much been done here already. The Queen's still alive, the RC's coming out as well, still just pushing in towards the 9 o'clock position, and that's going to be all the defenses down here for Carnage Gaming. It'll be Badzinger bagging themselves a trip.
I love this plan. Absolutely love it. The use of that blimp actually to clear across the wall into the Scattershot compartment, absolutely superb. And the heroes with more than enough power to finish off the job in the Town Hall compartment. And so much so that the Royal Champion can swag her ability. I mean, you know, we keep saying it, the Drag Riders, the Hydra, you know, even though the Drag Riders had a small nerf, it's not enough to stop this strong winded attack, but it all depends on how you use it, what value you're getting, how you're thinking about going about the bases and planning it out. And this is just another case of keeping those heroes going, finding the best value for them, and really narrowing out the path of the Dragons and the Drag Riders to get as much damage in as possible.
You're right, though, because back in the day, a few months ago, we would see the Queen Charge Dragon Riders use twice as much compared to the next used composition, but this time around it only edges it slightly. But even with a little bit of a nerf, they seem to be a viable option. As Carnage Gaming, though, it means that they'll need potentially some back-to-back triples to keep themselves in this matchup, as the Blimp has dropped into that Town Hall. But the question is, will we be able to take it down? This is going to be the next question here. There's a lot of defenses here is actually going to be able to be on top of them, but it looks like it is going to be a struggle here, B. Oh, never mind, never mind.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness.
That was a close call.
Not as close in as he was hoping to get that with the tornado trap. So you can see we're still seeing these tornado traps. We're still seeing some baits coming in, and you know, that was a little risky coming in so quickly early on with a blimp, not sailing it through the warden ability. But he is able to successfully get the CC lure, take down the town hall, and get this in motion. Now, the Inferno Drag Rider we're not seeing as much of as we saw prior to the update, and we are again seeing this thinned out just a little bit more. Taking down the town hall also means that he doesn't necessarily run the risk of the drag riders and Inferno drags cutting through the poison bomb path. So I like this notion of coming in with it this way, and a use of the heal to actually keep them going through a lot of damage, including from the Eagle artillery.
Yeah, we almost had a cardiac arrest at the very beginning of this matchup, but we'll have to see how things pan out as we're pushing into the sentence at Multi-Inferno, as no one's really got close enough to it yet in order to try and tackle this down into the center. It's been really, really tough. A freeze build comes down for those two limbs on the right-hand side, but for those Dragon Riders to try and catch up and give him a little bit of help. But look at the Dragon Riders, so most of them towards the 8 o'clock side have already taken a huge amount of damage. The RC as well has still got ability, so should be okay. It depends on how soon it's going to get used and how effective it's going to be here, but looks like it's going to be okay nonetheless. Still just trying to push into the south side. Is still got that Archer Town in Multi-Inferno in the south side left standing, but once that's been cleaned up, it should be smooth sailing from here on out. It's all about just finishing up all those structures, and with 50 seconds left remaining, you can see the side of College Gaming. They're going to be pretty damn happy about that. And the Queen's even still got ability here, B. So it will be a triple for the side of Carnage Gaming. Desperately required here in this matchup.
Yeah, Diz definitely wasn't worried. Even without the spell support for the back end, because he had his Queen ability, the Royal Champ ability, even though she was super low health, he knew he had the opportunity to come in, because it's not like we were worrying about scatter shots on the back end. The Eagle was eliminated by the heroes in that push. So a lot of that was taken down early on to really give what was needed. And the most important thing was getting those Drag Riders and Inferno Drags straight through the center of the base. Just a really nice, well-planned attack for Diz.
It really was, wasn't it? It really was indeed. And it's give a bit of leeway now, because it means that they're still going to be behind 1 star if they their opponents do get another triple. We'll see how things will pan out for them. But again, it was good execution we saw from that last attack as well, and just perfectly synced as well with the rest of his units and getting the RC out so late on and just making sure to try and secure the victory by clearing out all that defense. Incredible stuff there from the likes of Carnage Gaming. But Waste is now going to be coming out here for Badzinger here. And Lloyd gets a decent 2-star, then it means that he can try and guarantee his team the W in their final attack alongside getting that triple later on. But we know that he's going to be looking for more than that, won't we be? As you can see already now, just making a start on the south side with the Warden, and see what shenanigans that Waste is going to be up to this time round.
I mean, we look how close the stats are right now. That 99% for Carnage Gaming hurts because they could be that much closer to Badzinger. So they're hoping to see this defense here. And it is something we've seen. This Super P.E.K.K.A Smash with Bats is not an easy task. We've seen a mixed review on how this goes about, but you really need to get a solid push coming in. The King supporting from the outside edge, a Blimp sailing through for that Town Hall here, and cutting that Warden ability just to ensure it makes full passage through. Look at all those traps coming in, and even the push of the Air Sweeper back, but do they manage to get in where they need to go to get the Town Hall down? They do not. Those sneaky goblins get pushed back enough to go for the Dark Elixir storage, which means everything coming in here, this jump perfectly placed, will ensure the Town Hall takedown. Ooh.
Okay, so recovery has been okay. Good improvisation there from Wasted already. The RC's come out on the top right, just pushing towards with the hour as well. And again, just taking on that scanner shot as well. This is looking a lot better than we anticipated. It was a little bit shaky in the halfway stage, but now the RC is now going to continue creating that path to try and get as much of that defense taken down as possible, so the Bats have a little bit more room to try and stay alive and take out the other defenses into the center as well. But the free spell does come down here. The Queen and the Warden just working together to try and push on across. But the Queen is going to be trapped in a little bit, but looks like it's going to be okay so far. And the only problem is, though, there's not really many units across the board. There's a minute left remaining, but it's still going to be tough, even with those healers.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't drop that last freeze on the scatter shot here. The Queen still has her ability, has some power left, but with the defending Royal Champion and the scatter shot here, it's just going to take some time to get through. He does have a Headhunter that can help out, and the Warden was taking some shots, so not enough to take it down. I mean, it's cutting it close, but I don't know that there's going to be enough time out of this one to get the job done here. Having those bats, if they were still alive, this could have knocked that down, led the Queen a little bit further north with more opportunity. I don't know, Lethal. This is close. Do you think he's gonna get it?
I think they will. I think he's got plenty of DPS.
Oh, he's got a wizard.
I reckon with like 3-4 seconds remaining, maybe even a little bit more considering. But use the free spell anyway, just to save as much as possible. But yeah, there we go. 6 seconds remaining. So yeah, I do agree. Though it was a little bit close. And obviously, had to pop the ability from the Queen a little bit earlier, which does make perfect sense. But a little bit pear-shaped at one stage, but it seems to be okay. Even after the Town Hall situation, and still recovered it and still managed to get a 3-star. That's a true testament of wasted skill there as an attacker.
That jump was perfectly placed. Now, a lot of times you want to guide your jumps to not force your troops into another compartment, because like if the jump were in the center, it could have helped to reach those scatter shots up north, could have made a big difference in that. But the fact that the Town Hall didn't go down, it was very important that that jump connected that to give it what it needed, and really down to the wire. Also good thing to hold on to that extra wizard and the freeze, because it did come into play at the very end to definitely ensure there weren't any issues on time. But let's take a look as we have Tituan coming in with the Queen Charge Drag Rider. I do feel like this is about a 50-50 split that we see for the most part with these Drag Riders coming in. A lot of players still consistent in the use of these and still relying on them, just trying to find the opportunities to adjust around. And we do have this compartment open for the scatter shot, which means we can use a king to help potentially force us along as a Queen takes on the Town Hall compartment. But we do have 2 more wall breaks actually to start guiding the Queen a little bit deeper through. So I'm curious to see what's going to come in for the scatter shot compartment.
Yeah, I do agree though. We've definitely seen the Queen Charge Dragon Riders a lot more this week compared to what we saw last week. We saw a lot more variety, but there's still a little bit of variety here and there. But yeah, the Queen Charge Dragon Riders have definitely appeared a lot more than we definitely anticipated this time round. But you can see already the King on next door in the compartment, just popping his ability to take down that scanner shot compartment. And as you know, Carnage Gaming, they do need this triple at least to keep the pressure onto Badzinger. And if they do not, I do believe that there's only like literally an 8% difference or something like that between the two. It's keeping the Queen alive, but in the end though, she did end up popping her ability, which is not what we expected here.
No, we typically don't want to have to force that ability too early in this raid, especially since she needs to make her way through into the core. I'm surprised to see so many super wall breakers in this mix, because having to jump to guide this Queen, I wasn't sure if he was going to path her around a bit more before dropping that. But just a pretty shallow entry. It's just a matter of keeping the Queen alive, and there are no more rages to keep those healers strong enough for the Queen to survive any additional incoming damage. And she runs the risk of coming in with the defending RC and the Expos as well. But for now, the Stone Slammer in a perfect position to take some of the heat off of her, particularly against that single targeting Inferno.
The Warden popping his ability probably at the perfect time to just try and keep these Dragon Riders alive for as long as possible. And now again pushing into that south compartment. It's taken only AD. The multi-inferno needs to be taken down as soon as possible, because these units are evaporating as they're pushing across, and it's going to be really tough to call. But look at this though, they're not even focusing on the multi-inferno until the last few seconds. They will be able to take it down maybe, but the problem is, look, the units have already been taken down here, B.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Carnage Gaming. They really needed to come in with this 3-star, and this is just the handover. It would have been a bit of a different story here for this final attack had that not have been a 99% 2-star that we saw earlier today. And again, that seems to just come back around, bite them a little bit in the butt, but a 79%, I don't know if it would have been enough to finish off strong, knowing that we have LP to come up to bat next.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to get a 1-star 70% or anything like that, is he? Let's be real now. I think this is going to be curtain Sivlin, but yeah, a little bit of a shame once again. It was, what would you say really created the effect of the fact that he only got a 2-star 78%, because it wasn't looking too bad to begin with, but then it went a little bit wrong towards the halfway stage. Actually, maybe just before that as well, especially with the Queen and popping her ability so early on.
I think really the fact that the Queen hadn't been able to get as much value as he had hoped for, but really just there was a lot of damage coming in for those Dragon Riders from the start as well. But you know, we hope to see the Queen and the Drag Riders working together in conjunction. The more you can do to alleviate the pressure on each of them and split that damage, the better it is for them. But let's take a look at Dima. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not LP, it's Dima coming in. Excuse me. But Dima, yeah, I'm thinking of LP in the old lineup here from Badzinger. My mind's going back to when he was on the Badzinger team. But Dima finishing off the day for Badzinger. So he's also a very solid attacker. We've seen a lot of great work from him here, and also opting to go with a Queen Charge Drag Rider as he works through clearing out this Eagle compartment. Now, what I am noticing is we're leaving the Town Hall open. We do have an additional wall break, so there's the opportunity of popping in the King to take this on, but we also have the Blimp, and I'm not sure what he's bringing along in the mix there.
Oh, I know what he's bringing though. The Dragon Riders and the News and the Warden coming out on the 2 o'clock position, and the Blimp's coming out as well. He's traveling towards that Town Hall, but the Queen's doing a huge amount of work still, already pushing to the next compartment there on the 10 o'clock sign. But the Blimp does land in its correct destination. It's going to look to try and take down that Town Hall if they can. It shouldn't be too much of a problem here. The Dragon Riders now still just taking down that multi-inferno on the north side. Town Hall does come down as well. The King's going to also make a start on the south side as well. So I must say this is very a micro-intensive attack here from Dima.
It is, and look at the way he's using the King, coming in to help protect the Royal Champion. A good position as there's some skellies coming out, and he needs to make sure that that Royal Champion stays focused. So it quickly works through that compartment. As you can see, all of the Drag Riders absolutely fizzled out. So this is relying heavily on the hero support to get the job done. Tornado Trap's going to hold this off slightly, but does force that King ability and holds on to the Royal Champion ability as long as possible, knowing that he still has that single targeting Inferno to get through, but already launches it. And at this point, Dima is not going to be able to pick up the 3-star. However, he's going to be able to pick up more than enough needed here at the end of the day to get the win. Badzinger definitely feeling in a solid position, being able to finish off the day today after 2 matches with this win.
Yeah, they're going to give Dima a pat on the back there. They've made up for their loss early on against ATN. At least they've kept Carnage Gaming back in terms of standings as well, so it'll be a nice little win for them to end the day. It's like I said before, Badzinger had no reason to come into this matchup demoralised after losing to ATM. We know how strong they are. It was quite a close matchup to say the least, but it will be Badzinger coming out on top by at least a star here, and a fair percentage as well, considering what we saw at the very beginning of both attacks. As you know, that both teams did slip up right at the very beginning, but in terms of consistency, Badzinger were the ones to be able to keep it up on top, especially towards the later stages of this war. So there we have it. Badzinger do come out on top by 1 star, 4% as well. Good performance from them. Congratulations to Carnage Gaming. But, you know, these things do happen, but we will see him again later on against Potted Gaming as well.
We definitely will. They'll have another opportunity in this one. But kudos, you know, Badzinger able to get this win off after a little bit of a tough start today. They've held their ground, and it was a pretty close match. I mean, considering there was that 99% 2-star, we could have easily have seen that 13 to 13 star war. So, you know, I think between us and chat, we kind of had it right. It's just one of those unknown situations where anyone could really pull it home.
Well, I'm glad they didn't ask for our predictions last week, because we probably got 1 out of 7 each day, wouldn't we? So I'm glad they've done it this week instead, because last week was just an absolutely crazy show to say the least. But guys, don't go anywhere. It's been a long day of Clash of Clans action, but remember, we've still got 2 more matches left to go. The next one being GHRS versus MCES. That should be a true testament there for GHRS, considering their preparation. And then the last one will be with Potted Gaming versus Carnage game, so you guys don't go anywhere. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
The healers, because it's so key in every attack.
Healer, because the healer protects my queen.
I think my favorite troop at the moment is the EUR, because it's been in there since the origins of the game, and it just lets me do a lot of creative attacks and like to use all the other troops in very different ways.
Probably the balloon, just because it's just so powerful and you can use it for so many purposes, and it's a cool concept as well.
I think I know them pretty well.
I think I know them decent enough to play with them, but not really good.
I think not too much, because actually I don't use a lot of them. I usually stick to those 6 or 7.
I'm good at guessing who this troop might be, because I don't really pay attention to the exact design of each troop.
I think it's the Barbarian King.
Like here I can just see like a crown, I guess.
Barbarian King.
Okay, so maybe this one is the crown from the king.
This should belong to the Barbarian King.
Oh.
It's the Archer Queen.
Right, very nice. Yeah, the queen has a crown as well.
Oh, I think it's for sure the Grand Warden.
I feel like this belongs to the Grand Warden, to a certain skin of it.
That's a witch.
Okay, this is from the witch.
Oh, it's getting embarrassing. Okay.
I'm bad.
What? Oh my! Yeah, you. Oh, the witch. Didn't get that.
It is the dragon, because the dragon uses fire.
Like the first thing I'll think of is just the wizard.
I think that's a wizard.
Maybe from the wizard, but
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Wow, I'm improving.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I am here, Lady B, joined by Judo, back in action, and we've had some ups, some downs, some big wars, and we are heading into another big one that is going to be a huge determination for one team, Judo.
Oh, it certainly is. MCES are currently bottom of the leaderboard, our current champions, but they have a fierce match ahead because GH Rest came into this one a little bit unnerved as well. However, with their victory over Time to Throw earlier today, I think they have a great shot here.
Yeah, I feel like we might have slept on them a bit for our predictions today. They are coming off hot after their win today, and that could put them in a good spot unless MCES has decided that they are going to bring the fire. But this Rest team has really started navigating through the changes with the update. I told you earlier, that was my biggest concern for them, in the fact that we see them using a lot of the drag riders now, and it was just finding that opening on how to use them in the current meta.
Well, they certainly seem to have got into their stride a little bit earlier on. You can see that hit rate gradually climbing up, now 45% for GH Rest, looking a little bit better, but the average defense 45, not the best that we have seen. Previously, they have gave up quite a few stars in their wars. Their best defensive performance was against Entropy, where they only conceded 11 stars. But other than that, they have conceded either 13 or 14 stars every single war. So it really do show they have to be on their best performance here.
And I'm curious to see how they'll come in to try and defend against a team like MCES. MCES, we know this is their current meta. The fact that Hogs and Hybrid are back in the mix, but some of the teams have had their number in this. So they've likely taken the notion that they could switch up, go to air, which we've seen them do. Synthé is a very versatile attacker, though we love to watch him do Hogs. He is an excellent Malo and Dragon attacker as well. So it really comes down to how clean of a run they go in and how well they predict against what Rest might actually bring to the mix. And we also see a lower defense range here. I guess that makes sense considering they're sitting a little bit lower in the ranks, but overall their hit rate is exceptionally well.
It certainly is, and I feel like their defense, it did kind of let them down. You could say they conceded 12 stars, then 13, then 14 against Bad Singer. But I also think they got a little bit unfortunate. They won their first war convincingly, lost to ATN 13-13, just one building separating the entire war. They did have a tough one against Bad Singer, which is their most recent matchup. Maybe that's why it's sticking in my mind, but it was 12-14, and we've seen MCES use a lot of Hog Riders Hybrid, where we are thinking this is their meta, but they struggled against the bases of Bad Singer. So I guess it's whether they can shake that one war off, because other than that, they have looked pretty impressive considering they're down at the bottom.
They certainly have, and to struggle against Bad Singer, I guess it's not really that it's not that surprising considering what Bad Singer just came off of, a beautiful win against Carnage Gaming. It was close, but they're still able to hold that defense in the end of the day. And I think, if I'm correct, Bad Singer has been around that 60% defensive range. So really, they are the team that has some of the best defenses going around within the past week. So, MCES maybe will have this opening here against RPG. Now, Judah, what was your prediction for the matchup today?
Well, I do think that MCES are going to get this one, just because I feel like, again, they had that one mishap against Bad Singer, and whilst they're at the bottom, they are always going to be one of my favorite picks. I think unless their team changed drastically, they're just too experienced. They could beat anybody on their day.
Yeah, I kind of went with the same, thinking that MCS will make their turn back around in today's matchup. And you saw the little pop-up there down below. Don't forget to type in hashtag ESL Mobile over on Twitter. Get your comments in for the opportunity for them to be featured on here. Tell us what you think about the matches, the teams, and everything going on. We'd love to hear from you, especially for this matchup. I'm sure there's some predictions going in chat, but we do know that the audience also picked MCES for the win today over on Twitter when we did our matches. So I think we're all in alignment on this one, but Rest could really switch it up.
Well, I think Rest weren't necessarily picked to win the previous matchup either. So let's find out whether they can have 2 upsets, I guess, moving through today's matches and again change that leaderboard. I think we found this in the previous season in that the first couple of weeks it was non-stop moving around before we really started to see some sort of shape to the leaderboard, because again, getting to the final, it is the top 4 moving through. But we've got GH Rest starting us off with the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash and a Valkyrie nicely to set the funnel there for the Queen.
Yeah, we don't often get to see the Valk, but when we do often use to help shape up a little bit more of a funnel. Queen now working on that inline edge towards a scatter shot, does manage to get those healers in the rage to keep her alive and well, and it's a nice range for her to take that down, take down the scatter shot, I should say. And we have the easy opening for her to continue to path around towards the Eagle compartment. I'm curious to see if he's going to force her in along here and then just jump her right through into the center of the base.
Yeah, just waiting. I thought he might have deployed the units down to the bottom a little bit quicker there, but I guess just to get the enemy Archer Queen out of the way before he starts any of this, and it doesn't have to lure any of the troops across. But where is the Archer Queen going here? She goes to the cannon. I'm a little bit worried she goes through the wall here, particularly with the Clan Castle troops coming out. This might not be what is, well, it's definitely not what's anticipated, but hopefully things will work out.
Yeah, we need those healers to come over and line up with the P.E.K.K.As, with the Super Wizards, so we don't lose out that value. Warden ability will keep some of it safe, but it looks like we have lost out on the majority of the Super Wizards in this one. Queen really hurting this plan quite a bit. I was going to say, I like the navigation early on, especially the loom that helped, eliminate the X-Bow and keeping this going, but the Queen is really the biggest letdown of this one. He still has some life left to carry this along as the Queen reserves her ability and the Royal Champ cuts across.
The saving grace is that the Archer Queen went for the correct wall. I thought she might have gone into the compartment by the Builder Hut, but thankfully by going to the wall she did. She has been able to cut back across, and he's really having to depend on this Archer Queen for the Town Hall. She still does have the ability. P.E.K.K.A slowly moving into that region, so you never know. He's still got 50 seconds. It doesn't look too bad after all here, Lady B.
As long as a Queen bypasses a poison bomb, I think this should have what it needs. Even the King has survived, and he's going to help with the Tesla slightly. One Super Wizard even remaining here. And actually, it does look, indeed, like he should have enough. We just need those healers now to stay out of the poison bomb. There's no rage to keep that Queen going, though. And Judo, it's going to fizzle out.
The poison was just there for a little bit too long. The Archer Queen losing most of her health. Had she have been able to take even one of those Tesla, it would have really decreased the DPS on her and potentially allowed the healers to pump her health back up. The one Super Wizard tried its best to get rid of all of those skellies, protect the Queen, but not enough to help her through. 93% 2-star gives that opening to MCES. And they have been super strong with their attacking. They need to take advantage.
Yeah, their defense is a little bit weaker than we were expecting to see last week, and it looks like they're off to a great start. The percentage is high for Rest, so that could put them in a good position, but albeit it gives the advantage to MCES and probably a little bit of motivation to say, look, it's in your grasp, get that 3-star, and you start off with a nice, solid, strong lead here. And that's really what they need to focus on.
Well, I think just about every matchup for MCES, we have seen Kingsman starting with the Queen Charge Hybrid, and he's also 3-starred in most of those attacks as well. So let's see what we have in store. It's Kingsman. It is the Hybrid. Exactly what we expected. So maybe it is going to follow the trajectory it has in last week's play days. We'll have to find out what he's got in store. Charging in towards the Eagle, does find some seeking air mines over to the right-hand side of the Queen and just being patient with any other Coco Loons.
Yeah, I notice he's left the town hall on the opposite side of the base, but because he has a siege barracks, he could use the King to pop in and take that on. It would be a pretty big ask for that Queen to make her way all the way down and around, but I am curious to see how he's going to play this one out. You know, I've said it before, with the hybrid style attacks, you typically want to eliminate that town hall with your Queen Charge, but from time to time we wind up seeing different ways of going about it, using the King if it's on an outside edge, or even using the hybrid, which is a lot riskier of an approach to do. And it looks like we're already starting to work our way through the bottom side. He's got some troops down there as the Queen moves along, so he's not wasting any time with this one.
He's actually sending a wall break. He sent a couple of loons down towards the town hall area and just easing that down. So potentially I'm thinking the King into the town hall to try and solo that and using the siege barracks to set the funnel. At first I thought maybe he'll switch to a different siege machine, but no, he's actually going to just walk everything down that side. And of course, with the funnel set up, the King can actually take that down later on in the raid.
Absolutely. So he's getting great value out of this King here, just hanging on to this ability so he can cut across and through. And what this does nicely is actually continue to push the hybrid along into the core of the base, especially if he can quickly move his way along and alleviate some of the pressure of those battle builders. We just do not want to see the miners and hogs getting straight across into the poison bomb, but they're not going to. They go straight for that core exactly as Kingsman has intended.
He timed that to perfection. The reason I thought he might have just sent the King directly in is because of that timing and making sure it was down. But like you said, the hybrid completely dodged it. Look at how many troops are still alive. This is incredible, and this is why we are saying that it is the meta for MCES. They've been using hogs and hybrid for quite some time, and this just shows you how strong it can be. That was overwhelming. And an early lead for MCES now, Lady B.
This is a phenomenal start from them. And I like that Kingsman's going about this approach a little bit differently. You know, I hate the saying, but it's true. There's many different ways to skin a cat. I never liked that, but you know, there's so many different ways that you can go about certain strategies, and you don't limit yourself to what you're doing with an approach. You know, just because the standard is going in with a Queen Charge for the Town Hall doesn't mean that it always needs to be that way. You need to find what best value you can get from your Queen Charge angle if it's not there in the Town Hall, but you can use a King for that double duty of funneling and taking down a big impact item. Go for it. That's exactly what Kingsman showed us. But let's take a look now. Sammy coming through with a second hit for GH Rest, and continuing here with the ground theme, we've got Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash to start off with.
Hoping to have a bit more success than the first attack from GH Rest, but sticking with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. I know it's one that Sammy has used in the previous wars for GH Rest. And we've got a couple of troops already coming in. This is what I talk about with the Grand Warden, just trying to make sure you can take away any complexity. Didn't manage to get the Archer Tower on the side there. I thought maybe he'd send in one extra balloon, but that would only give him one as a Coco Loon. So just going to leave it and hope the pathing is okay here.
And so we notice that he's going for this multi-targeting Inferno, and we often see this is a nice access point, whether it's a multi, a scatter shot, anything that would just flank damage over to your main pack of troops or even your healers. So you have to be mindful and patient to ensure that that goes down before sending in your main focus of troops. And more times than not now, we are seeing the use of witches working along with the King. It's a nice shout because it reaches over those walls where the King can't. He provides a tank, they work through, get some of the defenses, and it all works together where you don't necessarily have to force a wall break in, but it still keeps everything moving together nicely.
Nicely it is indeed at the moment, as he's got the pathing for the P.E.K.K.A smash in itself to move through the middle of the base. The Royal Champion really helping out down to that bottom area as well to just keep the P.E.K.K.A moving through towards that Town Hall. Once she gets in towards this scattershot region, we should be pretty plain sailing at this one. I can't see anything that could indeed stop this attack. Both hero abilities, he's managed to get right through the middle of the base so successfully. This looks fantastic.
Yeah, those P.E.K.K.A doing the job there, and even the Super Wizard surviving pretty much to the end of this raid, just dying out there to the Poison Bomb, but the heroes have it in their back pockets here to finish off the job. Even the King, who manages to survive along with the witches there. GH Rest really has been impressive because, you know, I think they're not only finding the ways to adapt to the use of the Rag Riders as we saw earlier today, but they're also starting to adapt a little bit more to some of the ground meta. And that's going to be really important at this point, especially since we are seeing a lot more variety in the attacks.
And I think just variety in the way the attacks are done as well. Particularly, we've been talking about the Yeti blimp across a couple of these streams, and that's something that can be interchanged with the P.E.K.K.A smash. I feel like even though it's coupled in as one strategy, the super P.E.K.K.A smash, there's so many different ways we see people doing it with different siege machines, X and Y, and it really does mean that you can branch out into different strategies, like you said, even within one type, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just finding what works for the base. And I think as we see more variety in the attacks coming through, we're going to start seeing, we're already seeing the defenses really having to shape up a bit more for the variety of attacks that we have at hand. But it gives more opportunity to be creative, and that's exactly what we want to see. Speaking of creative, we've got Synthé coming in, one of my favorite attackers, and it doesn't look like we have anything crazy, but we will get to see Skelly Donut zap Lalo. Look at this. This is an offering to Synthé. Take me down, Scattershot and CC right there together in the core of the base. This is like no number one when you're coming in against MCES.
I always think to myself as well, if I'm going up against MCES, I would potentially think about baiting that Skelly Donut because it can be so easy to mess it up as well. But you see the invisibilities perfectly keeping all of the skeleton invisible with that rage. Indeed, get the scap and the clan castle alongside the zap quick we already seen. Huge value, and no spell Lalo. We'll probably see the invisibility with the Royal Champion, I would think. However, with this right-hand side, hopefully you could see how it would just be brilliantly for that Lava Loon.
Yeah, he will have to be mindful of the defending Barbarian King here, but he's got 4 wall breakers added, 4 headhunters added to the mix to give the Queen a little reprieve. And of course, we've got that additional invisibility spell that we can invest here as well, just keeping her alive and through. And that actually keeps her focus back onto the Town Hall, so works perfectly. And you can reserve all of these headhunters now for the defending Queen and the Royal Champion up north.
Yeah, just sends one of them in whilst that Archer Queen is distracted onto the Stone Slam. A good investment there because now all 3 can concentrate towards the Royal Champion. Hopefully gets this scatter shot down there with the Dragon Rider and the very wide balloon approach here. Splash will not have a chance to damage. What an ability should help through the multi, and then from there, there's not a lot more which could do major damage. Time could be the main factor here, but he's got a lot of cleanup on the outside as well.
Yeah, hanging on to 4 extra loons for the back-end defenses here. He's got a lot of loon power, but they're going to have to cut across the damage zone here. You saw where he used that warden ability on the north side of the base. The loons fizzle out, but it's a back-end loons that really help carry this one home. And surprisingly, look at this. No traps in there to stop those loons in the core of the base, which means they have full spread out to help take care of the cleanup. So it is not going to be an issue of time.
Well, there you have it. Another air attack by Synthé that brings in the 3 stars. Last week he did the Mass Hog Riders, but it only resulted in 73%. We do know him for his hogs, but we also know him for the Skelly Donut method. As you've seen there, fantastically used to set up that air lava loon attack perfectly. Great job.
Yeah, you know, I'm wondering, Judo, what do you think? Do you think MCES has maybe realized that if they go too heavy on the hog attacks and, you know, not play with versatility in, you know, in their hand, is that what's going to be their downfall? Did they take that memo from last week and try and apply it this week?
Yeah, it's a really tough one, isn't it? And I think the other thing we have to always try and mention is we're coming up to the final qualifier of the World Championships. MCES don't have that golden ticket. They need to keep their versatility across so many different competitions that it can be really difficult. I mean, even if you do have the strategy, when do you use it? When is it best to pull that through? Is it really just trying to customize on the bases? Do you try and hold something so you can secretly use it when you really need to? It's such a tough call for the players. But the Inferno Dragons, I think I've seen a surprising success with. I thought the 0.2 seconds would have a pretty significant difference, and whilst it definitely has had a difference, we've still seen a relatively good success, I would say, Lady B.
Yeah, especially considering the Drag Riders also had that small nerf as well. So you would think working together, this would be at a huge disadvantage. But it really is all about the spell placement and hero usage within these Skelly spells obviously being the biggest factor. And I commend anyone coming in with these attacks because you really have to be on point with getting those Skelly spells down, getting the full value out of them to ensure that you get every bit of value from them that you possibly can get. And we do see the split of the heroes working towards the Town Hall side of the base. Having is still looking good, especially since we do have a Royal Champ to come in and force this along.
Just waiting on that, but now deploys it alongside the heroes. I think that's the best call because he lost a big group of balloons in the center of the base, and particularly with that single target Inferno, can really focus on getting that down for the heroes, because moving to the back end with the Queen ability and the Royal Champion ability, there's not a huge amount to deal damage once the single is down. So there it will go, preserving the RC ability to help through the center of the base as well. Can he get through here? He's got an invisibility, which he's going to have to use for the... Oh, I thought he was going to use for the Royal Champion.
I would have thought so too. I'm surprised he's hung on to this, but he does have the Queen ability intact, maybe waiting for her to burst her way through the wall, just hanging on to that invisibility spell so the Inferno Drags can really help out with this one, including the Warden, especially since they're taking on a lot of damage from that Expo. Here we go. Drops it for the Queen, just ensuring she can take it on and take some pressure off. And that was the right move here with just enough to take down the defenses. Now it's just a matter of the Queen beating through the wall and getting the CC down.
It was the right move, but that giant bomb had something else in its mind. It really nearly took out the Queen. And obviously, once it's triggered, the Queen is not invincible. She's just invisible. So it still dealt that damage, but getting the 3 stars and making sure to keep this war interesting. But back to MCES. They are... Well, they're in the position that the war could be in their hands, but it's always easier said than done when we say all they need to do is 3-star.
It is, especially right now. We do see a lot of strong defenses on the table, and you know, it's great. I love that we're seeing more and more defenses. I'm sure base builders are certainly happy to see that, but for the players, it just means they have to be cleaner in their approaches, always second guessing, always making sure they're taking the safe approach and have backup plans, particularly what we're seeing with like Queen charges even coming through the mix and a lot of baiting. But look at this, we've got another Inferno Drag Rider attack. Surprising to see that like we're getting this actually back to back, since it's been something that we only really get a handful of.
Yeah, you can definitely say that again, and holds on to 1 super wall breaker and 1 minion. So in the first 30 seconds, we've pretty much got the entire 300 troop capacity on the board, and it's only the spells to worry about. Town Hall does fall, which is one thing that can obviously falter this style of attack, and he's still got a good group of the Inferno Dragons nicely funneled in towards the center of the base, which is always the goal. He's holding on to that Royal Champion as ever, making sure that he can adapt here, because this is one thing with the Inferno Dragons. Sometimes if they peel off where you don't quite expect it, at least you can adapt with that extra hero.
Absolutely, and this is where he really needs it, but we do have the pullback through of the Drag Riders and Inferno Drags coming for the multi-targeting Inferno in the center. A little bit of that split is a bit worrisome, but He's got an additional freeze he can use to carry across, and it will certainly be the heroes that need to help this one out. The multi does not actually go down. So this Royal Champ and even the Queen need to find their way to take this on. But, that's going to be a tough call because the scatter shot still remains as well as the Warden Tower.
Yeah, they don't really have a clear path. Oh, it looked like the Royal Champion was going towards the multi there for a second, but I don't know what it was, actually. It looked like she was going towards the multi. However, with the Queen ability, that will be fine. Like you said, moving down to the bottom, can he actually get the ability used at the right time here? She's got to get through the wall, which she would be able to. She'd have gone for the wall right. You know exactly which one I mean. Just to the right of where the defending Queen is. If she'd have gone for that wall, he could have probably used the ability perfectly. But right now, it's a little bit tricky, I would say.
Yeah, she could have taken on a lot of the defenses there, especially since they're all combined together. The storage might have been a bit of a challenge to get through, but the minions could have helped out with the cannons, getting that taken down. Right, this Queen unfortunately targeting the wrong wall because now she cannot reach that archer tower to pick it up with her archers along the way. This is a bit unfortunate for Remio here because we are going to see time tick down and we won't necessarily see enough power for her even to try and finish this off.
Well, I guess the fortunate thing is now looking at it, even if she had have gone for that other wall, time would have still been a factor. So it is going to be a close one, that is for sure, moving down into this one. And it is now all tied up, but a 1% lead to MCES with the 94 versus 93.
Yeah, this is much closer than I think a lot of people would have expected to see, though GH Rest certainly has shown that they could take down a team like MCES with their win earlier today. They've come showing up, they've come to play, they've come to try and work their way up that leaderboard, and with MCS in the bottom, I think they were feeling comfortable. It's just that they need to keep on an upswing. But for MCES, it really is a lot on the line. They finished off insanely strong last season, and they've got a lot to prove now.
Well, there's only one way they could go from champions, and well, I guess there's two. I guess they could maintain it, but you know what I mean. They can't go up over. We've got Captain Kingpen of GH Rest, and I agree. They have been really putting on a performance today. I think, I've always had, or at least in the last year and a half, I would say, GH Rest have been slowly moving up the list. I've had high expectations for them, but they always seem to fall short. But today showing you that they are ready, and potentially one of those teams looking for that golden ticket in the coming weeks as well.
Yeah, and I did hear that if they win against MCS today, that they're going to celebrate with a pineapple pizza. For sure. Now let's see as Kingpen comes in with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Again, we get to see GH Rest coming through with a lot more ground attack strategies, which seems to be working in their favor. But this Warden tangled up with the Town Hall, not something that we necessarily see a lot of these days. It's a lot more time consuming, which means we need to get going. We need to keep this moving along because this is one of those types of attacks similar to Super Witches that we can see running down to the buzzer.
Yeah, I thought it was funny how the two battle builders were just repairing that town hall up, and it looked like the Grand Warden wasn't even doing anything. But you can see, obviously, did indeed take it down. Time could be a factor here, though, because it has taken quite a significant time to get that town hall, then actually start the funneling for the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. However, if you get the pathing picture perfect, they can rip through a base pretty quickly. The Lava Hound will catch things up a little bit, but with the Super Wizards, they don't half take down the Lava Pups pretty quickly. So all is looking okay here. Might consider dropping the Royal Champion early. Interestingly, to the top of the base. I thought she was going to swoop to the Eagle, but maybe that is the job for the Battle Blimp. Yep, there it is, right onto the bottom of the base.
I think the blimp is really key to ensure that this paths along quickly to make sure he has the time to get this done. I like the choice of the Royal Champion for the north side, eliminating the single targeting Inferno that was starting to roast up the Queen, the P.E.K.K.A.s, the Warden. You know, losing out that would be damaging to this raid, and the Royal Champ able to support enough to take down the scatter shot, but Judo, there's only 37 seconds left to go. It's working together nicely. He's got to freeze even to invest to hold off these defenses so even the smaller troops can make their way through. It's going to be a race to the clock because I am noticing the storage up north, but a wizard with barely any health, and the archers are going to be just enough to clutch it.
Yeah, I was going to say that one wizard up there looked pretty promising, and yes, with the clock ticking down, you can then make a better judgment call, can't you? 3 stars for GH, meaning that MCES need to continue doing that as well if they do want to take this one, because again, just that 1 percentage point will differentiate the teams.
Yeah, it's this is a tight spot to be in for both of the teams. The pressure is surmounting on either side, and I think it's incredible to see teams able to put that kind of pressure onto a team like MCES. We're talking about, sorry, the Vice World Champion from 2019. They've had a long-standing history, and of course, they were the winner of the challenge round from last season. So they're coming in with a huge title to try and defend against.
Well, we've got Arium this time with his Blizzard Lalo, and this is something that we did start to see him using quite a lot, I would say, in the previous, well, I'd say meta, but obviously it still works now. But this is one that I know Arium does enjoy using the wall breaks inside there as well, just to bust these super wizards out of those compartments so they can reach all of the buildings. Multi goes down, scatter shot will follow, and he's even going to get more than that. Expose fall. Wow, that was huge.
I am impressed at the precision for players who come in with this, getting into those narrow openings. It's I've told you, Judo, I am not a Blizz attacker. They get me nervous, but to have that kind of accuracy is incredible. And Remio really relying on getting that precision in and getting down what he needed to support with the heroes. Now, we do get the CC lure, which allows the Royal Champion to actually take it on the outlying edge and still have enough power to clear up some of the defenses. With that, the King's going to support taking down the scatter shot compartment likely. Oh, the Royal Champ's actually going to go for it, allowing the King passage into the Town Hall, likely with the Queen to follow.
Yeah, looking pretty promising that, because like you said, the Queen will be able to help, if nothing else, just make sure the Town Hall absolutely goes down. But you can see there's quite a lot of value in that compartment as well, that the King can help to just strip away. And it's pretty good that he avoided the Town Hall early, get a little bit more damage prior to setting up the Giga Bomb. But even if not, at this stage, the Lalo can move in because all of the major defenses up there are down. He's trying to swoop in, I thought towards the Eagle, but it seems like he switched areas up towards the top. Now we see the Tesla Farm. Interesting.
That Tesla Farm freezes it up along with a multi, so great value from just one spell space. And another one coming in with the surroundment of the loons from the back end. He just keeps everything forging forward. He does have to worry a little bit about the additional multi standing here in the center, but he's got so much power left here hanging on, and a couple of cheeky loons sneaking in their way. This invisibility spell may be key if we can't get these this multi down in the center of the base.
And you see that defending Barbarian King, that obviously comes into play quite a lot, but uses the invisibility for the balloons. Grand Warden actually races across to the multi and takes that down first. There you go with the extra loon moving into the center. Barbarian King can stall up a little bit of time, but as soon as he falls, they can surround onto the clan castle. Almost a bit cheeky that, leaving the GH clan castle as the final building. But oh my goodness! What just happened?
Arium unfortunately winds up with this 99%. That King held off just long enough. They needed one more second, Judo.
Was that me? Was that me?
Yeah, it was you.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the king, yeah, I thought king's there, but he will go down, everything will move across. I thought that area had already been checked with balloons moving across. I wasn't expecting so many red air bombs, but wow, talk about keeping it interesting for us. So the percentage now levels out, but obviously looking at the star advantage, it's not very often we see the 99%, is it? So really, MCES need the defense below 99 and the 3 stars.
Oh, they certainly do. Rest could manage to potentially clutch this one up. Keko coming in, though, with the Queen Charge Drag Rider again. We're seeing, I think it was, we're kind of seeing like a half and half on this, like close to a 50% hit rate. I don't know what it'll be after today's matchups, how we'll see it change. But in general, we're seeing a little bit of a split, and oof, this is a tough compartment to come in through. Has to keep that queen going alive and well. We use a lot of investment with the healers, so we want to make it worth it from what we've taken away from our troop bar.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about what I said in terms of the percentages, and I still think I'm getting mixed up here. Even though GH Rest are 1 star in the lead, if they got anything less than a 3-star, it would mean that MCES would still win if they 3-starred, right? Yeah. Because the 99 would mean MCES take the lead. So, I mean, even though they are a star in the lead, to know they have to 3-star to win the war, that's pretty interesting.
It's a lot of pressure right now. This is definitely for the win for Keko, and the queen still struggling to carry on, but manages by the skin of her teeth to carry through so far. I don't think that's going to be the case now. So he's got the rage spell now that he can invest to come in for the drag riders, potentially for the royal champion. And we've got a bit of a cut across from the stone slammer. I'd be a little bit worried now that we know the queen is not alive. Oof, oof. And the core of this beast looks like MCES is getting their final laugh in on this one.
I thought he might have used the RC ability early in the hope it sprung across to the single, but as you see in the end of it, it didn't. It actually went through the Teslas. So the single target Inferno has been repaired right back up now, meaning he's basically got nothing to be able to take that out. Uses the wall breakers at the end to try and do anything alongside those sneaky goblins, but there's just not enough firepower here. It's all about the percentage, because GH Rest could still win on the percentage if they have a defense themselves.
That's true. The defense would be a solid way for them to finish, but I don't know. MCES still has, is it Tryhard to come in with the final attack of the war? I mean, Tryhard has certainly come in clutch this year in almost every instance where needed. But again, it's going to be a lot of pressure to the game. We're at that 85% mark. Keko trying to pick this up a little bit more, but that minion will not be enough to bring this up any higher.
Wow. I mean, just think back to that attack by Arium, because at least GH Rest are in the position now where any defense gets them the victory. If Arium had have got that 3-star, they would have really been biting their nails at this point, because it would have left MCES in the position of 85%, or it actually would have been 84% 2-star that they would have needed to get, and that would have been great for MCES. But at this stage, it has to be the 3-star, like you said, by Tryhard.
Yeah, it's impressive for them to be able to kind of keep this war going forward with that lead and putting that kind of pressure on MCES for the end. But Tryhard's been in that position many times over, and like I said, this season he's really risen to the occasion. Guess we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the same case today. And coming in with the Zap Wake Drag Rider. Oh my goodness. Would this be your choice to finish off the day with for the 3-star Judo?
Maybe not 7 Dragon Riders, but let's find out what is happening here. He actually misses the Archer Queen. I wonder if... I didn't really take a good look at the lightning spells, actually, but presumably just wanted to knock her down to a point where he could easily take her out, because I doubt he would do any kind of miscalculation, but I could be wrong. I guess I'd have to watch back. Either way, the queen is on a slither of health, so she will easily fall. just trying to basically get any type of value. It's interesting that this is probably the most Dragon Riders I've seen used in an attack post-update. I'm not sure about you, Lady B.
It is. I haven't seen quite this many, and I think it's probably more surprising to see as many coming in from MCES. But again, I think they're trying to rely on not being so predictable in the matchup, and this could work in their favor, but they certainly need to bring that 3-star home in order to get it done. Nice use of the Loon and the Drag Rider, the Loon obviously protecting the Drag Rider, but to take down the Eagle and start securing this path. Now, we still have the Blink to sail through for the Town Hall, and he's picked up some great value, actually. With those heroes, even picking up some splash on the back end by eliminating the Wizard Tower here.
Oh, this looks very nicely executed so far. I love the fact that he sent just a couple of Dragon Riders into each of the A targeting defenses so he could take those out first and then clump them into more of the splash defenses. With the Battle Blimp moving through, it's worked out perfectly for that Town Hall, and hopefully the Giga Poison can start getting moved before the regular Dragon Riders get there. But you see that air defense on the side, it's not quite going down yet. Royal Champion hopefully will get that, which she does. So this looks pretty good now with just an Archer Tower for a full health Dragon Rider.
Absolutely. This is looking solid for Tryhard. Even with the Royal Champ going down, that Drag Rider and the Warden have this covered. Minions spread out pretty nicely here for the cleanup too, considering there's 35 seconds left to go. These storages, though, are going to be a bit time consuming to try and take down, but he's got to have more than enough time here to finish the job.
Oh, I am keeping quiet for this one. Not until that final result comes through am I going to say anything here. But I agree. There we go. It does look good. And he has finished it off. 3 stars for Tryhard. And the win for MCES. G-Hate Rest must be kicking themselves right at the end, getting overtaken. But 98.6%. That is, I think I can only recall Reported Gaming getting a higher average percentage in one of the opening matches of the challenge.
Yeah, it's my heart breaks for GH Rest right now, because coming that close to taking down MCES it's just a feat within itself. They would have been reeling over the win, but MCES able to try and start climbing their way up from the bottom, and that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see a little bit of quality between these teams and the matchups, but there is more to come still. We've got another incredible matchup, RPG facing off against Carnage Gaming, and it's coming right after this break.
Oh, that's a wall breaker?
I would say it is the normal wall breaker.
Oh, wow, this definitely belongs to wall breaker.
Ah, yeah, this is the war breaker, maybe?
Oh, like if this is incorrect, I can just leave.
Oh, oh my god.
Okay, it's the war breaker on the Loon.
Partly right, I guess. It is a wall breaker, but in the Loon.
I think I'm not the only one to have made this mistake.
From the hammer from the Hog Rider?
The Hog Rider?
Hog Rider.
Ah, oh yeah. I'm stupid. Now, this must belong to the Hog Rider. Thank God.
I'm getting better.
Oh, There's again like this metal kind of thing.
It's not easy at all, this one.
No, there is again nothing I can think of. Unbelievable.
I have no idea.
I have seen this, but I have no idea which troop it belongs to.
I have no clue. The giant, maybe the giant, or the super giant. Ah, okay, it's from the goal.
Oh, this is so
Yeah, as I said in the beginning, really not good at that.
This one is pretty hard.
Wow, it looks like some things of a bird, something.
Maybe it's super witches, but I'm not sure.
That's a Yeti.
Maybe from the Yeti?
Oh, the Yeti, okay.
I have no idea what this is.
I think it's the Barbarian King.
This belongs to the Super Barbarian.
The Royal Champion.
Oh. Okay, well, I never play with them.
Yeah, there we go.
Probably most of the people that are playing this for as long as me are doing similar to me, maybe.
I think I might actually be average, like not one of the top guys and maybe even not one of the worst.
I think I can imagine that some are better than me, but not everyone.
Like I've been playing Clash of Clans for like 7 years, so I think I'm one of the best in this exercise.
To try new troops and watch them more carefully. I have no clue.
I think I'd say you should play more different troops if you don't know them.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Just one more match awaits us today. Reported Gaming and Carnage Gaming. Let's welcome back Letho. What's your thoughts on this one, buddy?
It's a tough one, mate. I'm not going to lie to you, but I think after the performance against ATN, it's hard not to count them out against Carnage Gaming, really, is it? I think most people may agree, maybe people may disagree. It all depends on their performance. Like we said, they are quite a hot and cold team, but they were looking ferocious earlier on against ATN.
Let's see, what did Lady B pick actually for this next matchup? That
Are we
might
trying to
tell
get
us.
Give us an indicator.
She managed to predict that earlier reported Gaming 1 perfect against ATN, didn't she? So, and I think, I've got to be honest, I think she smashed us today in terms of the predictions. Me and you, we gotta step up our game, buddy.
Yeah, our predictions are just awful. The worst, like, analytical people known to man in terms of predictions, but it's fine. But okay. So you and B predicted Carnage Gaming this time around, and myself in the audience said Robotic Gaming. But now that I've said that, Carnage Gaming are probably gonna come out on top. But I still think it's quite difficult between these two teams. I think it's understandable why, even though Robotic Gaming did really well against ATM, it could still fall a little bit flat towards the end. I don't know. It has been a few hours since their victory against ATM, but I'm sure it all depends on their momentum carrying forth, because it's been a few hours since then here, because it was back in match number 4. But this is a really, really strong lineup overall. Like, some of the attacks from Largo, just a lot of confidence, very aggressive as well. And people like Yanis, of course, Timtastic as well. Like, they're all great players, and very, very hard to stop no matter what kind of base build that you've got. Just shows how well prepared they are on top of that. But the Carnage Gaming, though, it's going to be quite tough for them in itself here. Obviously, earlier on, they did play against Bad Singer. And as you can see for Robotic Gaming, 96% average damage done. Hit rate 65%, not too bad. But of course, their average defense, 35%. Again, a little bit of work that had to be had, but they're just very lucky that they've got such a great attacking squad.
Yeah, the attack is where they really shine. I think that's one of the best hit rates and average destruction out of all of the teams. Arguably, alternate attack's a little bit higher now than when we seen their hit rate previously, but even that was only 50. Reported Gaming showing you their attacking strength. But I also think that Carnage Gaming will be hungry after that loss to Bad Zinger, because they have been really someone that's showed us their strength. They're silver ticket holders for this year's World Final, and they moved into this meta with a whole different variety. You see central stage there. Fabian has been using the Super Bowler Smash very successfully, and they have been really putting on some great performances, taking down top teams such as MCAS that we did see. And yeah, it's unfortunate to see their hit rate not quite as high as Reported Gaming, but maybe their defense can see them through.
Yeah, maybe things can change this time round. And you're right, though, we haven't really seen any Super Bowlers at all. I think I've seen one so far, because obviously I've not been part of 2 of the matches which occurred today. But unless they weren't in those 2 either, yeah, we haven't really seen many at all, which is a little bit surprising. We had 9 Super Bowler smashes last time, didn't we, last week? But this time only 1. So it just shows how sharply things have changed in comparison to what we saw last week. But I'm still going to stick to my guns. In terms of the win conditions we've discussed, I still do feel Robotic Gaming, I'm not saying they're a lot more talented in any way, but it seems like today in general, it seemed quite hot. I'm sure they're just going to ride the momentum going in from the ATM match early on, and it's going to be pretty tough to say in itself, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one to call either way, but I think we've been saying that for every single match so far, because they are really that close. That's the level of competition we have here. And again, moving towards the challenge finals, only the top 4 teams will be moving through. So essentially, across the course of this month, we will have battles between the teams. They'll all face each other, and then it is the top 4. So that league format really coming together. And even if you lose one of the matches, which I should say, I was thinking about the Carnage Gaming and Entropy Gaming matchup last week, where Carnage Gaming took the victory, not over MCAS. They actually lost to them earlier on in the season, didn't they? But yeah, I just remember how they took down Entropy Gaming so convincingly in match 7 for the previous play day. And that's something that I think, it's just, maybe they really do just come into play in match number 7 and just knock it up a gear. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Already cracking on Robotic Gaming. We're going to be one starting off the attack. And one thing I will add, though, is the fact that it actually wouldn't surprise me at this point if it isn't any kind of tiebreaker scenario, or at least when it gets to the top 4 or trying to solidify for top 4 teams, it's going to take us to the final play day. That's how I kind of feel coming into this, because it's been very back and forth for a lot of these teams. But the Queen is progressing into that town hall. But you can see already a lot of a kerfuffle there in that south compartment. The King's already popped his ability now to try and help the RC just to continue to do absolute work in the south compartment. The Queen's taken down her Town Hall successfully and already done her job and has been finished up straight afterwards. So RC's popped her ability and now just heading to try and do as much damage as possible.
Very nicely done. And then in combination with the lightning spells in the center of the base there, you see what he's been able to get. Now, I think he's just planning a little bit here because we've still got the multi-target Inferno alive. So starting the Lava Loon into that direction, the Archer Queen, as little as she is in health, is going to be able to do significant damage, popping that Hound and then the Stone Slammer. Let's see what's in there. Presumably a dragon. It's actually a Dragon Rider, but the splash damage is able to take her down. And then we see the lightning for the Clan Castle troops holding on to that further lightning spell. Does he have enough to get around through the splash? He's certainly got enough spells to do so, Lethal.
Certainly has done already with that last taste, but actually no, still got one more in his back pocket. It was to freeze in the invisibility if he's in a world of trouble. But let's be real here, he's not in any trouble at the moment. Just diving on each of the defenses here, and he's still got the invisibility left for extra insurance. But of course, he doesn't need that at all, as he's beautifully started things off for Reporter Gaming with that 3-star. And that's a great way to kick off this war as well. So definitely a lot easier than I anticipated, and I must say, really good execution as well overall. Just playing silly there with the lost invisibility spell before he finished things up here, but like I said before, good way to kick things off, and this is a great start which they were definitely going to require later on.
Well, normally they like to swag that spell over the top of the Clan Castle, but obviously if he'd have turned the building invisible, all of the troops would have stood and did nothing for a few seconds, so didn't want to waste too much time in doing so. But we have seen he has used Lava Loon consistently across the plains and has been pulling in the 3-stars, as with Yanis from Reported Gaming, who we'll be seeing coming up, has also been using the Lava Loon a lot. And that's where I have said in their previous matchup, they do like that strategy quite a lot. It's something that maybe we'll see the other teams trying to defend. You've seen a lot of the core red air bombs in that attack, but able to just dodge it. Now, we do have Fabian, who tends to attack first for Carnage Gaming. We mentioned we've seen him doing the Super Bowler Smash quite a lot, but opting for the P.E.K.K.A in this one. And actually, this, I believe, is the same base that we seen just a couple of wars ago, although I could be wrong on that one. I think this is the base we seen from Reported Gaming previously today.
Oh, interesting. So they've done the exact same base. That is interesting. And also Fabian, I want to say it was him who brought the Super Bowler Smash earlier on, but been a while now since then, so, and it's only happened once either, but I'm gonna say it was Fabian. If not, I do apologize for being wrong, Fabian, mate. The Warden now starting off on the north side, just doing a little bit of cleanup there, now going into the next compartment, just having a nice slow methodical start here before he takes anything too drastic here. But it's just a question of how he wants to approach this and where he wants to actually begin as well, as the Warden now just still continues to do a little bit of work in the north side, does come back out anyway with the Queen. But again, though, Fabian just really taking his time. He doesn't want to mess this up. He knows that Reported Gaming have already kicked off with a triple, and it doesn't want to have too many slip-ups along the way. But here we go, though. It's a little bit later than usual, but at least the P.E.K.K.A are now coming on in, going straight into the Eagle Artillery compartment, just trying to clean everything up there. And he was using a couple of those loons as well to push a tad into the center just to get rid of some of those defenses here. But let's see how Fabian cracks on with this. But for his sake, to see how well he can clean this up and have enough DPS towards the end of this attack.
Well, I actually said I thought this was the base Reported Gaming used, but actually I think it was at least very similar to one of the bases we've just seen in the war by MCS and GHRest, and this is almost the exact same style of attack that was used, in fact, in terms of the P.E.K.K.A smash from that right-hand side with the log launcher, and it's pretty much picture perfect, exactly the same, with the Royal Champion moving across to the scatter shot. The base is actually different now looking at it, because there was another northern scatter shot, but you can see the same approach has worked here. So a somewhat popular design. If you see a base like this, this is potentially something you could be considering, because Archer Queen still has the ability left, Royal Champion has the ability left, and although time is ticking, should be good here with those abilities.
Definitely. 20 seconds left. And like you said, with the abilities to speed things up a little bit, just like that with the RC, and he's going to be pretty pleased with that performance. This shows a lot of patience. Comes a long way if you get execution like that, and a good way to kick things off for them as well.
We said it would be a close war. We were unsure who to pick. 3 stars for both teams kicking things off. So Reported Gaming back to them, and they do have the greater average destruction and hit rate. Is that something that will foresee them through in this war? Time will tell, I guess, but looking forward to seeing who will be attacking next.
Yeah, same, and we'll be finding out right this second as Yanis, speaking of the devil, he's going to be the one attacking next for Reported Gaming. Hopefully to try and bag another triple for them. And I must say, it's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to try and approach this. He's going to start from the north side with that Ice Golem as well, and he's going to see if he can just continue creating that path. The RC comes out as well in that 1 o'clock position, as well as the King on the north side, with the Queen coming out as well. We've seen it on a few occasions today, but some of these players do enjoy having it so that the 3 heroes do focus on 3 separate compartments, just to speed things up a little bit to avoid the time fail later on.
Yanis was the player that I mentioned in terms of doing the Lava Loon, and he does tend to do the Sui Lalo, which I will be honest, is something that I feel is trickier to bait because there's so much customization. Look at all of the spells. There's so many different entries that you can move into. He's already got the Town Hall. Now, the Royal Champion is going to go down in the center, but he's actually to keep onto all of those spells for the Lava Loon section. And this is where it always impresses me, because one thing you can't always get a feel of when you're just watching here is how quick you need to be to deploy all of the loons and then all of the spells as it's happening. You need to be so agile in order to get this attack to work. He just makes it even more impressive. As he's flying right in, we can expect some of those spells immediately.
Yeah, it's the micromanagement and the thought process at the same time, and the timing of it as well. You know, it's a lot involved and a lot to take in as well. The first haste spell has already come down. There's still 2 more left, and it's going to be used momentarily to try and get as much value as possible. Good uses of the free spell as well, just to stop the AD and Eagle Artillery doing anything from any further damage. And good use of the haste spell as well. Perfect position just to get those loons to not only speed things up, but at the right timely manner as well. And we've still got a scatter shot in the center. Plenty of loons left, as you can still see. The only thing you've got left in terms of the defense there is that Inferno Tower, and that's going to be pretty much about it. But as I say that, though, those loons have already been taken down. He's using 3 more to try and take out the Inferno Tower on the side. But even then, though, look, there's a few air bombs just coming up. He will be able to take down those loons, and he's still got a lot of time left remaining. But that scatter shot's so important.
Oh, but look at how he's deployed the balloons. He's deployed them separate so that they would actually move in towards the scatter shot from different angles. Now, thankfully, the balloons that were at the single target Inferno got it down. That was so clever of him to do that. And it's going to ultimately mean he gets the 3-star. Now, he got a bit unfortunate. He decided to use the invisibility on a big group of balloons in the center, missed it by fractions of a second, and it meant the scatter shot took a huge amount of balloons down. But the patience and the precision held him through. Those 2 loons at the end, cannot shout that off enough. 100% cannot shout that out enough, should I say. Beautiful job by Yanis.
It certainly was, but I'm not going to lie to you, that definitely was that was kind of close, wasn't it? But he got the triple in the end, like you've already mentioned as well. Good distraction at the end. And even then, now I was thinking to myself, please don't let the scatter shot do so much work, just the fact that it's going to stop all these loons. But yeah, because of the fact that he went into range, all said and done, really, wasn't it? And also, he had enough minions to clear up the board straight after for the 3-star 100%. So we're going to see now who's going to be kind of attacking up next to see exactly how things will go forth for Carnage Gaming. And now you can see already, they're still on the back foot, but if they get a triple here, then they will tie things up and see if they can at least create even more pressure for Reported Gaming, because Reported Gaming are still riding the momentum after their win against ATN earlier on today.
They certainly are, and we have seen this a couple of times in the challenge, whereby 2 Inferno Towers are near to each other. We can use the Zap Quake method to take that out, but also some other buildings around it. So in this case, Sweepers and even the Battle builder hut, getting pretty good value with the lightning, there's no other way to put it, and sneaking the Archer Queen in towards the Town Hall. Always nice to see that. Royal Champion should be relatively unscathed in order to get in towards that scatter shot as well, but the Clan Castle troops come out. Can the King hold them off long enough?
Yeah, that's going to be the real question as well. Looks like he's doing a good job so far. He's actually taking a lot of damage here. And that Rocket Loon, you know, we've seen quite a few Rocket Loons so far in a lot of Clan Castles. And then we're going to see what's going to happen next. It's a Stone Slammer now. It is coming out now just to go straight towards that Wizard Tower, but of course to tank all that damage. And with these Lava Hounds as well, it's definitely going to tank a fair amount to give these Loons plenty of room to breathe here, just paving their way towards the Eagle Artillery. But we'll be greeted by that Tesla farm, but it's only going to change inevitable here because those Lava Hounds, there's so many of them that it would have been perfectly fine nonetheless. The Stone Slammer still alive, still got half HP, with the Loons just tagging along a little bit behind, and good use of that warding ability as well.
Yeah, catches all of the Loons and the Stone Slammer. Headhunters move across. They might get a couple of strikes onto the Queen. Actually, looks like they might be able to take her down, but I was wondering what is inside that Stone Slammer. It's not going to matter, though, because the Headhunters have taken her down. He's got so many balloons surrounding this multi-target Inferno, and for the Wizard Tower on the back end, even more balloons to distract. Holding on to one of them, probably will use it over in the 8 o'clock area, I think, to target the storages in the middle. Could be doing that already, actually, in order to move it in that direction. But either way, 50 seconds should be pretty good here, Lethal, to keep things all tied up and exciting for us.
Yeah, he's going to be fine, isn't he? Plenty of time just to let everything go here and to try and back that triple, which is going to be great for Carnage Gaming. As you know, they do need as many wins as possible to just keep up with the rest of the pack in terms of standing. So the last storage in mind is going to be cleaned up, and it's going to be another triple for Carnage Gaming, which means that Robotic Gaming have to now respond once again here. And they're probably thinking, like, well, how much have we got to do in order to try and keep them back?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's going to be the first team that, you know, cracks and fails to get an attack, because so far none of the base is standing up, but also no mistakes from the attacking side. Even right down to the wire there, I was, you know, thinking he would send a Loon in from the opposite side, but really being careful, making sure to see where all of the balloons went to, and obviously a big group of them went to the center, so then it was actually faster for him to snipe a building on the outside. And it's that level of concentration and focus that the teams require in such a competitive environment.
I'm not going to lie to you, Judo. We've seen a lot of Lalo so far, haven't we, coming into this war? But Team Tastic is going to be gracing us with his presence once again, as he had a fantastic attack earlier on in his previous war, and I'm sure he's going to try and continue to do so. The Blink will be heading in straight into the center, try and do as much DPS to these defense as possible. Already done a pretty good job in itself, just trying to take down Expo as well. The AD's already been continued up. We'll actually release some of the defenses there from the Clan Castle. But so far, so good here. It's just a matter of how Team Tastic is going to try and approach with the rest of his units.
I think he would have wanted the Royal Champion there. I was wondering, is he going to invest that final invisibility? Missing that is not the end of the world, because again, he's got her low enough in health that it can be one-shotted from the hero, particularly since he's sending the Queen there. It's always nice to just tidy things up early on, isn't it? And just get that down before you move in. Also, the wall breaker is nicely opened up access for the Archer Queen to get in towards the middle, potentially even reaching the Archer Queen towards the back end of the base, if she even went in that direction, that is. But the Queen should be able to get the Town Hall, and the Royal Champion even aiming for the Eagle Artillery up the top.
Yeah, the Arson King is actually working together pretty well
come
as
on,
they're going to the
Queen.
next compartment. But the Queen's actually still alive. It's great behind that Tesla farm, but he's going to try and get a little bit more value. But even then, though, using the invisibility spell just to keep her alive a little bit longer, and has the ability too. But if you look on the north side as well, the King finally been taken down. But even then, though, it's been extremely hard work here, considering the Queen does take down the Town Hall in the end. And now we can see all units now coming up from the north side, just making the approach into that north compound.
At 120 when he started the Lalo, not too bad. I was mainly concerned with the Archer Queen walking around that it was going to cost him a bit of time if he decided to save onto anything, but obviously Archer Queen was relatively safe. Now, she did not get the Royal Champion, but look at all of the air mines that he was able to get through with that Warden ability. Huge value for that Grand Warden Tome. And he gets through towards the end here. He's got a few dangerous defenses left, but he's still got a freeze and a haste. A stack of loons looks pretty good here for Timtastic, but given my history in the last war, I don't want to call things too early here, Lethal.
Nah, I think you're fine here, mate. I think you're fine. I can understand why you don't want to say that at all, but yeah, even with the haste and free spell, yeah, it's just going to speed things up momentarily. 20 seconds left remaining almost. You know, you can't really complain there, as Timtastic is going to be pretty damn pleased with himself there. Another triple, and will we see our first perfect war? We'll find out momentarily.
Well, we are halfway through the war. 5 attacks done. 5 remain across the teams, obviously. So let's find out who is going to be the first person to crack, if ever. Remember, we did see a perfect in the ESL mobile as well. So you never know. History can certainly repeat itself. But either way, Lethal, we have an incredibly exciting and close matchup on our hands. And I always just enjoy when we see the teams going back to back like this, the pressure rising, the attacks really continuing to have that high level of quality and consistency. No one really fumbling under the pressure. So I just personally love watching these styles of war.
No, so do I entirely. It's not something you normally see. And plus, you know, it takes a lot of stamina, like from morning to night, just try and prepare, and then at this late as well to still keep that high level of consistency. It's a lot of mental fortitude coming in, but we can see obviously with these two teams a lot of experience, a wealth of knowledge, and they're really showing it across the board. Coming in with the Dragon Riders this time round, I'm starting to feel like this war kind of feels like before the update, really, in comparison. But with Carnage Gaming, though, they'll be kicking things off with Bird Attack and see if they can also continue to pile on the pressure to Robotic Gaming. But the Queen now just heading towards the Eagle Artillery, but the King's already there before her, and is going to just try and help out hand in hand.
Yeah, feeling like breaking the Lalo trend that we've been seeing in this war, just making sure to use something a bit different. But look at this, and it's always about trying those differences in approach with the Queen Walk. I mean, we see this every once in a while now, but the Battle Blimp just to reach a compartment past the Queen, because the key thing is he's already inadvertently tested that area for seeking air mines with the healers and the Coco Loons, that the Battle Blimp can just fly over the Queen, and it also then creates pathing for her to move down into the other compartment. So always like to see that. It's something that is slowly being integrated into the meta, but something that when you're planning your Queen charges at home, you should be aware of.
You saw that free spell as well come down on the multi. You saw the healers, or at least one of them, HP was dwindling and wants to try and keep her alive as long as possible to support this Queen as she goes into the next compartment. But here comes the Dragon Riders now with the Warden. The Warden pops the ability straight away because he knows that there's going to be a huge amount of DPS coming out from Largo's defense in that north compound. And still though, look at the amount of value they're getting from that rage spell as well. There isn't it for at least a good 15-20 seconds, just trying to clear everything up there. And now still going to be pushing on down south, but keep an eye on that Queen though as well. Still pushing in from the south, still going to the next compartment to help out towards taking out as much of this defense as possible. And if she manages to distract a lot of this DPS, this is going to be a massive help towards the Dragon Riders.
Yeah, and I like the recognition here, actually, seeing that even though he is attacked from the... Oh, I hope the Queen doesn't... Well, I guess she probably still will have enough time to go through the wall, actually, but she's probably going to punch through the wall here, and she does. So 30 seconds. The main concern is not the Town Hall, but time in terms of the 3-star. What I was going to say is I like the recognition. Even though he started the Dragon Riders at the top, he could see there actually wasn't a lot of point defense down at the bottom, so his Archer Queen was going to be fine down there. But as you see, the extensive charge just being too costly in this one. Arguably would get through, but it is indeed going to be the time fill, Lethal, meaning RPG are in the lead. 2 attacks remaining, and the first slip up, hey, a 96% as well, as if that is a slip up. but it is indeed the advantage now to RPG.
Definitely is. That 4% could cost them later on. We'll find out soon enough. Anyway, the Potter game just on an absolute tear at the moment, and they've only got 2 more attacks to get the first perfect wall we've had so far in these playdays, because we haven't had one yet, which is not what we're normally used to compared to last season. We always had like 3 or 4 like a day if we're lucky, but even then though, it just shows about how good these base builds have been, even against some of the best attackers in the world. This is how strong these lineups have been, and it's been very, very tough to call across the board. But even then, the Potter Gaming could be the first to do it in this third play day. It just depending, of course, the composition and the base they're being up against. But it looks like we do have a mix of the Inferno Dragons and the Dragon Riders this time out, Judo.
Yeah, and a few extra Dragon Riders to what we sometimes see. Often you can see 11 or so of the Inferno Dragons being quite popular, but a little bit more of an even mix, I would say, on this one. And yeah, I think just picking up on your point again very briefly there, Lethal, in terms of the defenses, it's very tricky that even though in this league format you know who it is you're going up against, there's so much variety in attack strategies that how do you really know what your opponent's going to do? Even if you psychologically scout them out, you have to bait them in so well to try and force them to use particular attacks, but it's obviously very difficult. The team's doing a phenomenal job in doing so. However, for this attack, Town Hall is down, but he's got 3 Dragon Riders inside that poison, which is less than ideal. That's 75 housing space getting burned up due to that Giga Poison.
Oh, yeah, that Dragon Rider you see there on the far left-hand side, he was literally in it for a good 20 seconds. Sadly, the path was not the right path as he was going towards the outer structures, and yeah, it just wasn't working out at all in his favour. So, as you can see, the majority now of these units just on the right-hand side, the King just trying to do absolute work here to the defense in the right compartment, just to give these Inferno Dragons a little bit of leeway as they push across later on, but not really too sure at the moment. It depends really how much work the RC does here. It's in the center currently, just attacking that scatter shot, but you can see from then though, not a huge amount is left. The King is still alive, but it's pretty much just tanking the defense. The Queen is directly behind, but she does have her ability, and so does the RC, mind you, and still has a free spell left in hand. So I think it is going to be pretty close. It just depends on how quickly they can make it through.
Yeah, I think his main difficulty here is nothing's going to converge on the defenses together. I think if he had the 2 Inferno Dragons, the RC and the Queen all together, but notice that the Royal Champion's right out in front, taking all of the brunt. And if the Queen was also there in order to help out, maybe, but she was all the way back on the wall. So unfortunately, everything kind of tackles the defenses single-handedly in the end, and it's just not going to be enough. The split of the Inferno Dragons and the Dragon Riders didn't help. He didn't get the force in towards the center. He definitely did not want to use the Royal Champion moving towards that central scatter. You like her to move around the perimeter of the base, but obviously had to adapt when the Dragons had split. Not what was intended, and actually the higher percentage, the 96, will be the advantage.
Yeah, see, sometimes a high percent 2-star isn't too bad at all, and I do feel for him. It's a shame those Dragon Riders were hovering in that poison for such a long time. It was literally the majority of their lifespan, and it's just, you really do hate to see it, because if it weren't there, that could have been a 3-star easily, potentially, considering, it wouldn't have been a time fail due to the fact that they split in that direction. But, these things do happen, and it does mean that there's about a 13% roughly difference between the two in terms of as we go into the last couple of attacks. So, no perfect walls today, but it does mean that we're going to have a much closer affair on our hands than we anticipated after that attack, and it will be Stiglitz from Carnage Game who's going to be coming up here to see what he can do with the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash. But even then, though, he did get a triple in his last war, if I remember rightly. Let's see if we can try and replicate that.
Well, I was talking, wasn't I, about earlier on. I thought one of the bases had been used earlier, and then I think I got myself mixed up. And again, maybe people in chat can correct us, but this is, if it's not the base that was used that Vale attacked, it's very similar earlier on today, where he sent the Battle Blimp to the Town Hall, jumped across to the multis. I'm not the best at recognizing the bases, the overall theme, but sometimes they make tweaks and it can be difficult. However, with the charge at the moment. He's getting pretty significant value, not just diving in towards a core defense, but also taking out an entire compartment alongside it, Lethal. Once this scatter goes down, though, he's got brilliant pathing and the value needed. And within the 1 minute mark, which we always talk about being the golden minute for the Grand Warden Walk.
Yeah, perfect timing, especially now. Queen coming out as well, just to give a helping hand for Warden. The Peck is now coming up from the north to go straight towards the defense center, north compartment. Eagle Artillery almost taken down here, and just like that, absolutely evaporated. As they're already progressing further. The Kings now heading to the right-hand side to take up the structures there. But this is where, you know, I do like the organized chaos here, especially with the relic spell. Good placement just to keep things on track. And still so far, this defense there, again, just getting absolutely evaporated. Even the two Peckers on the left-hand side, they've barely taken any damage, but we'll find out as they're going to get into a huge portion of the defense here from General X. But again, the Peckers looking very healthy.
They are, and they will go to that town hall after the king. They are inside the tornado trap right now, though, which is slowing them down a little bit. However, just looking at what is left once this town hall goes down, Royal Champion can hopefully dodge it for the most part. The queen ability means she is also standing outside of it, so looking pretty promising with that invisibility spell as well. Carnage Gaming keeping the pressure on here will make sure that their percentage lead that they have ground out in that previous round of attacks will mean that they are looking good towards the final attack, and the war will be in their hands. Despite one little slip up, they will still have a pretty high percentage here. But actually, come on, Yak. Make path. We should be good. We got 20 seconds. I just don't want to do the same thing yet again, Lethal.
I don't blame you, mate. I don't blame you. It is going to be 11 stars apiece. But it is technically Carnage Gaming now who do have the lead. And I'm getting a bit wild now because my prediction is going straight down the toilet the further this war goes on. But we'll see what happens towards the very end, as it is going to be the final attack for both these teams. But before we go into it, let's have a look at the stats so far and have a look at the comparisons. As you can see, just a 2.7% difference on average. But best way of looking at it is they're going to be 11% ahead heading into this. So, of course, if Robotic Gaming do get a 2-star or maybe get a triple, for example, then we know full well that it all depends on whether Carnage Gaming can get a triple to guarantee their win in this war. So it's going to be very tough to call. 11% is not really barely anything at all in terms of margins, but it has to be a huge slip up along the way, though, in order to lose that lead.
Yeah, they've got a decent lead now, haven't they? And I mean, we've been shouting out all stream to share with us, hashtag ESL on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts. And this is a match where I feel we will have had so many differences and opinions of who you think's going to win. Oh, it's up and down roller coasters. We had a split cast between us and the viewers with predictions, didn't we? And I don't think that's got easier to predict right of the way through the war. It's only at this final stage with the final attacks that you can kind of see Carnage Gaming sneaking this, but Reported will be wanting to put that pressure on, trying to use a couple of rocket loons early on, I think intending for the air defense, but actually seemingly missing out on that, and there wasn't anything really popped in that area to distract him, so perhaps it was just the pathing away from that air defense that he wanted, actually.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Oh, okay, he does send another rocket loon, so at least that way he cleans up the AD, which definitely was intended. But now, though, General X is going to be the last person for Robotic Gaming. He's the last person to attack last time, actually. And I think you did mention it as well. It's quite common for him to be the final attacker, or someone anyway, as the free spell does drop down in that south compartment. Is heading towards the Eagle Artillery with the King, that's got a fair amount of defense here to deal with, as well as the Queen being there as well. Still got a couple minutes left remaining, but Robotic Gaming need this triple, I kind of feel like. In terms of the defense, anything else, Carnage Gaming, if you could say Robotic Gaming did only get a 2-star, Carnage Gaming would only need to be more than 11% over to at least fail, and then Robotic Gaming to actually be able to win this. But we'll talk about it later when we get to that stage, as already in that south compartment, most have already been taken down. The King just trying to stay enough to clean up what is ever left. You can see another loon as well, just taking out that mortar on the south side. So not too bad to say the least, but this is where it's going to get a little bit scary here, especially for these Dragon Riders to try and take out everything else on that western side and then heading north towards the town hall.
Oh, that multi-target Inferno isn't ideal in the center of the base. He tried to send a couple of extra loons, but it just didn't work out getting it. Battle Blimp also inside the tornado trap, meaning that after this, when it starts moving forward, a Seeking Air Mine could leave it very vulnerable. And there you go. It does not get towards the Town Hall. It wasn't even a Seeking Air Mine. I think it was just the damage from the defenses since the Eternal Tome had wore off. This could even end up being a 1-star lethal.
No, you're not wrong. I think you might be right as well, because he was taking a lot of damage overall in defensive. The invisibility spell comes down just to try and keep him alive and try and take down this Town Hall if they can. The Warden and Dragon Rider is spared, but that last free spell should be able to do it, which they have done. But yeah, that's not the talk of the town here, Julius. The fact that they're already down by percentage, they can't really afford to not get a triple at this rate. But let's be honest here, there's nothing left. Just a few minions and the Dragon Rider, which has now been taken down. And yeah, that's definitely not going to be a triple. 20 seconds left remaining. Needs to try and get the best percentage possible, which means, but with Carnage Gaming, all they need is a 2-star, and depending on the percentage, 84%. So they need at least 73, 74% in order to secure this victory, which isn't much at all.
No, it's certainly not. But I have to give a little bit of credit to General X there, because when you do get into situations where it's really tricky, he held it together very well. He adapted, knew the 3 stars were off the cards, he just needed that 2-star, and the invisibility and the freeze were both timed perfectly. He couldn't have done that any better in order to get the Town Hall, obviously after missing the Inferno, and then the major problem being the Battle Blimp and the Tornado Trap. Just had to try and fix that. But I also feel like it's a tough one, because we've kind of seen a little bit of a shift in the air attacks, and that's previously how you would bait things, the Tornado Trap to catch the blimp moving through. But it is something that's kind of changing a bit with the base design, so I can see why he would have maybe done it. But yeah, tough to hit that so early on. But it's Anonymous to try and take this. Doesn't even need that 3-star, just a high percentage too, as we've established.
That is right, and guess what? Dragon Riders. That's what we're going to be finishing things off here today, is with the Queen now just pushing towards the northern front. And still though, just looking to take as much as possible. We'll be great with that Tesla farm as well, and just dropping down a free spell there to help the Queen out just a tad here. So one of those loons are going to look to try and take down that Wizard Tower as well, just to speed things up a little bit. So not looking too bad so far, but like you said, from Anonymous, a decent 2-star, and then it should be fine, raring to go. And if Carnage Gaming do win this, the leaderboard is going to be pretty mad here, Judo.
It's going to be shifted around quite a bit, isn't it? But I like how he set up this Queen charge. Nice use of the wall breakers to get it in towards that Town Hall area. And look at that Coco Loon setting off a bunch of the red air bombs. Might actually see another Coco Loon, because we could expect a few more in that region. That's if the Queen even pats over there, which she probably will eventually. He's got to deal with the Clan Castle troops and mitigate that damage first, though, which so far he has done. Queen ability has been used, so now using the invisibility to protect the healers through that multi. If they do hit any red air bombs, he wants to assure they are as high in health as possible.
I don't blame him for using that Queen ability. He had everything on her at the time. The Eagle Artillery, both rocket loons, the DPS across the board in that compartment as well. It was absolutely crazy what that Queen had to deal with at the time. And it seems like things are frozen at the moment because of the final attack, but we are going to be back in it anyway, with the Dragon Runners now slowly going in with the Warden as well. And the Queen is still alive, and even though the healers have taken a fair amount of damage, it should be able to stay alive long enough to keep this Queen going, especially in this compartment, and maybe helping out with the next. But as it could be too late at that point. It doesn't even matter at this stage. Look at the defense on the left, and look what he's got left as well. As Anonymous does have 3 Dragon Riders, has the RC as well, and the Queen is still alive at the moment and just getting so much value. It looks like he's pretty much done here. He is definitely going to get the victory for Carnage Gaming. It's just all about getting that triple at this stage, because he's still got a couple storages in the center.
What a beautiful job that one ended up being. Protecting the Queen through that back end was pretty important. He invested a lot of spells, even once the Dragon Riders were in and moving through the base, but keeping that Queen alive ended up being huge to get the 3 stars. Not just the victory on percentage, but 14 stars. And that is actually the same stars and percentage that Reported Gaming started with. 14 stars, 98.8 in their very first matchup of the challenge, and that is the highest stars and percentage we have seen so far in the challenge.
Don't think you're wrong, as Carnage Gaming closing out the day strong. And then in terms of standings, I'm sure we'll find out in just a few moments here. As Reported Gaming, just very interesting team. It just shows the caliber skill out of all these teams this season, but also at the same time, that rock, paper, scissors effect coming in. Like, defeated ATN, a few matches ago, and then a few hours later, lose to Carnage Gaming. It's very tough to call because we can have a thought-provoking discussion about, all these win conditions for a lot of these teams, but then again, it's still hard to predict. You get probably a better prediction doing a coin flip at this rate.
Yeah, everyone's seemingly still beating everyone, but when I was casting with Lady B earlier, I mentioned this in terms of, I recall last season when we first moved into the challenge stage, it was kind of like this for the first couple of weeks, whereby the leaderboard really was taking huge shifts, and it took a couple of weeks for it to almost settle in, if you will. I know it went all the way down to the wire, but the first few weeks there were such major shifts that it was anybody's game, and or at least it seems like that's exactly what's happening this season as well, because everybody is so evenly matched.
It is pretty ridiculous, but that's what you love to see as well, because in the competitive Clash of Clans scene, it is very, very difficult to separate a lot of these teams. You may see MCES and ATN in the past, but after this update, it's definitely made things a lot closer. But not only that, you've seen teams like, for example, GH Rest been putting a lot more work preparation, even during the off-season, or maybe when a lot of these teams were competing in the ESL Mobile Challenge season last time around a few months ago. You've got these other teams just trying to, reform their lineups or become a lot more organized and structured in order to make it here. And we're really seeing a lot of signs of that.
Yeah, totally. A lot of teams that weren't in the challenge last season, but even so, just really springing into action and beating some of those top teams. So looking at the summary for today, the first three matches we've seen, Entropy Gaming obviously getting the victory over Time to Throw because that match unfortunately didn't go ahead. The first one on stream was Alternate Attacks beating Bad Zinger, and then we had GH Rest beating Time to Throw before we moved on to a huge matchup that you've been referring to.
Oh, absolutely. Like the Reported Gaming one, defeating ATN like that. Definitely very, very close. And it wasn't the fact that ATN actually played bad at all. Reported Gaming just looked very, very strong. And we see Bad Zinger taking out Carnage Gaming and then Carnage Gaming winning at the end. It's really been back and forth, and it's very difficult to predict, like we said before. Even doesn't matter how many win conditions we can discuss, it's just very tough to predict a lot of these, which is why I'm actually glad we didn't make any predictions last week, because we would have got one or two right out of 7 each and every single time. But that's what the schedule. Let's have a look at the overall standings for today. Actually, no, before, let's look at the predictions.
I was going to say, what we should do is have our hit rate for our predictions, because I think me and you would be below 50% right now, Lethal. You can see that. Well, I definitely got the Bad Zinger one wrong, didn't I? But at least we all got MCES right. We agreed that MCES would win across the board, and thankfully we all got one right.
But it just shows how difficult it is, though. B actually came out swinging with the 6 out of 7, which, you can't really complain at all in the slightest. But, yeah, we're not even hitting 50%, That's how bad we are. And the audience as well, but I don't want to put it on the audience. We'll just blame ourselves. It's fine, that's fine. But maybe we'll try again Thursday and see what happens. But that's the predictions, but B absolutely smashing it and showing why she's here and being able to predict so well. But it's just tough. I just feel like every time I look at these matchups, I'm just like, I might as well flip a coin, and then whoever it is, that's probably the team who's going to win, because it's just so tough to call. But one thing I will say though today compared to last week is the compositions as well. We've seen a lot more, we've seen a lot less of the Super Bowler Smash, but we've seen a lot more of the, Queen Charge Dragon Rider. I've seen a lot more Lalo attack. I don't know if it's because of that last war or the war previously where it's made us think that, and we've seen a bit more of the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash as well, but the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash was literally second in terms of standings anyway with the usage of the players.
Just seeing the meta settle in a little bit after the update, aren't we, and exactly just going back to their roots a little bit as well, whilst they're sussing out the meta. So whilst the Super Bowler is being sussed out a little bit more, Lalo is at the heart of what a lot of these players have done for years. So it's potentially just going back to what they know works for them, but it's also a tough strategy to bait when you can do it correctly, and that's why I think we see a lot of the Lava Loon as well. But I know we were super interested to see the standings, Lethal. What do you think is going to, I mean, before it pops up, who do you think is going to be top from today?
I actually don't know from the top of my head. I reckon it's going to be tied or something like that. I know Banzinger were first with 3-1, and I think ATM were like 2-1, but that doesn't matter now because they're 3-2. So Banzinger, I know, are probably.
I think I was going to say, I think it's still Banzinger
because they won against Carnage. So I'll say they're first place 4-2. Let's have a look anyway. Production are just literally being a nuisance and delaying it purposely for us. Come on, production, let's have a look. Let's see what the leaderboard's like. And we can see the predictions again. That's fine. I don't mind. Just want to make us feel bad even more, but we only got 3 out of 7 right. So yeah, we are right. Banzinger.
At least we're right about that.
There. Yeah, exactly. We got something right. Banzinger at the top 4-2. MCS is still at the bottom of the table, but it's not as bad as it was previously. You know, they've only played 1 match today, 1-3, coming in 2-3 at the moment. But look how close it is. Literally 1 or 2 wins apart from all 8 teams.
I mean, again, this is kind of exactly what we seen last season, where I think it was Tompanai Empire were right at the bottom, and or no, maybe it was Alternate Attacks, and they actually won both of their matches in one of the weeks, and it shot them right up to the top. I mean, another point here is Time to Throw were in 2nd place at the start, and they're now right down in 7th, joint bottom, if you will, even though, you know, they win 1 match, they're right back up to the qualifying area. So it's so close, and given that many of the teams have 2 wars in one day, that's the difference between 1st and 8th right now. So still super close, many play days ahead, but I'm sure in the next couple of streams we will start to see the leaderboard shaping up just a little bit more towards its final state.
Yeah, some of these teams have had some great days, some absolutely horrendous days. I know Time to Throw definitely felt that today, but hopefully things will change for them on Thursday. But overall, Judo, final thoughts from today's games?
I think it was great to see a lot more Lalo attacks, because personally, I like to watch Lalo. I can't really execute it too well myself, but I always enjoy seeing when the pros do. But aside from that, I think it's great to always just hang out with you and Lady B on stream. I always enjoy the attacks themselves and casting them, and obviously just everyone viewing it just keeps it even more interesting when everyone's beating everyone.
Do you know what? Feelings are mutual. I do love a close affair here and there, and we definitely saw a lot of that today. We've had it every single day so far. We don't really complain in the slides. But sorry, guys at home, we have to close it up. I'm afraid you've had plenty of action across the board anyway. But all I can say is thanks to Lady B, but also only that thanks to Judo. Congratulations to Judo as well for his 1 million subscribers. So much time invested. Definitely a great role model in the Clash of Clans scene, and we're very happy for you, mate, and congratulations once again. But not only that, thanks to production at ESL and you guys at home for watching. But till then, we'll see you on Thursday.
Still I'm standing tall, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all for like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we level up. You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is